Where have you been? Nobody say an hour. An hour. At an hour. Hour of power. Hour of power. So that was a 7 hour. I'm gonna download that. And then like that. I know. I had to do a couple things. I had to do a couple things real quick. Do a couple days real quick. Get myself back together. Get my game back on. Cause I'm be on for a little bit. Got me a nice little couple hours of rest. 2 hours of rest. So I'll do that. Oh, I forgot. I'm in the middle of being sniped. In the middle of being. Oh, I gotta go that way. We up out of there. Oh my goodness. Shit. Give me some water. Some water. Shoot. I was thinking about doing it the other way, but I said, nah, we gonna have wake up with some, wake them up with some attention. You know, somehow that get the most. That get the most. Oh, I ain't tell none of them go to sleep. They wasn't allowed to go to sleep. They need to come over here. What they at? I gotta send some invites out. Hey, somebody tapping too fast. They slipping out the room and stuff. Slipping out the room and stuff. Ooh, yeah. I
I
guess I keep it like that.
don't. Now you
What up? What
when
up?
you
What up?
have these topics of holding men accountable, you won't get a lot of men in here because they don't want to be held accountable. But let it be a topic about holding women accountable, you'll have a
Mhm.
full everything. Good
What do
morning.
you mean about us? That's a word that ain't supposed to be used against us.
Shit, you heard how Doc was just giving me pushback. He was just giving me official pushback. Like, bro, I'm not against you. What I'm saying is that there's a difference between responsibility and accountability.
It is. It is. I woke up at perfect time and I'm like, yeah, I said, I'll be talking about this a lot with Warlock. I get what do you mean about the responsible thing, but I think the biggest problem is a lot of people can't even hold themselves accountable. Because, like, we fight every day to be responsible for whatever decision we make. Well, some people don't. Some people just do it and make actions without being responsible.
People just do things off impulse. Like, see, like I meant exactly everything I said, right? Um, in life we make choices. So if I choose to do something, I did it because I wanted to do it. There's no regrets behind it. Like one thing I hate to hear people say, "Oh, I regret doing this." No, you did it
Or
because
I
you
ain't had
wanted
no
to do
choice.
it.
I hate that one too.
There's always the choice behind any and everything you
Everything.
do, right? So you did it because you wanted to do it. There was no pushback. But now you
Mhm.
wanna now your older years, you
You
like
starting back. She
I'm just
woke
saying,
up. I thought she
I'm
wasn't
just
gonna
saying,
make
Alta.
it.
I'm just saying, Alta. Like it's just like my thing is, I mean, in our younger years, we all made mistakes, right? We live through those mistakes. That's taking responsibility for your actions, right? But if
Mhm.
you did it because you wanted to do it, what do you? I mean, you shouldn't live with regrets.
That need to be a topic. I don't believe it. Yeah, because I condition myself to not believe in mistakes. Yeah, because I think everything in life is a lesson or it was meant to do, even if we look at it as a mistake.
I
But
think.
we gon'
What?
I want to talk about that too. Yeah,
Yeah.
just want to expand some
Kev,
mind.
Hey,
Kev, I had a
Blue Heart,
topic.
how are you?
Hey, good morning.
What up, Hart?
What up? What up? Hey, Kev, I had a topic one day about that. It is basically on the rebellious nature, right? How I feel is if you had a rebellious nature, and I feel, and it led you down a dark path or a hardship in life later on, when you're grown and whatnot, I feel that you shouldn't be making any complaints, especially if you was told what not to do
Mhm.
and you chose what you wanted to do. Let's say I hear it a lot from the women. Well, I wanted to do what I wanted to do, or I felt like I was grown, or I was rebellious. I hear a lot of women admit that they were rebellious, which gives a lot of the pushback in saying, well, no, y'all should take accountability. But if you were rebellious, you went against that account. You get what I'm saying? So you
Mhm.
cause your own detriment. You cause your own. You can't complain now. This is what you did.
So Blue,
Yes,
in
ma'am.
Alter Ego Live, I said, right? When I was young, dumb, and full of cum. I had my mom and my dad, right? They would
Whoa,
always say to me, "Don't
you
do
gonna let
this."
that slide? That full of comfort. Whoa,
Oh, you got flagged?
I said I ain't letting that slide. I ain't get flagged.
No, but I'm just saying, like, I was listen, as a teen, like once I turned 18, I done graduated high school, I done had a job. I felt like I was grown. right? And that's me being a woman. Um, and this is me being a woman today versus a young lady. I didn't want to listen. A hard head make a soft behind, right? So they say. I had to go through everything that I went through to get to where I'm at today. Yes, I was rebellious. A lot of the times, women, I'm not all, majority of the women, it's most of the majority of women, we don't want to listen to our parents. We get to that point where we grown. You can't tell us nothing. Um, this is what we're gonna do. So I don't live in regrets, right? I mean, as an adult, I don't live in regrets. I learned from those lessons. So today, if I'm gonna do something, I do it because I want to do it, not because I was peer pressured, I was talked into it, I was tricked into it. No, a man can't trick me out of my pants, off my panties. He can't do me none of that. I'm doing it because that's what I want to do.
Mhm.
But
Absolutely.
you still hear grown women like, "Oh, he tricked me out." He didn't trick you out of nothing. That's what you wanted to do. You felt
Mhm.
your cat was jumping. This is what you wanted to do. He didn't trick you out of anything. You did it. Just say you did it because you wanted to do it.
Miss
Sadari.
Sadari
Sadari.
Sadari. I love Sadari. That's beautiful. Sadari. I like
Thank
that.
you.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. You know, when I go on certain spaces and I talk the way I talk, and people, well, it sound like you hate women. You no, it's not. It's not that. Would you tell your daughter this? Yes, I would. I said because I told them one thing that I would definitely tell my daughter when she gets up of age is do something. Do if you're gonna do something, do it because you want to do it. Don't do it because you're peer pressured. Because at the end of the day, I'd hate for you to have to say basically what you just said. Do it because you want to do it. And I find it so that when people get bad outcomes of what they wanted to do, they tend to lean on, well, it wasn't my fault. And the regrets situation comes to where people realize that they made mistakes. Now here comes deniability. Well, being in denial, right? When a person says that, well, I don't have any regrets on what I did, but it's just whatever they want to blame it on, or whatever. But what I would tell my daughter is, back to what I was saying, basically what I would tell my daughter is do it because you want to do it. Don't do it because you feel like you've been tricked or anything like that, because you can't you can't take back certain actions, right? So make sure this is what you want to do, so you have no regrets in doing whatever you got going on. And that's just my opinion. I don't know.
No, I agree. Right. So I have a homegirl whose daughter is younger than my daughter. Her daughter is 14. My daughter be 16 this year, but she's 15 now, right? Um, thought that, being gay, because often as parents we do talk about, make sure you careful because um little boys bring STIs or whatever, right? So in her mind, she never thought a girl can give her STI. So she went to doing what she was doing. Then she caught chlamydia, right? Um, it just so happened that she took her daughter for a physical. Took her for a gynecology appointment, but took her for a physical. And through the blood work, it say that she had chlamydia. But when chlamydia comes up, it comes up. Chlamydia comes up, and then any STI that comes up, syphilis comes up too. And it was a whole big controversy. She called me. She was like, "Oh, Sadari, my daughter have she has chlamydia and she has syphilis." So I had to really explain it to her. Like, she doesn't have syphilis. Syphilis is always going to come up positive, right? But then I asked her, "Did you teach her that she can catch a STI from a girl too?" She said no. And I said, "That's the problem. You cannot keep saying that a STI comes from a little boy." You have to also explain that girls carry STIs as well. And it takes longer for a girl for it to show up in a girl system. Like it's these rhetorics. So if you're gonna teach both, if you're gonna teach one, teach both. Don't just teach one. And I have a daughter, and I don't teach her. I show her. I rather show her. I tell her, then I show her. So that way she's aware of the situation. Because we was only told.
But let some people tell it. Well, how else do we catch STDs? It's from these nasty ass men. You got a lot of carpet munchers out here. Y'all letting your daughter sleep over at other girls' places, and a lot of their sexual experiences come from other curious little girls, and they don't want to admit that. No, Blue, you just say you hate women because everything gotta be a woman's fault, isn't it? No, well, are y'all paying attention to your daughters? When I get called a certain thing when I say y'all pay a fucking attention. Y'all keep thinking it's not the boys y'all need to worry about. It's the girls influence the other girls.
But you know what? And that's the thing. Like, because I remember when my daughter was in the third grade and she came home and she said, Mommy, is there such thing as two mothers? Right? And then I knew that she had, probably had a friend in school that had two moms. So when she came home, that's not what she was used to seeing. Like, she was used to seeing a man and a woman. And when she came home to me and said that in the third grade, I knew she wouldn't understand. So what I had to do was educate myself on how that works, right? A lot of the times kids get curious. It sometimes it has really nothing to do with in your home because you could be practicing the correct way. A lot of the times the influence be in children. And a lot of women don't, and I can say, because I'm a woman myself and I talk to women all the time, a lot of women never ever wants to take responsibility for anything. So you can't really hold them accountable if they're not even trying to take responsibility for anything.
Yeah, and absolutely. And that comes to basically what we said earlier about the rebellious nature. When when you take accountability on being rebellious, that's when you realize it wasn't that man who tricked me. I tricked me. I wanted to do what I wanted to do, and I got the outcome that I've gotten. And it's in a lot of cases it's not, the man did what he was supposed to do because you let him do it. And you wanted him to do it, right? We're not talking about in other cases in essay or grape or anything like that, but just pure consent in saying this is what I want. It wasn't manipulation and all this here and all that there, like especially when it comes to even if it's creepy, even when it's creepy, right? It's the the older dude or the older woman, the younger or the teen or whatever situation is, right? So even if it's 3 year age difference. A lot of them will say, "Well, you still got manipulated." The Drea situation in the basketball player. How could you say that the man was manipulated? But the man was 22. He's making millions of dollars. That's a grown. Uh, that's an old ass one. That's the older woman, attractive. The man knew what he was doing. Why are we? The man knew what he was doing. You know. I mean, I don't know.
I think it's a lot of pushback because she has a son that's that age, right? And she has a daughter that's about, I
I
think,
mean, Miss Sadari. So, but would it make any difference if she didn't have any children?
I mean, no, it wouldn't make a difference, right? What I'm saying, like, I think a lot of the pushback from the media right now is because she wasn't a part of her son life for that long because she decided to do reality TV. Like a lot of the reality TV stars, they started their careers on reality TV. They wasn't really there for their children, so their children become rebellious, right? I think a lot of the pushback that she getting, because I think the girl Joy, I think she got a baby by Future and Bow Wow. She too, 38, and her baby father 25. I just think that a lot of women, I mean, not some women, can't say a lot, because I'm 38 and I still can't see myself sleeping with somebody that's 25. My baby brother is 34. You get what I'm saying? So I can't see myself sleeping with somebody that's 25. Not even in my older age. Because what is he doing? Humping on me? He humping on me. He's not trying to actually get me to my climax. He trying to get himself to, he trying to get himself to that point. Why would I be doing that to myself? A lot of the things is just for the fame.
I mean, I get the argument, and I'm in total agreement with you, right? But let's just say, what if people not take it to any type of ancestral thought process? Like, my son is that age. How could I, versus, let's take Hell, the movie, and there's a reason why uh, How Stella Got Her Groove Back was a movie. If that movie was done in reverse, I don't think that movie would have become that successful. Period. Or even when it comes to Girls Trip, right, where Jada slept with, even in her real life, slept with a younger man. No one, damn near no one. It took the person of the third eye to say, "No, that's quite ophilic. No, you're a creep. You're one of those type of people." Yada yada yada. But it's more acceptable or not spoke. I'm gonna just say unspoken that women could take advantage of younger boys because we're men and we're not made to be victims of anything, you know.
I agree with you 100%, right? Um, I guess it's just, and then it goes back to how you were raised, right? And I hate to bring it up because a lot of people bring it up, but most women who had fathers in their lives are not reverting backwards or reverting up. I can't see myself sleeping with a man that's 63. That's my dad's age. You understand what I'm saying? Like, what? You're old enough to be my father. I can't see myself sleeping with nobody that's under the age of, I want to say 36. My baby brother is 34. I can't see myself, but that's just me. Everybody don't have that mindset. You have a lot of older women on this app that's 50 plus and say they will sleep with somebody that's 30. And I'm just like, that's like you. So have you ever had a fantasy of sleeping with your son? And when I ask that, it's like, oh, why would you go?
Over there.
What kind of voice was that?
I'm sorry, I was clearing my throat. But what I was saying is
Okay.
like, would you actually like if you're 55 and you sleeping with somebody that's 30, you're old enough to be his mom. Did you ever fantasize about having relations with your son? That's just how I think of it. Maybe it's not the right way to think of it, but that's just like me. I wouldn't do it.
No, no, I completely understand. Like I said, I get it, but and that's usually the argument that a lot of people have. Like, think about your children. What if the people ain't think about their children? What if they found the other person attractive? Or even when it comes to the younger being attracted to the older, I think that's called teleophilia or something like that.
Hmm.
And like, think about it. Like, even when we were younger, how many young girls used to have pictures of B2K and all these singers and rappers on their walls, right? Like, and they was fantasizing or fetishizing these type of older dudes, right? So if we was to call a spade, we wouldn't have allowed none of that to happen, because, like, why you have these older men, we get that you like their music, but now you have these guys all over your wall. Like, what's going on? Stop idolizing these type of men. What's going on in your heads? And then you find out the guys who they snuck out with, our teenagers snuck out with, favored these dudes. So I think it goes without saying.
I agree, though. I agree. Um, I one the last guy I dealt with, he lied about his age. Because if I knew he was 10 years older than me, I wouldn't have dealt with him. And a lot of people say 10 years is not a big thing. 10 years was a big thing for me. It doesn't necessarily have to be for you, but for me, that's what it was. At the age of 38, my cutoff time is 45. I don't want to deal with you at 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. That's just something, that's my preference, right? And it also, like, because my oldest brother, he's 49. Anything in between those times, I don't want to even think about having relations with those men that's those ages, older than me.
No, I respect that. I definitely respect that because when you put yourself in that state of mind and in thinking that way, like, oh, that's my son's age, or oh, that's my daddy's age, or whatever. Then I get it. You know, there's plenty of people out here that people can mess with that's around their ages. But you know, some people do just have a liking or just happen to fall in love with whoever or get with whoever they get with. Just my thing is I just hate when the argument comes in, it's manipulation, right? When they're clearly aware of what's going on. I just really dislike that that uh that getaway, that escape, that what's the word? That excuse in saying, well, you knew they wasn't mature enough, or you took advantage of that older man knowing he needed somebody or he just wanted somebody and you took advantage of him or you took advantage of her. Like, but they're fucking grown. Like, they're grown.
So I'll be hearing that too though about that mature. Like, how somebody gonna waiver somebody's maturity? And the thing is, if if that person wasn't mature enough, they would have did it. So it's obvious they wasn't mature themselves. So it's that'd be funny though. It be just because you a certain age don't necessarily mean you're mature. Some people is freaking immature, act like the same age as the person they didn't probably mess with. You know, if it was younger or something like that. It's big. There's really some big body kids out here. That's just what it is.
I
That's true. That's true indeed. True indeed.
because I and I think it was the most disrespectful thing in the world when my dad passed away. One of the guys that used to be, one he was like his ace boon coon, had told me just this summer that just passed, like, I had a thing for you since you was younger. So you were looking at me when I was a teenager.
Whoa,
And I said, if my
this
dad
stuff getting wilder and wilder the more you talk.
no, but it's just like the things that I hear older people say. And I'm just like, you were attracted to me when I was younger. Like when I was younger, like, really? My dad had beat up one of his best friend because I was walking up the steps one day and he was at the bottom of the step looking up under my skirt. I didn't know, but my father happened to walk in and he was looking up under my skirt. So these things do occur. But at some point, like as a woman, as a grown woman now, I can't see myself dating some like in a whole relationship with somebody that's my dad age. What are you trying to be my like what are you looking for? Are you looking for a daughter at this moment? Because I'm not looking for you to be my father. I want a man. Like we're not you don't want to you there's no equality. You just want to nah, I'm good. Because then I start thinking all of these crazy things. Like, do you fantasize about just sleeping with young girls? Like, did you fantasize? Like, these are the crazy thoughts that go through my head. It's
Yeah, no,
probably
no,
not
that's
healthy.
fair. No, that's fair. Now, in that essence, yeah, of course, I would be quite leery about, like, hold on now. So is this with anybody or was it just with me? And how, like, is this really what, like, I get what's going on. So now I think now here comes the diagnosis of what's going on. Like I said, I didn't know that there was a thing called teleophilia, and there's things before that and after that that will classify these people into whatever they whatever they like, right? Because there's people out there who like babies. There's people out there who like toddlers. There's people out there who like, you feel me, and it goes up and goes up, and it's not classified as one or the other. You get what I'm saying? there's no excuse of it. I just dove into, because when the whole situation was going on with Moses, right, and he was trying to explain some things, so I did some education too. I'm like, oh, so there's different type of Ophelias out here? Like, ain't no way. So that kind of opened my eyes. So for people to wait and perch on people to reach a certain age, that I think that's wrong. Yeah, of course, that's absolutely wrong. You saw this person grow up, right? I mean, it is what it is. But now let me ask you guys a question. Let's take a Raven Simone, right? We all watched Raven Simone grow up on TV. Would it be wrong if an older man was attracted to her, knowing that we technically watched Raven Simone grew up on TV, right? So would that still classify as what you guys think it is,
Absolutely. I mean,
even if he wasn't around her, right?
it doesn't matter if he was around her or not. I think that I get it because I've heard older men say they are. It's an older man right now. He's 50 plus that said he's attracted to me, but he's attracted to me because I can hold the conversation. It's so many things that he say, but I'm like, bro, you 50 plus, right? Yes, I am 38. Um, TF. I am 38, but I'm not dating somebody that's 50. I don't see myself with him at 50, like him being 55 and I'm 38. Absolutely not. You gonna take the cheat code, so now you want to be taking the Viagra pills and think you gonna wear my little coon out. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not doing that. No,
So
hell
so
no.
see Miss so see Miss Sadari, like, and that's some of the arguments that some older women do have, because which is why, like, there's a couple women on Instagram went kind of viral, and they have their fan base, and they talk about dating and sleeping with younger boys. They said they're young, they're full of vigor, they're exciting, they help them stay youthful, right? So my thing is, when it comes to that, is they holler, well, we don't got no time for a man to be taking pills just to get right or get hard or this, that, and the third. So they run to the younger man. They didn't specify age. I have to add that. They didn't specify age. But I think that's quite leery too. Like, why don't you specify age? Like, how young are we talking? For the ones who say, well, an older man can't do shit for me but pay my bills because they can't even stay hard or whatever, whatever, whatever.
You know
And
what?
that's one of my biggest fears. And if I'm me growing old with somebody and I not get right, and she go cheat on me with a younger man, I might just get pissed and call her a pedo. You know what I mean? You pedo, but then I can't call her a pedo because why? Pedos are people who are attracted to basically babies. It's not teleophilia. There's a difference between pedos
Okay,
and,
so I'm gonna say this
yeah.
to you,
Go ahead.
right? As a woman, if you and I are together, you got 8 years over me, right? Um, my thing is, I'm gonna tell, like, if we're together, hey, go see your doctor. Maybe you need to go see an ED. You get what I'm saying? These things are possible. It all goes according to the woman and how much she love you, how much she's in love with you, how much she's willing to go with you, right? So if that's a thing, like, hey, so if you having an erectional dysfunction, go just see an ED. That don't mean I gotta go jump on another young dude penis because you not getting up. Hey, let's take.
28 of y'all hit them likes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
That don't mean I need to go jump on another young man pedo because no, let's help fix your dysfunction. And if the doctor say, hey, don't take this pill every night, take half a pill, because if the half a pill gonna keep you erect for 3 to 4 hours where she could get off, I'm cool with that, right? Because you and I are having a conversation, we're talking about it. And as a woman, and you're my man, that's the only thing we can do, because I don't plan on just making you feel real low because you have an ED or you're not getting up to your full capacity. But it might just be me. It may not be you have an ED. It may be how you see me now. So it can go both ways.
I respect that. I definitely respect that. Um, I just hope that people would be more susceptible and understanding in
Mhm.
your words, really, in understanding that instead of going out and going to get someone younger. And I think this is some of the arguments that a lot of women do have too, because, well, damn, you can't get an older woman, you can't satisfy an older woman, and then how they'll give some men hell for wanting to date a 30-year-old, 25-year-old, such and so forth. So
And like somebody said in the comments, a lot of young dudes are dealing with that now too. You know why they're dealing with that? Because they taking all of these. It's so many like them ecstasy pills and them, what you call them, Molly pills. They don't look into.
For educational purposes.
Sorry, all right. Let me put F1.
Oh no.
Um, they're taking those things and they don't realize that it does give them an ED. It may have you going for about 3 to 4 days, but actually when that body shut down, it's going to shut down. And those are one of the side effects of those pills that people really, or even with the thing they were selling in the corner store, the honey. Like, why do you need honey? What are you doing with that?
yeah, the honey pack. Yeah, I heard it was a natural aphrodisiac, like watermelon and some other things. I don't think too much pushback gets. I don't think too much of that gets that much pushback because it's quote unquote a natural, right? Like taking herbs or smoking the tweeds or whatnot. It's not that much pushback because it's all natural versus something manufactured. That's like a woman eating pineapple or taking what is it that helps moisture down there with women?
Taking
What
heater.
yeah, whatever it is that whatever it is that helps a woman's and pH, right, and moisture. I think the natural things shouldn't be shunned. I'm with the blue pill stuff. Like, y'all get off the blue pill stuff. Go get something natural. Check your diet. Check your health. Make sure your stuff is up to par. Like, a lot of men don't know beet juice. Beet juice is an aphrodisiac. One of the things to help blood flow to that area. So you got to do your research.
With me being Panamanian and Haitian, right? What I see on both sides of my family. My mom's side is Panamanian, my dad's side is Haitian, right? They both do the same thing. They drink Guinness and they eat peanuts. They drink the sea moss. They drink all of these things, and these are the things that keep them functioning. Because I remember one time, I overheard my one of my brothers say, "Yeah, because I'm gonna drink this Guinness and eat these peanuts, and I'm gonna wear her ass out." And I was like, "That's what y'all doing?" So then I started paying attention. That's what a lot of like West Indians do. I'm not saying all, but a lot of West Indians, they drink Guinness and eat peanuts because they say it gives them a strong arm, right? But that's just the West Indian way. But you have a lot of people that don't take care of their bodies. You know how many men I've heard on this app say, I don't have to go to the doctor because as long as my woman go to the GYN and nothing is wrong with her, I don't have to go to the doctor.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that.
You know how discouraging that is?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very disheartening.
Because at some point, I had to tell one of the guys in a live, I think it was this live, Kev Live. He was like, "Oh, I'm not going to the, because you don't know how painful it is." I said, "That's how I know you ain't been to the doctor in a long time, because they no longer use the Q-tip to give you a test." He's like, "How you gonna tell me? How you going?" I'm telling you, they haven't used that method in maybe like 8 to 10 years. They no longer use a Q-tip. When the last time you've been to the doctor? But those are the things that discourage a man from going to the doctor. Like even when it goes to actually checking out for colon and things like that. Like you have some people that just push back on a lot of things. Like I said, as a grown woman, if my man and he's something is going wrong with him, let's go to the doctor. Because why are we out here playing?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So I guess we didn't derail Kev's talking points up here. I ain't come to stay too long myself though. But talk to you, Mr. Dari. Okay, is the problem? Is it, is the problem? We talk about women too much, or at least, or to less. Oh, God damn it! Why can't I read? Listen, I've been up all night. I'm at work, y'all. All right, let me
I
do it again
feel it.
because I can read. I can
You
read.
said I could
I
do it.
can
I'm
read. I can read. Okay. Is the problem we talk about women too much or too less? To you, and why? I think now um, women are hollering. It's I guess when you corner some of them in some of their arguments, like how we started off with this conversation with Mr. Dari, that was full accountability. And a lot of women wouldn't like what she said, and they will call her a pick me based on her talking point earlier, right? About accountability. I find it so that whenever you corner them in a lot of their talking points that gives them accountability or makes them take accountability, it's now they want white flags. Stop talking about women. There's better things to talk about. Um, and it's just, and then we're not used to men talking to women like this, and such and so forth, because a lot of them, how they say, didn't have a lot of men or uh, sane men with a strong opinion, and men who are men. Because think about it, the most of the men who's on these, I ain't gonna say most. I'll say a good bit of these men who's having these talking points in these podcasts are family men, family oriented fathers, and they're giving them pushback. So it's not that we don't talk about women too much, or we talk about women too much. It's just, I just think that they don't want to be told what to do. And when it comes to the forefront, it's like, no, now y'all hate women. Talk about something else. Y'all talk about us too much. And theoretically, y'all the cat's meow. Women, you are it. You spend 70 cents on the dollar, and you guys are the consumers, the top consumers. So how are we not supposed to have conversations about you? I've seen lives where they having decenter decenter men. But how is that? If you want to decenter men, let's decenter everything men do for you, everything men have contributed to society for you. If you want to decenter men, I've never heard a podcast or a talking point of men saying decenter women. You get me? Because we know we love women, regardless if we don't like their action, their ways, their talking points. We still gonna want a woman around. Period. That's my that's my take on that. What do you say, Mr. Dari?
I agree. See, me, I'm all like, again, I hear a lot of older women say a bunch of BS, right? Does it make sense to me? Absolutely not. Are they talking from their experiences? Absolutely. Are they, when, especially the ones that say, like, oh, all these men do is talk about women, they don't talk about men. But in mid conversation, if a man is saying something wrong and another man is in the room, the man check them immediately, unmute they mic. Hey, no, don't say this, or don't say. I've seen it in so many
Yeah,
lives,
I seen it too.
and I still see it. You get what I'm saying? I have watched men check another man for disrespecting Tansy in this live, right? So it's not about they a lot of the times, and me as a woman too, because I was once that woman. I just didn't grow, I just didn't become this woman overnight. It took growth. A lot of women are not willing to do the work. They just want to look at, oh, men ain't ish, they ain't doing this and they ain't doing that. All of that comes with growth. At some point, you got to say, what part did I play? Why are men only talking about women? They're talking about women because these are the things that women get away with. Women can get
Mm-hmm.
away with so much shit. And it's like, you never want to hear men say, well, women do it. It's just like,
Right.
yo, if you're not going to hold these women accountable, stop trying to hold me accountable. Stop trying to hold me responsible. And that becomes the gender war. The gender war starts from that. Well, if you can't hold her responsible, why are you holding me responsible? Or if
Yeah,
you can't,
one thing I want to make a clarification for the ladies who always bring up, well, stop bringing up women. What y'all in competition with the women? No, it's not that.
All
It's
the
just
time.
we're just clearing the air from all these years of women talking about men. We're just clearing the air from what's been gathered. Now men are talking. Now you're getting what you're getting. Go ahead, Mr. Barry.
that's another thing, right? Women talk so much, oh, I want a man to be vulnerable. I want a man to
What's up, Juicy? You can come up,
I
Juicy.
want a man to be open to me, right? Then when you get this man to open up to you and talk to you, you want to call him sassy. He talking too much. He doing. So what is it that you really want? You want him to be a puppet. You want him to go out there, go to work, bust his behind to get everything that he need to get for you, but you also want him to be a puppet. No, life don't work like that. It doesn't. So even when I'm sitting in lives and I hear women talking this BS, and I'll be like, so what part did you play? You can't keep blaming the man. What part did you play? Don't tell me because, oh, anytime he wanted me to bust it open, I did. After you do that, then what? Because vagina is not always the answer. After you do that, then what? What comes after that? The problem is still there.
No, absolutely. Uh, that goes back to the thing of manipulation and accountability. Like there's always the manipulation. I've been manipulated. He wooed me. He used his money. So women don't use their beauty. Women don't use their how did he used his masculinity? So women don't use their femininity. Like what's going on? I mean, I think to give you got to get, and to get you got to give, and especially if it's being reciprocated. I just the manipulation talking points just fucks me over.
You know what it is? Okay, and I think it starts from a young child, right? I'm gonna tell you one thing. One day, my daughter broke one of the vases in my house when she was a baby. She was about 4, right? And she came to me and she started crying. I didn't fall into the crying thing. I told her to stop crying, right? After you stop crying, then come back and tell me what happened. She came back 3 minutes later. She stopped crying because I cannot allow you to think that crying is going to solve the problem. Crying does not solve the problem. Tell me what happened. And she came back and she said, I was playing and I made a mistake and broke the vase. And I said, was that worth you crying over? She didn't understand me at the age of 4, but that's me correcting her right now at the age of 4, because if not, she's going to think that crying will always solve the issue.
Mm.
A lot of that starts from home. It starts from home. So if correction
I
is
agree.
home, then guess what? That's what women gonna do. They're gonna run around and keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, no, I agree. I got a 5-year-old daughter myself, and she tries to pull the tears and everything. She's a very smart girl, intelligent, mind you. Um, and I don't play that type of stuff. And their mom, especially when it comes to my son, because she gives the soft, she gives the stern but soft parenting, right? And Daddy, I'm gonna stand on business. If I say no game for a whole week, no game for a whole week. If I'm getting in my son ass or my daughter ass about something, I'm saying no. You're not gonna have this for this amount of time or this long or yada yada yada. She'll get soft and say, "Well, okay, don't you think they learned their lesson? They're smart. They're smart. They learned their lesson. It shouldn't be for that long." Da-da-da. I'm like, no, let me be a father. Let me do what I'm supposed to damn do. Oh, blue. All right, whatever.
It be like that though. That's the thing. Like, if you don't correct behavior, like for instance, these women that raise single moms that raise young boys, most of them are raising them to be sonsmen, right? So when you raising your son to be a sonsman, and then he you know branch off, get married, and now the mom is all in the relationship, and the wife is like, oh, I don't want to be a part of that no more. Like, if your mother thinks she's gonna run my household, then I have a problem. And then you got these sons who, even when they do go check their mother, the first thing their mother say is, well, I know what's best for you. We can't say that don't happen. We witness it in 4K every day. But these are the things, like even with women, right? Like I had said in Ultra Live, it wasn't until my dad was on his way out before he said to me, listen, Sadari, I tried to teach you for years, right? You have to listen to your man in order to understand. Stop listening to respond. You don't have to respond to everything. Sit back and listen sometimes. Every action doesn't need a reaction. And it was a time where if I didn't like what was going on, my whole house was shaken up. You think I cared at that moment? I didn't care. But now, if it's a disagreement and I'm not understanding what the disagreement is, we don't have to talk about it right now. But before we go to sleep, we're going to talk about it, because I cannot sleep knowing that there's a disconnect between you and I. That's an issue. But that's not an issue like that plays a part in a lot of other people's relationships. But for me, that would be an issue.
Yeah, I understand that. I definitely understand that. So the second one, why do women Huh. Why do women a lot play victimhood or deflect to men when it comes to accountability? I think we touched on some of that. Um, it's because they're not used to men or parents really holding them accountable when they get to their adult age, and now they are the victim to their choices, and let's say, like saying the rebellious situation, right? The accountability in saying you got what you got because you was rebellious. You got what you got because you was a hardhead. You're getting what you're getting. They told you not to mess with that boy who did this or that boy who did that, or he only wanted this, or hell, Lauren Hill even told you back then that thing. You feel
Mm-hmm.
me? Like they gave clear warnings. And not only that, if you saw your mothers or your fathers going through child support, right? Or I know we're talking about the women, that is a women thing, but let's just I'm gonna add the men in there too, because they don't say, Blue, you always talking about, no, shut the fuck up. So when it comes to the men, you saw your fathers going through child support. Ladies, you saw your mama raising your multiple brothers and sisters with different last names. You want to do the damn same thing? Your mama was a teenage mom. You want to do the same damn thing? So I think when we're made that, and that's where the lies come in. I think when you lie to your children at a young age, and then they come up and say, well, you didn't turn out too bad. You're okay, which gives credence or leeway to say, well, I could do the same thing my mama did because my mama has a no judgment zone and she's going to accept me regardless and not hold me accountable to my ordeal. All we got to do is either go to court or whatever. You get where I'm coming from?
No, I understand it, right? My mom had me at 16. I didn't have my daughter till I was 23. Um, which is not much of a big difference, but I was somewhere.
You were
Uh,
as an adult. That's a big difference. My first child was at 23. Yes, that's a big difference. Kudos to you because you beat your mama's age. Now I think that's children's. That should be children's. One of some of the children's first things to do is to be better than your parents, and I think parents should teach their children to be better than them. Go ahead.
so I didn't want to. Let me tell you, I was born in '85. A lot of my friends growing up, we grew up in Brooklyn, New York, in the projects. Um, a lot of my friends, 15, 16, they were having kids and they couldn't do certain things that we were able to do. Um, at that time, Jordans was a thing, so was Grant Hills. You always wanted the latest, and my father always kept me and my sisters in the salon every 2 weeks. We had to go get a washing set. So I knew that having a bit, and plus I was too selfish to want to have kids. Man, I wanted to take that $4 fun pass and go everywhere. I had a curfew. I wanted to be out my house by 11 o'clock. If I had my hair appointment was at 9 o'clock, I would come home, take a shower, get dressed, and be out the door by 12 because I knew my curfew was at 9. So I wanted to be outside for 9 hours doing a bunch of whatever it was, right? Um, I knew not to break curfew because if I did, I wouldn't be going out next weekend. It was just a lot of things that I've learned growing up. That's something that my mom may have. My grandfather was there, but he wasn't there, right? So he was there in the physical, but he wasn't there emotionally, spiritually, psychologically for his children because all he knew was to go make the money and come home and be the husband and didn't know how to be a father. I wasn't going for that. So I didn't want a kid at 16. Shit. I was mad when I was pregnant at 23. I thought my whole life was over, but my life has changed. And I took the change and I took it with me. Some people have children and don't change. For instance, in Brooklyn, New York, I could go to work at 10 o'clock in the morning, see these same project mothers sitting on on the bench drinking. I come home, they drunk as fuck, still going back to the liquor store. So it's just a lot of like some things people don't want to change. And before we could hold men accountable for the part they play, but a lot of the times men go off of what the women say. Like I hear a lot of men say, I just can't call anybody and to have sexual relations with, but a woman could call any man and have sexual relationships with them because that's what the man is looking for, right? And that's where a lot of the times women mess up the men.
Okay, touche. Uh, why do we have to be considered misogynistic bashers or pygmies to call a woman out? Well, that goes to the accountability thing. The the woman is the closest thing to God. That's why I think a lot of them would have would have children before they would have marriage, right? Because that's like y'all saw that clip of the teachers asking the eighth graders, would you do you want to get married when you get older, or would you get married when you get older? And it was black children, young black children. A couple of them said no, because if I do, I wouldn't get child support.
Yeah, it was one little girl that has stuck out to me.
Right, right. So I'm like, who's teaching these children that? So now you have adults who have that same mentality that they're passing to their children. In but so many words, but they can you can tell somebody something, but I guess actions speak louder than words, right? Um, calling them out is like you're calling out God. How dare you call us out because we have you? How dare you tell us we're wrong because we birthed you? We could have left you drying up on a towel or on our back or swallowed, but we chose to bring you here. And if the man don't stick around for you, then that's his fault. I did the best that I could, such and so forth. So no matter what I do, you can't call me out because you'll be misogynistic, you're a basher, and any woman who agrees with you, they'll be pick me's and this, that, and the third. So that's my standpoint on it.
And my standpoint is most women are misogynistic, but they don't want to have that conversation, right? Most women are the most majority of the women are more misogynistic than the men. So when I hear them saying it, I'll say, well, you're condescending. And they don't even understand what condescending is. Most women are more condescending, more misogynistic than a little bit, right? So if a woman calls you misogynistic, that's because she see women the same way you see them. Instead of trying to actually help the woman, she will rather quote unquote bash the woman. No, so TJ, I don't know what you're talking about. Women are misogynistic. But anyway, I don't even know why I'm reading the comments because maybe you meant to say something different. Most women are misogynistic, right? I don't think men bash women. I think they bash the experience that they have been through with women. A lot and I've seen it, and even my brother going through it right now. A good dude. He was taught how to, work, take care of his family, but his woman, I don't even call her my sister-in-law, but his woman, she's living a life of somebody else's. So she want this life that somebody else have and keep beating on his chest. Oh, if you don't do this, if you don't do that. I told him straight up, and I'm not the woman that'll tell him to anybody to leave their person. Leave her. Because once you leave her, and if I don't go with men taking anything that they bought for a woman, but if you take everything that she have in that house, what is she gonna have? She don't have a job because what's she doing? She depending on you. Even with her depending on you, she didn't even take the time to get like take a trade, go to school, get a degree, do anything. But she wants this life of every time she see, I think she likes Saweetie and Lotto, and every time she see them with these things she wanted. No, she can't afford it. And that's a lot of things that I have an issue with women. Like, how do you have these high ass standards? Oh, you want a man that makes six figures. Have you ever touched six figures in your life? Do you know what it feels like to be a six-figure person? Oh, okay. So you don't? Why? Why you want that? Because it sound good? A lot of the times, this is what it is.
No doubt, no doubt. I feel you. All right. Do you believe a lot of women think that they are perfect? Really think that they are perfect? Well, hold up. That is why they call themselves tens and can't be corrected. Yeah, like I said, I think a lot of this is piggybacking off each other. Kev, you're a motherfucker for that. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm finding correlation in it in what's going on myself, but like I said, it's the God complex that they have. Um, when it comes to the accountability factor and saying, well, let's like how the other Kevin used to do. Well, where do you rate yourself? Most of them gave themselves a 10, right? But then some people say, well, why would you rate yourself any less? You should think very highly of yourself. Well, that don't mean lie to yourself if you think, like if you feel like you have no room for improvements, then a lot of them would say no. But then I have to ask the question: is that with makeup or without it? With the weave or without it? Because if you feel that you're a 10, why do extra stuff to you? Why go the extra mile in putting on nails and lashes and this, that, and third if you feel you are the perfect 10? Or do you only feel that you're the perfect 10 when you're made up? You get me? That's my thing. Hey, Miss Juice, good morning.
Good morning, brother.
Hey, Miss Juice. So I'm gonna say
Good.
this, right? Let me answer the
Yeah,
last question, Miss Juice, and then you can answer question one. I don't think I'm a 10, right? I don't wear makeup, I don't wear eyelashes, I don't do none of that. The most I do is put lip gloss on. However, I do buy bundles, I do get my hair done, right? That's because that's a choice. I don't think I'm a 10. I'm a 7.5. I'm perfectly imperfect. I'm fluid like a motherfucker. Like, but I can tell you that I'm fluid like a motherfucker. Um, I am able to be honest with someone because now I'm giving you the option to deal with me. I'm not trying to persuade you to deal with me. No, this is who I am. This is what I am. This is what I can be. This is who I'm trying to be. Now, you ask me a logical question like, where do you see us 5 years from now? It depends on the conversation. Like, if I meet a man today, I'm not going on a date with him tomorrow. No, let's conversate. And I don't mean conversate through text messages. Let's talk on the phone. Let me get to know you, get to know me. Like, that's the part that's missing out of actually getting to know people, right? I'm gonna tell you everything. I'm gonna tell you everything about me. I'm gonna tell you what I want and what I don't want. And the biggest right now is I'm gonna tell a man, if you want children, I am not the woman for you. I don't want no more children. I'm gonna just nip that shit in the bud right then and there. That's not what I want. Now, if I check everything off besides that you wanting children, it's up to you to deal with me, but you're not going to wait 6, 7, 8, 9 years down the line and during a misunderstanding, well, I wanted children and you were selfish enough to keep me. No, let me tell you what I want right now.
and you know what? She is so right. Look. I'm glad she landed. Look at Jeezy. Look at Jeezy and his current wife. She said it with her last husband. She didn't want no children. So I'm saying she was gonna be loud. She was gonna argue with him. And as a black man, what did he do? He said, "I do." Now look at what they going through. I mean, it's just as easy to blame the woman, but you guys do be making the same. Like y'all say, marry before you lay. Bro, how about you marry before you spray?
We usually say marry before you carry. We're not talking about sex. We just
But even still, no, it goes both. I feel what she's saying. So I'm saying we can't just keep going, oh, this, oh, that, oh, this. No, take accountability. Jeezy should not get no sympathy from you men. So I'm saying I bring him up as a good point because guess what? She warned him. She told him exactly how she was going to act. He fell in love with the beauty, not what she said to him. Not what she said to the world. Forget him. She announced it to the world. You guys
And
do
you,
kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I like how you just did that too, and you just proved the point. So I got a question to ask you now. He
okay.
made me run all the way from downstairs. I was trying to do something real quick. So I want you to be the one to answer number two then. Why do women a lot play victim or deflect to man when it comes to accountability?
Honestly, I can't answer that question
Yeah,
because I've never
I
been.
thought you couldn't because you literally just did it.
No, 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 no.
He
No,
like,
me personally, no, my comment was in general. Okay? Me personally, I cannot answer that question.
of course.
You see
You
what I'm
should have
saying?
showed it a couple minutes ago. You just did it. Because it was so random. You came with you was like, all right, well, women is getting held accountable. Let me show you that man can do it. So you deflected. So
Yeah,
it was
men need to be accountable too.
of
I
course,
mean,
right. But I just find it sad that soon as we hold a woman, and it always be like that too, from what I noticed though. Because I just literally had a live earlier today, or yesterday, right, about men. It was, I don't think it hardly even would deflect back. Well, women do it too type stuff. Well, you just literally did. Well, men do it too, and it goes both ways. It's like, I want to know, even though I know the
the
answer
only
though,
reason
but I
why,
be wanting
okay,
to know
bro.
why can't women just take accountability on their own without having to mention another man?
So I'm the bad guy because
No, I'm
I
just
know how to
make you
fix
aware of it.
car. No, no, hold on. No, see, look, I know how to fix cars more than most men in my life. I get told I'm too masculine. You so I'm okay with that. I'm not arguing with it. I'm not saying I'm a pick me because of it. You see what I'm saying? However,
Deflect.
do not assume because I choose to be single and love my car like exactly. I have my freedom. I can pay for my parts and I don't have a man telling me, well, what are you investing in that for? That's not ladylike. I can just do me. I would hope the man I'm entertaining would be okay with that. Now, can they pass the test? 9 times out of 10, no.
Y'all paying attention, right?
It's juice. I have to. I mean, I have to give you some pushback. I'm gonna tell you why.
But did y'all just see what happened though?
Yeah, and I'm
Oh,
She don't even notice. It's
what?
funny.
right. So you came off with saying Jeezy and his wife, right? I did watch the interview. She didn't say that she didn't want no children. What she did say was that a melanated man was her entree, like the food before, right? But then
Hold on. Let me correct you right there. She was married to a man before
a
him
YT
and
man.
told him and America on live TV she did not want like she was talking about Tamara, one of those twins. So I'm saying about
She said,
motherhood.
okay, so what she said was that a melanated man would be her entree. That's not her ideal man, right? So again, you had a man who thought that he can probably change her mind. Cool, right? But when you came up, you came in hard, right? But then you switched everything. You said, but a man, right? So here we go. The prompt is holding men accountable, right? So you came up trying to say something about a woman to hold men accountable when the question was just addressed to how can we hold men accountable? And we are the same people who want to hold men accountable or want other men to hold men accountable but we make up excuses for us. So what you did was you made an excuse for us as women. I don't agree with it at all. I don't agree with what she said, how she went about it. Because to me, that's playing with somebody's feelings, a man at that. We do know that when men love, they love harder. So things get taken out of context, and then we want to blame men. Us as women want to blame men for the part that we played, the actions that we took, everything that we did, and that's not fair.
Is she a sister though?
It's not.
Is she okay? I brought Jeezy up as a black man making a mistake. You
But
see what I'm
what
saying?
mistake?
That,
Okay,
but like, it wasn't an attack on our sisters. If you feel, I'm saying she's not a sister.
but she
Can we agree on that?
yes, yes, she's not a sister, but she's a woman. So whether the woman is white, pink, orange, yellow, brown, navy blue, we are still women. And when it's time to hold us accountable, we deflect, we make excuses, we do all of these things under the sun because we don't want to look like the bad person, instead of actually sitting back and thinking of all the things we said, right? Because once a man hear what the words that are coming out your mouth, and it went to his ears, you cannot take that back. There's no many sorries, I apologize. You can say that to you blue in the face, but it came out your mouth, it hit his ears, he heard it. And this is the biggest issue right now with women. They think because we have a lethal tongue that it's our place to hurt that man because he hurt our feelings. No, sometimes it's time to sit back and think about the part that you play. We gotta stop acting like the men are the problems, because we play a part too. I'm not saying that we always play a part, but when shit hit the fan, now we have to sit there and think about the part that we had played. Take your feelings out and start thinking logic. That's the biggest problem. And then a lot of women get on this app and say, oh, all y'all do is say is men is logic, because they don't have time to deal with emotions. You know why? Because the first thought in their mind is how to fix the problem. But they can't fix a problem with a combative woman. They can't fix a problem to a woman who always go against the grain. They can't fix a problem to a woman who think that they're like them. Oh, you want to stand up to me and have your chest
That's
out.
not true.
That
See, look,
okay.
see, okay, that's what I'm saying. I am in Tennessee, okay? I'm a Southern Belle. I had more cousins, uncles, so I'm saying best friends. I can fix my own car. What can Brown do for you? Well, I can take out my own trash. I'm a shit. Like, I'm not being combative. So if I tell you while you fixing your car, put your e-brake on, I'm looking out for you. I'm not being a smart ass. You know what I'm
But
saying?
Miss Juice,
Certain cars, hold on. But see, that's the problem. As a female, because I have that knowledge, there's plenty of me out where you too masculine for me. I'm trying to help you. Just because I know more about that vehicle than you doesn't make me a smart, like, we're nurturers, right?
absolutely,
As women, we are the nurturers.
absolutely. But it
Right. So just because I'm looking out for you doesn't make me too, like, I just might know a little bit more about your Charger. So I'm saying your Durango. than you do because I was raised that way. But
Okay.
a lot of men knock us because of it. Female mechanics, female barbers. Like, seriously, I'm a barber.
All right.
And
So
I'm
let me say
cold.
this.
I'm cold. But will a man trust me to be his barber? No. They gonna shit on me all the time.
No, that's not true. So let me say this to
Shit.
you. I'm gonna say this to you. So I have a father, but I have 8 older brothers, right? So I understand what it's like. I was a tomboy growing up. I was a tomboy. I played Skelly. I played Manhunt. I learned how to ride a RDX real quick, right? I learned how to ride ATVs. I learned how to ride a motorcycle. That was the tomboy in me. It's still a feminine part of me because you have feminine women that drive, that ride motorcycles and ATVs, and they do it. Sometimes they do it better than a dude, but you still have these same women who respect men. It's about respect. Yes, we are nurturers. That's what we do. And I'm sure a lot of people gonna call me a pick me, but yes, I am a pick me. Pick me first, don't pick me second, third, fourth, or fifth, right? But this is just the God honest truth. At some point, we have to allow a man to be a man. You cannot but like a man will not respect a woman who is bucking up to him like she's his equal. It don't have nothing about it, and maybe it's the tone of your delivery. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. You know what I'm saying? It's not who you know, it's what you know. And those things are very important. We always speak on women want protection, men want respect. How can we protect the men? How can the man protect us if we're not respecting men? That is the issue that we're having. Let's point the finger to a man. Oh, a man is not allowing me to tell him. No, it's not that he's not allowing you to tell him. How are you telling him? And that's the problem with that the men are having with a lot of women. They want to be equal. I'm not equal to a man. I'm not doing half the shit men do. Probably not 75% shit of the things that a man will do. But I know when because I'm single and my car need an oil change or I gotta go get a tune up, if I had a man, that's not something I would do. He would do it. But because I don't, that's something I have to do. Do I sit around the mechanics to try to figure out what the hell is going on? Absolutely not. I am not interested in that. Maybe
Okay, sis, I
Wait,
feel
before you go, Juice, I gotta
you.
let a couple more people go. Well, but TJ, are you next? I'm just let y'all do the first thing. How you feel about the topic?
So I'm like um I'm agreeing with a lot of what Miss Sandry is saying,
So dark.
right? What I would say to Juicy, right, is um it's not necessarily about your knowledge that you have about whatever things that you grew up learning about. It's how you present that knowledge to whatever man that you're involved with. Right. So like you can be knowledgeable and you can have all that information, but if you're coming at a man like you're coming at everybody in this live right now, you are going to create an issue, right? Because you're coming at us all angry. You're at like level 9, almost level 10.
Because I have a raspy voice like my father. For one, I have not yelled. I have not cussed anyone out. So therefore, that's an assumption, sir. What I'm saying, like, I agree again with sis. At 42, I'm still a tomboy. I have a 2002 Mustang. So I'm saying I declare myself the suburban. That's my lifestyle. That is me. My that's not feminine, and I'm not that feminine chick. Like I am a tomboy. I'm gonna fix my car with or without a man.
Got you.
You see
Okay.
what I'm
Got
saying? Like
So
So
I
just
get
to
that.
set the record, though, not the record, but for my observation, you've been drinking.
No, I'm actually getting ready for surgery. Thank you.
You said you what?
Getting ready for surgery.
Okay, I got something up because it's like you can't stick on a topic. It's like you keep going, you deflecting or something like that. So I'm trying to get you the benefit that it's something. It's either something something is up. You have to admit it or not. Cause yeah, we just asking like simple questions and it's like you going all the way off. But it is what it is, I guess. All
What?
right, so I'm gonna let I don't know his name. Fox. What's up?
Good morning.
Good morning. What you got?
Um,
Anything you heard or you want to address the first what about the topic?
about the topic,
All right.
look, I'm about to be 62. My thing is, if you get a mate and you and your mate are together, some things you're gonna learn from her, some things she gonna learn from you. That's called partnership. But I commend the lady that working on her O2 Mustang. I commend you. But the thing is, to solidify all this here, we should become as one and work on each boundaries. Like, me and my lady, if we get into a confrontation, I say, hey, time out. Take that, put it up on the shelf, and we'll chisel at it to see what's what. But let's continue on. I like the topic. I'm not trying to take over right now. I just want to be a listener, and I commend whatever thought anybody got because, hey, you got to listen first. With that, I'm going to pass the mic.
All right.
Who dropped? Why you drop, Bruce? I wasn't coming for you. I was just telling you, like, I understand where you coming from. I'm not knocking. I stated that I am a woman who drive motorcycles. I on vacation. I like to go on ATVs. I like to do all of these things, right? But if a man is saying, "Hey, don't get on that motorcycle right this second because this and that is going on," I'm not gonna go back and forth with him. What am I doing that for? He's protecting me from something. And I think that's the problem today. A lot of women don't want to listen to what the man has to say.
She said I've been married yet, still a single mom doing it. Okay, I can hear it. So it's coming from her. She might not be drunk. She's just expressing herself. My life is no longer bothered by men. So yeah, she been hurt. That's what it was. But that's where it's coming from. So you talking from hurt talking points.
Kev, we can't in that hurt talk either, right? Um,
So what?
we can't keep making excuses.
That's not an excuse now. That's the fact. She is talking out of hurt. That's why a lot of her stuff ain't making sense.
Um, so in the point of you have to acknowledge that you're hurt, right? If you don't acknowledge that you hurt, then you will never understand from that hurt place.
Ooh.
You have to, here's the thing about the responsibility and the accountability, and these things all come into play. You have to actually, the first step to healing is admitting that there's a problem,
Being aware.
being aware.
Yeah.
Listen, that's why I kept saying you have to take responsibility for the part that you played. We can't keep just dumping it on y'all like, oh, he did this and he did that and he did. What about when he start talking? And a lot of the times men don't talk.
Hmm.
They're not going to talk because they're not allowed to express emotions. So even when the man starts saying I feel, the first thing a woman gonna say, oh, you're not supposed to feel. What?
Real talk.
I don't understand that. I don't, and I've been trying to come up with these terms for so long. That goes back to what I was saying to Blue. Women be saying, "Oh, I want a man to open up to me. I want a man to open up." Soon as he open up, now he's sassy. He talk too much. He's too opinionated. He's all of these things that's so wrong. But this is what you said you wanted. Can you really handle what the hell you're asking for? And that's the real question.
They wanted to open them up the way they wanted to. That's what it is.
Hmm.
Lucky, you could come up. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'm speaking in general. I see it a lot. I see it a whole lot.
Now, what women you talking about, boy? No, Darla, she probably got women like that in her family.
We talk to a lot of women on it. Trust me, it's too early. Give it about
Right,
an
or she like she ain't been on this app, or
hour.
she
Give it about an hour. You gonna
can't
have
be
some women.
disingenuous.
Right. You're gonna have a lot of women. Like when I said that women are misogynistic, women are the most misogynistic people out here. Boy, if this panel was full, I would have a whole bunch of women arguing with me, trying to prove a point, but they still misogynistic. But hey,
I'm taking some more women coming up. It's two guys.
hey, hashtag, hey, Imperial.
Morning. What's up, Miss F?
What it do, sis? I just got done listening to Single Mom again for the giggles.
And look, Juice, I could sit up here with these men. I don't have to agree with everything they saying. I'm not gonna be combative. I can listen. I can share my thoughts. But that's the thing, like it's not what you say, is how you say it. I listen first.
You speaking facts though, Miss F. You speaking you speaking facts. The you know, a lot of men uh one of the biggest things that like whenever I talk to men, one of the biggest things that they say is that they're emotion like constantly over and over again emotionally invalidated. You know, like as if their experience is not valid unless it's approved or stamped by a woman.
Hmm.
You know, like it's like the man will be like, hey, that right there didn't feel good, or that right there, that wasn't cool. And then a woman will say, well, what do you mean that wasn't cool? If it happened to me, you see that verifying right there? As soon as somebody got to verify the way something impacted you with their life, you know you're about to be invalidated.
Yeah, they gonna
You know,
refer back to themselves again.
right.
Look,
The
They had a
men,
video
the
about that too. When it was at a
yeah, the,
concert thing.
hashtag
yeah.
Kev ran into that the other day, and he had to stop a bunch of people from interrupting me. He was like, "Nah, dude, you've been talking this whole time. Shut up and let somebody else talk," because all he was doing was validating ignorant behavior.
Mm. I mean,
Oh, you talking
that's
about Ultron? My man's dropped after that. I ain't mean to. It is just like he was taking over the whole live. I'm like, bro, ain't nobody else talking. He was forgetting about everybody else.
I mean, that's just
yeah.
like I can give three examples. Blues Live that I asked him to start. We were talking about good shit. Random female that was a mod for him came up, just started talking crazy. Yo Live yesterday, we were up here making common sense, and then the one thing that some woman didn't like, Tansy popped up and started her fuck shit. And then, I
Oh, I
mean,
must have missed that then because I was asleep.
oh, you did. That was right before your live drop, bro.
Yeah.
Like she came up on bullshit.
No, that's nothing new. You don't know
No, I
Tansy
know
by
it's
now.
not new, but I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
saying.
Tansy's my nemesis.
Tansy, everybody
Well,
nemesis. Man, that's my,
well,
but that's my best friend too at the same time. Though.
I like. I look at it like this: when you hear women say misandrous and misogynistic things, it's horrifying that they have to say that they're educated, they got so many degrees, they don't need no man, that they're strong, independent, they're feminists. And I'm just like, well, then why are you up here talking to a bunch of men that don't want to hear your bullshit? Dip.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah, actually, I be feeling like, ain't that what you be doing? You always talk about your degrees and stuff. I feel like that'd be your perfect match.
No, bro, I do that as a way to shut
You be
them the fuck
flexing just as
up.
much as her. I was like, that's your. She remind me.
No.
She ain't as worse, or you ain't as worse as her. But I'm just saying, like, you be talking about degrees and all the other stuff too. That's why
Yeah,
I be
because
like,
I'm doing what they do in order to shut them the fuck up, because their degrees don't mean shit. If you ain't applying that shit to your life and making it work, you ain't that
bro,
don't mean
that's what I
shit. Them piece.
always tell you. That's funny what that you saying that. I be like, dog, are
Yeah,
you
but
applying these things you research?
yes, I actually do apply the shit that I research. I can go build a whole fucking engine that runs off of fucking
Mhm.
electricity that's produced out of thin air. Can they? No. Let's just keep it gangster and keep it 100. Everything I talk about, I can actually apply in real life and do apply in my life on a daily basis. I'm not using my degrees to downgrade people. I'm using my degrees to make sure I can keep my shit running. At the end of the day, I can build an entire house by myself, and that's not bragging. That's just me saying. So at the end of the day, her degrees don't mean shit. My degrees are a practical use degree that allows me to benefit mankind, not my ego.
Say that last part again. Benefit mankind, not my ego. Wow.
I'll say it. I'll say it again. Benefit mankind and not my ego. I don't stroke my ego by saying that I got so many degrees. I do that shit to shut them up because they don't use their degrees, but they got them.
Facts.
And then they want to turn around and act like men didn't build the world. If it wasn't for man, there wouldn't be no world here.
Speak.
Even after the restart. And I can tell you right now, I bet y'all they don't even know what the restart that I'm talking about.
Man.
So
it's
let's leave the misogynistic and misandrous bullshit that these women are speaking out in the open, and let them just run themselves into the ground. They gonna spoil like milk, and we gonna age like wine. Keep it moving.
You know what's worse? You know what's worse to me? I don't know, just personally, what's worse to me than the obvious like hate speech and ego speech and all that? What's worse to me is the panderer who steps up and protects that shit and protects the and lets it go on, you know? Like that's what's worse that's what's worse to me.
Yeah, it's
The
hard. Yeah.
It is
the
worse,
guy
but I'm gonna
the
I'm
guy
gonna
the
tell you
guy
something.
the,
Hashtag that's gonna
the guy
scare
who
you.
comes from behind the curtain and is the security for the bullshit. That shit is crazy, man. I'd be like, what the I'd be like, bro, do you not understand you your own problem right now? Like you your own worst enemy right now. It's the craziest shit. I'd be like, what? Man, I was on a panel one time and bro, I'm on their piece, right? They talking about relationships or whatever. I'm just, the regular banter that be on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
And they came around to me because she was doing like a little order or whatever. And it came around to me and I said, well, in my opinion, if we take time out to see how people are really living, not how they're trying to impress upon us how they living. If we really take the time out to vet the person's standards, like how they treat theyself, and not how they trying to like impress us and shit, then we'll get a better, we'll get a better view of who we dealing with, because many times people don't treat them like their most consistent self is gonna be how they treat theyself. Like in the long run, you gonna get how they treat theyself more than you get this let me fake and take you to a nice place, let me fake and buy you something, let me fake and do this. The person you end up with is the way that they treat themselves. And And the girl came out of the blue and she was like, "You sound like a misogynist. You sound like a red pillar. You sound like a this and that, this and that." I said, ma'am, you can have your opinion. That's fine. I say, hey, we're all just, expressing how we think about this whole relationship deal, right? And I was like, but that's just how I feel. And then she came back, I would never want to be with a guy like you, this and that. And she just kept going in, bro. And I'm like, ma'am, you can, that's probably why we never met, why our energies didn't cross paths, and that's great. I'm sure you're gonna meet a nice guy. You know what I'm saying? And she just kept kind of like trying to antagonize, right? And I said to her one thing. I said, ma'am, aesthetically, you might be pretty. Conventionally, you might be pretty, but you're just not showing up as beautiful to me.
Mm.
You're just not showing up as
Ooh.
beautiful to me. And she was just like, I was like, I just don't see you as beautiful yet. Because, beautiful is inspiring. Beautiful is humble. Beautiful is, wanting to be of a great service. That's what's beautiful to me. And I was like, I like beautiful things and people and things that just, beautiful is meekness, is strength under control. And she was just like, "What do you mean I ain't beautiful? Whatever." And bro, she was like, "What you mean I ain't beautiful? I'm beautiful as fuck." She went way left. And I said, "No, man, pretty. You're pretty, but you just haven't shown up as beautiful to me.
Mm.
I'm sure
Oh,
someone finds you to be beautiful. Maybe you're inspiring someone, but to me, you just haven't shown up as beautiful yet." And then
well,
just all of a sudden, this dude pops into the whole live, right? Bro, that was the rudest thing you ever said to a woman. I never heard a man not call a woman beautiful. I said, what
well, I
the
got,
fuck?
well,
It was
hashtag,
crazy. It was crazy, bro.
I got one. I got one for you though. What's the word date mean? DATE. Date.
Uh, That's like an arranged time for something, right?
Well, no, I'm going to give you the acronym for the word date. Dick at the end.
You about to bring that back?
Yeah. You damn right I am
This
because
dude don't
too
know to
many
leave
people.
nothing alone, boy.
Nope. Because too many people
That's what I be saying
tried to
about
go
that ego and
against.
pride.
No. Too many people tried to go against what I'm
It
saying
ain't got
for
nothing
the
to do with
fact that
hold
they
women
want to.
accountable.
No, this is holding women accountable because if you go on a date and a man has to do all these things, as the 109-year-old woman told me, dick at the end is what is expected of you as the woman. So don't argue with me, argue with the woman that told me that.
And she was wrong.
No, she's not wrong.
Yeah, cause you.
They
Nah, I
no
ain't know
no
you was putting it that way though. So I get why people taking it though. 'Cause that's not expected. I mean, that's not guaranteed.
no no no
Every
no
date
no
don't end like that.
no
I
no
can get
no.
if you saying if it ain't no. You could say
Hold
no.
on.
Oh yeah, won't. But
Hold on, Kev. No, because I never got to explain this. If a
you just said
woman,
it though.
But
no, if a,
is that
listen,
is that hold on real quick before you get into your definition, let me ask a question. Is that at the end of the date or at the end of the pursuance of the relationship? Right? Because sure, I can get behind that if you're talking about the pursuance of trying to establish a long-term relationship. But if you're talking about a one night first date, probably never going to see her again, I'm not sure I buy into that definition or that acronym.
all right, so you're not gonna buy into it because you don't have anything to do with hookup culture.
Yeah,
This
you're
is what.
right.
No,
I'm
no, no.
I'm
Hold on.
42 and I've been
Now,
married for 19 years. You're right. I don't
right?
have
Okay, I
anything to do
did.
with hookup
Yeah.
culture.
Okay. Look. I'm gonna say this like this. I was with somebody for 15 years, so miss me with all this. This is something that a woman of a certain age told me, that this is what the younger generations of men are going to have to deal with. They're either going to be treated like they're a bank account. They're either going to be treated like they got to pay for everything, foodie dates and all that stuff. The bare minimum, the least a woman can do is do that.
And some of them don't
So,
do it. Some of them be
right, but
using
hold
dudes as
on.
friend zones and all that.
Right. To get money and all that stuff. Now,
Right.
this is what I want you to understand.
Simp
TJ,
at the end.
So here's what I understand, right? So as a man, regardless of your age and what culture you're in, right? As a man, you probably need to understand that the access to sex is the female, but the controller, the gatekeeper for a relationship is the man.
But that might be different in the younger
No,
generation.
no.
Like, look at Ariana's
No,
age.
I absolutely disagree, right? And here's why I say this, right? Because a man
I
can
love how
pursue a
that husband and
female.
wife on here talking at the same time.
Yeah,
That's funny.
yeah.
Yep.
So we're disagreeing because he said this is a different generation, right? Like, this is younger people, younger men who feel this, right? Or am I wrong?
But here's the thing, right?
you're right.
So from
Okay.
Sergey.
from like the actual perspective of it is that a man can pursue a female, but the access to sex, right? The person who's going to say yes or no is the female.
It's the woman, yeah.
But the controller of the relationship, right? If a man wants to be in a relationship with a female, or even if a female wants to be in a relationship with a man, the man controls that aspect of it.
You know
Okay.
why I don't
And I'm not
necessarily rock with
arguing
the whole
that.
idea?
Oh, your background. I mean, your echo. That's not crazy.
Oh yeah, I just walked into this warehouse.
Sound like any auditorium or something.
A little bit.
Yeah, the reason I don't necessarily rock with the whole idea of it is because if men truly had really control of relationships, then relationships would probably last longer. And the reason why I say that is because when we just look at, like, for example, like, and I hate bringing up these types of things. I mean, but marriages, like, men are not leaving marriages at the same rate, right?
Right.
So if men had access to, if we were the true controllers of relationships,
I was thinking
then
about that
people,
too, though. That-
like, if we truly controlled relationships, then relationships wouldn't be over. You know, marriages wouldn't be over. So I think there's a level of both of these things that we both share. You know,
Exactly.
and if even
Oh, your
even with
jump
sex,
ringing.
right? Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, he ringing really
Even
hard.
What the heck, Miley up here just caught me on good. What's
Yeah,
up,
you
Miley?
ringing.
Like, it's a dog with
Hashtag.
Okay.
You're ringing really bad, bro.
like
go ahead,
you.
go ahead, go ahead.
That just sound. I feel like a dog or
So
something. I'm about to start
Yeah,
barking in a minute.
girl. God, that
so
hurt.
right, I hear and I understand what you're saying, right? And so I'm going to bring this back to the second topic on here. Why do women play victimhood or deflect to men when it comes to accountability?
Oh, you gonna see that more than dang, it's 84 people in here. What the heck? Y'all get them lights now since there's so many of y'all in. I put y'all to work, and then as soon as I put people to work, that's when they want to leave. Gotta
Right.
give me the 10K,
Yeah.
y'all.
So I'm gonna bring this back to your second topic here, right?
Send that to
So I hear what you were saying, right? But I want you to pick up on the nuance of what I was saying. Men control access to the relationship, not the overall relationship. Men control access to the relationship. Yes, do they want to have a relationship, or no, do they not want to have a relationship, right? Now, this is where I tie it back into the second topic here. Why do women play victimhood or deflect to men when it comes to accountability? Right? For all my guys out here, right? We all know and understand that generally men are physically more dominant people, right? Beings, right? However, what a lot of us do not understand, and we need to understand with a capital NEED, need to understand, is that on average, women are socially superior to men. And this is where the problem of playing victimhood and or deflecting to men when it comes to accountability comes into play. And this is why I will agree with you on your second point, or that you made previously, which is that men don't necessarily control relationships, is because men, while we are more physically dominant, we are not socially dominant. And that is one of our shortfalls when it comes to long-standing relationships.
All right, so I want to say something to that, because for 15 years I was with a woman, did everything I was supposed to, and it wasn't enough. She decided that drugs and sex were more important than the family that we had built. So I want you to go ahead and check out with all that. I want you to go ahead and check out. So, and I was a pillar of my community. Okay, so we're equal on social. We're just not equal on who takes responsibility and who's actually a victim in circumstance.
So TJ, I've been listening to TJ, and TJ, I know you changed kind of what you were saying based off what other people were saying on the panel, but I totally agree with TJ with his initial thought that men control the relationship. The women in marriages file for divorce, right, for various reasons, right? A lot of men, I have noticed, because even on my Facebook timeline this morning, it was something similar, right? Where one of my high school classmates, who's a man, had posted something. And it was to the effect of, men, how about women? How about instead of men proposing with a ring, he proposes by paying off, like, your student loan debt, right? And so what I think a lot of men fail to do in relationships is men do what they want to do for her. They do what they want to do for her, right? What they think she wants. And women are very communicative. They communicate exactly what they want. And a lot of men fail to do those things, right? And so a lot of the times, right, even though you feel like, oh, this would be better for you, right? Because that's where the man in you come out, like, this is better for you, right? Instead of doing exactly what it is that she loves to do. Like an example, if I was to reverse it, right? I know that my husband loves Smecks, right? I know that he loves it at the end of the day. He loves it more than his electronics, all of that, right? I could buy my husband a brand new PS5, which he has. I could buy him a gaming computer. I could buy him a 65-inch laptop, right? Or a 65-inch flat screen TV, right? But if I'm not having Smecks with that man, right? And I come back and I say, hey, well, I done bought you all of these things that I think you like or wanted, and it's a much better deal than Smecks. He would be furious with me. Because he's been saying to me, I want Smecks, right? And so that's how men do women all the time in relationships. So like when I hear Imperial say that, you know, I did everything right? That is the common sign that I hear when, you know, with that. I did everything right. And then it sounds like, was she always doing drugs and Smecks on the side? Was that the type of woman that you married before that? Or did that start later on? Because if that started later on in a marriage, then that could be a possible sign of depression, right? Something else is going on there, right? And so I don't think men really listen to women. They do what they think women want, if that makes sense.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. I
I think that men actually think that they're the factors in women growing or changing. Like it's a real ego trip that I've seen a lot of guys go through. Like men actually think that when we want women to do something, that all we got to do is add water, right? But the fact is, everything she wants to do and be, she does on her own by her own choices, and all you can do is encourage it. You know, that's really all it is. That's why, like the other day, I was on a live. I said to the guys, I said, which one are you more invested in, a woman's growth or a woman's change? And a lot of guys, crazy enough, were picking a woman's change. And I said, well, what makes you think that she's gonna change? And they said, well, when I do what I do. And I said, bro, she changes because she wants to, not because you're doing anything. I said, you can encourage her when she decides to, but she's a thinking, decision making, autonomous being. Women are their
I'll turn
own
the comments
people.
back on at 10K.
Like
Tap the
women are
screen,
their
y'all.
own people, and I think a lot of times men have to get out of their own way and say, you know what, the person who is in front of me is exactly who they are. They're not who they are because I showed up a certain way, but they are who they are because they showed up that way. So whenever she decides to change or whatever she decides to, like, whatever it is, that's how it's going to be. It's a lot easier to encourage somebody's growth than it is to hope for they change. And I think that's where a lot of guys go wrong. You know,
I love it. Hey, I love it. Can I jump in here? Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Y'all tap the screen for Kev, man. Get bro up to goddamn on 10K. Y'all slacking on the tablet, man. Don't maybe get.
There's 112 people in here.
112 people in here.
My bad. I
Listen,
was caught
so
up in the conversation.
yeah, no, it's all good. But listen, I love what was just said. So now, with that being said, right? Y'all know how they say behind every successful man, especially a black man, is a strong black woman. So if we can attribute a man's success to a woman being behind him, can we not attribute a man's downfall to a woman being the detriment or the cause of that too? Because if we want to say, it's he did everything on his behalf, on his accordance, right? Then basically, I'm in all agreement with what y'all said about the women. She did it because she blah 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 blah. So can we
Respectfully, I'm waiting
dismiss?
for everybody to finish talking.
Okay, cool. So can we dismiss the 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 addition of men being successful in having a strong woman behind him? Y'all get where I'm coming from?
Absolutely. I mean, a help like two things is always
I thought
occurring.
Life wanted to talk.
Two. Oh, my bad. I just wanted to just respond to him real quick. But I think that two things is always occurring. You know, somebody's leading and somebody's helping, right? So even if they leading you in a ditch, you helping them. Even if they leading you out the door, you helping them. Even if they leading the end of the relationship, you helping them. It's always like it don't matter what's going on. People always take themselves off the court when things ain't going well. But let me tell you, you always on the court. You always on the court. Like it don't matter if they pass you the ball or not. It don't matter if you made a decision or not. Even, you know, people got to realize that not making a decision is a damn decision. You know, so it's like people be taking themselves off the court when things ain't going the way that they want to, not realizing that you still on the court because you part of this team, regardless. So yeah, absolutely. A man's up and down, and a woman's up and down is all part of that whole lead and help thing.
I agree.
I think Life wanted to go. Did everybody talk up here? I gotta make sure everybody talk. I don't know if we'll take over the whole thing and nobody be talking.
Life?
I'll wait until after Life.
Life, where you at, brother?
I'm right
There's
on the
so many
porch.
people itching right now, so we gotta make sure you
Okay.
get you in.
Yeah, I was saying, man, I know everybody have somebody. I tell you, my boy's mama been great. She got me a place up here in Tampa where I can be with my oldest son. So she did her part on that. I would like to commend on that. That because respectfully, I didn't do it wrong. I
Mm,
paid my child support for 35 years, well 18 years, but I had a job for 30 years, so that's probably was a good pick for her, put it that way.
mhm.
Cause I was gonna keep that job. So now I'm kind of glad that she got me a place up here in Tampa, and I get to spend a little time before I pass on with my oldest boy and teach him some ways. Not every way I know because I don't have enough time, but some ways.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
And plus, I got him. He autistic, so I want to make sure that when I'm passed on, he can go to a living assistant place and can be well taken care of.
Mhm.
So I got that plan all worked out. But I have to admit, she did a very heck of a job. And it's kind of hard to find where some women don't care, but she actually cared that I be there for my oldest son. Although it cost me a fortune, but hey, it was worth it. It's worth it.
Mhm.
That's why I say now I'm ready to. I ain't adjusting no more. I'm living. The newest car in our family is a '09. '09. Wow, I don't think it was '09 also. I had a
TJ, what the?
really beautiful car,
TJ,
but I'm not going to talk about that one
mute
because
your
then
mic.
he's going to.
That ain't
I'm
me.
gonna land my plane. Let the dispatcher keep working. Sound
That
just like a
ain't me. He the
dispatcher.
only one that got the mic on. That's crazy.
Mm. All right, guys. Thanks on the panel, Natural.
Oh yeah, for
Nitra.
sure, brother. Make sure you got to get.
Appreciate you,
All
life.
All
right,
right.
life.
All right, so to
Who
give
else?
some
I think somebody else
context,
was trying. Oh, you was trying to go and then who? Somebody. I think
yeah,
Miley was about to go to. Go ahead. Go ahead,
to
Pierre.
put some context, so to say that she was depressed, yeah, that might have played a role in some of it, but that's still not excusing the fact that I had to keep my shit together in the midst of all the chaos and carnage, and she got to check out. Like, her mom passed away, my mom passed away a year apart.
You
I had
invalidating right now,
nobody.
though,
No, no,
bro.
no, no, no. Hold on. I had nobody there for me in the midst of being almost killed
I know.
multiple times.
Unalive.
Well, I'm just unalive. In the midst of that, multiple times throughout the years that I was with this woman because of her actions. I was the one that was defending, protecting her brother. I was the one defending and protecting all the other children while all the shenanigans that was going on. So excuse me just for a little bit if I dare say that her depression and her drug use and her fucking half the county is unexcusable.
Yeah, that
Okay?
sound like you being half empathetic and stuff. It sound like you care more
No,
about
no,
your
no. I
situation
stopped.
because, and I just want to
I
finish because I
stopped.
heard your whole thing though. You about to make an
Yeah, but
excuse
I'm
about
saying
that
I
too.
stopped having empathy for somebody that tried to have me unalived multiple times.
Well, you chose it though, so I get. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel you though, but there's some reason why you stuck around for so long. And then I remember hearing your story too.
Because of the kid, the young man that I wanted to make sure that
Yeah,
made it in life.
yeah.
You feel me?
But
I
yeah,
mean,
at the
that's
end of the
noble.
day, it sounds like you can't
That's
really tell another person how they gonna handle because you handled a certain way. That don't mean they gonna handle it the same way. It sounds like y'all both went through almost the same problem, but had different reactions behind it.
Yep. Hey, so look, Imperial, I don't understand. I can recognize your pain because I have friends in my life who've gone through those same similar situations. Who is now a single father of a daughter because of his baby's mama's choices in life. So like I can recognize that and I can see it and I can understand it from an intellectual point. I've never gone through it, so I can't feel it at the same level that you can. It's a different beast.
That it is.
And I
you know,
feel for you, just like I feel for my homie. I do, and that
Like,
shit sucks to have to go through something like that.
I want to hear Sergi, man. I want to hear Sergi.
I was thinking about that too. I haven't heard about it. Figured she would have put a hand up or something though. But first, you got anything just to make sure you get your voice out?
She might be busy.
Sergi.
Okay. She fell asleep in my box. It's alright.
It happens from time to time.
Oh shoot.
For Sergi's good people. But
She
no,
heard.
and with me giving just a little bit of what I went through, here's the scary part. At the drop of a hat, because I genuinely love this woman, despite what happened, because I know what the other circumstances are that I can't explain without sounding like a complete asshole. That if she was to call me or one of her relatives that are still alive, call me and say that she's in danger, that I wouldn't go help her. 15 years of my life and her life we spent together, regardless of the bad shit that happened. Nobody deserves to take her out of this world other than God. Okay?
Yeah,
I
for
don't know
sure.
what you
I
just
mean,
said.
we, it's just that when we're talking about our experiences, right? It's like I think it's always a good pivot to own our experience and how things affected us, but not to discount how the experience may have affected somebody else. You know, like Kev was saying, you know, you could go through the same thing and be like me and my brother was raised in the same house, you know, in the same house, right? I mean, but I'm a husband, you know, with kids in my house, and my brother is a single dad who, you know, had to fight in court for, you know, months to get all of his kids. You know, same household, same upbringing. You know, you know, it's like it's the same sort of upbringing, but we don't know how it affected both of us. It affected us differently. You know, the same thing. So I don't discount his experience, and he can't discount mine. So we just got to, it's like I could look at him and be like, hey man, dude, you put yourself through that. That's why that, you know, I can't discount how it affected him. I just got to be like, okay, it hurt. I get it. You didn't like it. I get it. You know, so that's kind of the way that I'm thinking about it. Like we definitely can't invalidate somebody and how they handled it. And I think men overwhelmingly, we should be probably the most empathetic about that because we are the ones typically that nobody thinks about because we're just supposed to have this stoicism or this or this pushback, this like, oh, it didn't affect me. Like, you know, our society is kind of like done away with the fact that men even are impacted by anything. You know what I'm saying? So we definitely shouldn't do it to anybody because we experience it, you know, in large. Like many times when it comes to how something affected somebody, nobody's even thinking about us. Nobody's even like I've been on panels and I've heard women literally say, "Oh, men cannot be raped unless it's sodomy," and I said, "Wow." Like, I mean, these were quote unquote educated women. And I was like, do you know the majority of male, like, you know, when a man gets aroused, a majority of the time it's involuntary, you know? And she was like, huh? I was like, yeah. So if something is involuntary, can it still be taken advantage of? And she just couldn't get it through her head. I don't see how a man can be taken advantage of. And I was like, wow. in her mind, women were always the victims in every situation. But at the same
Yeah,
time,
but
she wanted to like at the same time she wanted uh to say that she had control or that she was making decisions, but then when when it was time for somebody to blame, she never wanted to blame herself. And it was the weirdest conversation. And I was like, so when did you get out of control if you were in control? It was the weirdest comment. And she just could not see the fact that every time things didn't go her way, she suddenly disappeared. But but the man never disappeared. It was the fun. It was crazy as hell. It was
yeah,
but that's the kind of stuff we like. That's like being on this app has made me realize that more and more. I'm like, damn, like you know, people just are not validated. The thing like their experiences, their emotions, or so much of people's lives is just not present to other people.
yeah. Uh,
See, and
I think
that's
you
that's
kind of
the
reminded
absolute
me
truth
of
of
why
it.
we said what we said before that you still didn't admit to it yet. But you just reminded me of why we had said that you still haven't healed from that situation because you was I guess you still was I guess in
Lord
denial of that. And
Jesus.
that's why you came a whole week later and it's like, yeah, people didn't know what they talking about. And I think you kind of just confirmed it now because you brought the story back up again.
I'm gonna
About
break this down
about
I'm gonna psychoanalyze myself for the crowd, since you keep saying I haven't got over it.
you haven't. No,
Bro,
you
if I
haven't.
if I didn't get over it, I wouldn't want to go and help her if she needed my help.
Now that don't mean that that's
No,
just
no,
me. That's
hold
you
on, hold
having to
on.
prove
No,
yourself. But
we're using psychology, not emotion.
it,
If I didn't get over it, I wouldn't have moved on to a better relationship.
it,
You feel
if you
me?
got over
For
it
me
right,
to
you would have be able to look at it from her point of view of why she went through it. We had to explain. Oh, I had to explain it, or other people probably did
there,
too. But
her point
you
of
was like, "Well,
view.
she tried to unalive me or something
No,
like
no,
that. So it
no,
seemed
no,
like you're
Kev.
still traumatized from that situation.
To
I mean, it's
have
like it's really just talking points. If you really pay attention, you could say
Yeah,
psychological or not, but you can just cover it up and say, "Well, I would go and help her," but that still don't take away the fact that you're affected about a woman that was about to unalive you.
it wasn't the woman herself. It was the people that came at her behest. So understand the consequences of what I'm saying. If multiple people tried to unalive me because they wanted to be with her because of her family position, this is the part of the conversation that I don't like talking about, because
But
you
you
don't
bring it up though.
know.
You can't talk
Well,
about something
no,
that
no, no, no. Hold on, listen. Because when I say this stuff, y'all act like I'm crazy, and that's what irritates
no.
me
That's how
more.
you
No, no,
interpret
no,
that.
no,
Or
no. Hold on. Let me break it down again. What irritates me is when I bring up the true facts of the statements that I'm talking about, and can literally take you to the city and county where all the stuff happened, and show you the police reports, and show you everything, what happened. Then it changes the scope of things, and then tell you my family history and background of who I came from, where I progeny from, and show you that I'm a different breed of human being. That's when it becomes an irritation for you to say that I haven't healed from it. No, I've actually healed from it, because I've gone to more than 10 psychiatrists and therapists to deal with this. And I've come to the same conclusion that they have came to. I've moved on. For me to speak on it and have an emotion behind it doesn't mean that I haven't healed
well,
from it. It just
let
means
me
that
see something real quick then.
it brings up the nostalgia fact of I've been through trauma. That's it.
Let's
But
ask because I'm pretty sure they just heard your story though. And I'm gonna ask it again, and then you're gonna probably come another week like, well, they telling me what I not did. So from the story that y'all heard and how he put it out, right? The lack of empathy on one end, and then he's saying that he will take up for an hour. From the whole thing, if y'all was listening though, do y'all think he still need to heal from that situation, or he's good? For the people that actually was listening though.
I mean, for me, I
Yeah, I
honestly,
fell asleep earlier.
he, no, well, I was. I'm wide awake. I'm at work. For me, honestly,
And they
I
have a
feel
kid
like
together, right?
I, I I do feel like there's some healing that needs to take place. Um, but I mean, I can't I can't tell him necessarily when he's healed. However, he's coping with it or whatever. That's the way he's doing it, right?
Cope,
My
right.
healed may not be, yeah, like my healing may not be the same, but the way that I conceptualize healing is being able to see it from several different perspectives or accept it as it was. Like when you
Right.
truly
There
like
you go. You just said the word.
to 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 me when I mean the well at least the way that I conceptualize healing is it's not that it no longer is a factor or you didn't go through something, but it's like,
It's
well,
how you
it
act after
is,
that. How
yeah.
you react to it
Yeah,
after that. Right.
exactly.
You, if
And
you
it
still
just
almost sounded like you was living it from yesterday, you haven't
right
healed
now,
from
yeah, yeah,
it.
like yeah, and like the part that got me, and I want you to like consider this, Imperial, like the part that got me was how it seemed as if your character just like it seemed like the victim just decided to change his name. So the victim, like, typically it's like the same five characters in every story. It's like you got the villain, the hero, the victim, the innocent bystander, and the judge. And it just sounds like you just became the hero now. Like you were tired of being the victim, and then you just like, oh, I'm just gonna become a hero now because the hero makes me not feel like it justifies me being healed. If I say that I'll
Right.
come to the aid of the person who I feel like assaulted me, then it's like, oh, okay, that's how I show I'm healed. And then
Right.
tomorrow it might be, well, like if you decided to be the innocent bystander, it'll be like, well, I was just there because I literally listened to the story that you was telling, and you was going through all those characters. You was
Hmm.
at first you was an innocent bystander, and then by the end you became the hero. It was like, but I'll go and
Right.
rescue. And I'm
Exactly.
like, I'm like, wait a minute, like, which, like, why are you any?
That's a
Why are
cope
you
though.
any?
That's a cope. That's a cope.
That is a cope, man. It's like I was asking myself during the course of the story, like, why are you any character in a story that no longer exists? Like, why are you taking on any character in a story that no like that story doesn't exist anymore? It's not a valid story. It doesn't. It's like I don't know. It's like there's a justification of healing through those characters, and that's where I heard it. So, but that's just me.
And I can
But I mean,
understand though. Like, I mean, the thing
if
is,
he says he's
I,
healed, then damn it, he's healed. You
yeah,
know.
yeah, right, exactly. But everybody gonna say that though, especially if nobody's not gonna admit. I mean, that's what a lot of people do. You know what I'm saying? But as long as you ain't admit, you're gonna be living in your situation and talk how you talk, have this little what they call it, resentment, right? Because just because you gonna say just because you said you're gonna do something so for somebody, that don't mean that you really got over it though. I mean, it's easier said when the situation is, and of course, the reason why you're doing it, which you already said, that is because you have a child with her. Who wouldn't be hurt after you have a child with? That's like one of the worst pains after that, and it didn't work, and and then all the extra traumatic things that happen on top of that is no way. Like you can even say you with the therapy and all the other stuff though too, but it's all about how you deliver that message or how you tell that story. As in, like, oh, well, and it's the acceptance part. That's the part. That's the point.
Yeah.
But if you
Yeah.
still
The
saying it in a
acceptance.
way
Yeah.
like, well, this is what happened to me, and all this other stuff, instead of saying, understanding why
It's
this happened to you, even with the
well,
empathy part we
well,
were just talking about earlier, you
well.
instead of you saying that I understand what she went through, you said, well, she tried to get me, so you wanted us to go back to your side again as to why you didn't want to understand her side.
Yeah. It was just. I mean, well, the fact that he still attached it to himself.
Yeah, exactly. Went back to self again.
It was like happened to me. Not like because the me is a very present. That's a very present position, right? anytime you hear somebody say me, there is still some residual trauma because they're present. Instead of them saying this is what happened or this or when that happened, like separating the time and the person, typically that's what happens. Like when a person is truly regarding something as not like in effect, like they're not deciding who they are now, they're letting that decide. When we're letting something from our past decide who we presently are, we know that there might be, you know what I'm saying? It's funny. I don't know. That's just the way that I listen. So, but if you healed, man, shit, damn it, you healed. So we can move on from that. Why did he go?
All right. Hey, so can I chime in real quick?
Go ahead, my
So
brother. Oh, you got two people in the box.
just a couple things. One, right? I get everybody said it, right? If he says he's healed, he's healed. But here's what I'm gonna say, right? For those of you who said you're letting your past affect who you are today, right? For all of us,
Okay, surgery ever came back?
every human alive today, man, woman, child, right? Their past affects who they are today. So, right, that's a thing. But what I'd really like to do is tie this back to, right, the comment about what Imperial was saying about how even if she was alive today, like if something happened and he said and she came to him and needed him to be there for her, right? Right. This ties back to the male persona of being a protector. So, and I'm going to tie this back to your second topic. Why do women play victimhood or deflect to men when it comes to accountability?
Believe me, you're gonna see it more. The more we keep going into this live, watch.
Right? And this is one of the things that I think that plays into that the female perspective of being able to play victimhood or deflect to men, right? Is because we are that protector, that provider and protector. A lot of things that happen, they feel like they can deflect back to us. That's all I'm saying, right? When you're looking at his story, and I feel for this man because I've known people. I have a friend of mine who literally woke up next to his girl in the bed and she was unalived
from an overdose.
And so like I feel for this man's
That's
story,
horrible.
but I'm not trying to focus on that aspect of it. What I'm trying to focus on is the things that he was saying and tying it back to the topics here in the conversation, right? Right. So that provider protector mentality for us men, right? That is or can be seen as an aspect for women to deflect and to play that victimhood role because, right, if we were providing or if we were protecting them, this, that, or the other. So you got to watch out for that. I'm not saying don't be that provider, don't be that protector. I'm just saying you got to recognize when those things happen, why they're happening. Is it because she's trying to deflect? Or is it legitimately something that you did? And for us men, right, you have to be self-aware. You have to recognize what you're doing. And if it's BS, then it's BS. But, right, stand up, recognize yourself and recognize your own actions, and then assess the females that you have in your life.
And the shine in that protection can be mean in many ways. Protection.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I say protection can come in many ways.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
I think it said protection can come in many ways.
Yeah, protection
Yeah,
can
big
come in many
facts.
ways.
Big facts.
So I have a question, Kale,
What's up?
and for the panel of men, right? So let's take away both how a man and a woman can, ruin their relationship, taking accountability, right?
Hmm.
So outside of cheating, outside of things like having a baby with another person outside of your marriage, things like that, right? That both men and women can do in the relationship. What exactly are, and this is a genuine question. What are men wanting women to take accountability for in that relationship?
You said, what do
Their
men want
actions.
women to take accountability?
Yeah, what
Just their
exactly?
actions.
They need to take accountability themselves. I think a woman should want to take accountability for herself, but I think they don't want to because they don't understand why they go through what they go through because they always put it off on the next person, or they get enabled for. I'm not enabled. I think is that the word. Or they get assisted with their wrong choices, right? That's how I look at it though. But I don't. I mean, I don't think men really care because only the person can care about their own accountability at the end of the day. They only be
But I
accountable for
think
their
they
own
should
actions.
take. I think they should take
That
accountability how
part.
much money they spend. They overspend.
Set, okay,
I want to
overspending.
answer, but I'm gonna wait till I stop.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't see why would a man say why do I don't know. Weird. I don't know how
It's
to answer that one though. But I don't think men really kind of stressing it like that. I guess
no,
just I guess they
Well,
want them to be aware of what they're doing and know why is it happening to them or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But they rather deflect and say, "Well, it's a
well,
man,
it's
and y'all should know better," and all that stuff. It's like, dang, but where is the part where you say the part you played? You know what I'm saying? Was you responsible, or was it, did you pay attention to the signs, or it's just always the man?
So, like when I hear, so the reason why I asked the question and I hear, because when I hear a lot of women talk, right, and speak about that, right, they all share like common things, like like I said earlier, right, I said that men do what they want to do for her instead of what she actually wants him to do, right, and um, and then, like, you commonly hear women say that, oh, well, all he did was go to work. I go to work too, but I come home and I got to, you know, do all of the household chores. I got to manage the kids. I got to manage the appointments, things like that. You hear women outside of, things like cheating, obviously, that will ruin a relationship. You hear those internal conflicts a lot that come from women and what women need men to take
All right, bro.
accountability for. So that's what I'm saying. Like, what are the things that men, want women to take accountability for in that relationship?
I got it, Kev. I got it. I got it here, guys. Don't worry about it. I think I figured it out.
Run it,
I
6-4.
I think I hit the hammer on the nail. They
Don't
just
you
they
start
just
with your shit.
they just need to shut the hell up and do the goddamn work. That's where they need to take accountability. So what? You got to set up an
Here
appointment.
you go.
That's called a being a damn parent. It's called being a parent. That's just
It's
what we
called
do. When a
listen.
kid's sick and they need to go to the doctor, one of us gotta make that phone call. Oh, as if that phone call is just draining us to sit on the phone for those 10 minutes to tell that woman or ask her what date and time do you have available for my son or daughter to come in. We act as if though these things are just draining the life out of us after a job.
can I can
Be
I add something to
quiet
that? Can
sometimes.
I add something to that? 6-4.
If if they can find it in their hearts and in their minds to just do it, because it's nothing to complain about in the first place. Just do it. Could you imagine? And I did this myself. That's why I'm saying this, Kev. I did this myself. Because as a faithful husband who makes good money, sometimes you have to put your foot down. So I start complaining about everything. Every time I pay the bill, damn, this damn light bill. Shit. God damn, Daddy, I need some shoes. Oh, shit, you need some shoes? Damn. I can't buy myself nothing. I did that for 6 months. Do you know no one complains no more? Every time I got off work, every time I left the garage parking all the vans, God damn, so don't say nothing to me. I just parked 5 vans, did 2 oil changes, 3 brakes. Leave me alone. I'm too tired to do anything else in life. I'm too tired to even take a shower. So I'm like Julius. I'm leaving my work shit on. Going and I did. I go to bed, wake up the next morning and go to work.
That's when I got married to you.
Complaining about it too while I'm doing it. Wake up in the morning. God damn it, I gotta do this. If I ain't had no kids, Lord knows I could sleep in. Yeah, I let them hear it. Because I want y'all to know, no matter what we go through, something extra is never extra to us. It's just something that has to be done. When I get off work, my wife need money to pay these bills, or she paid them. I paid the lights. Okay, well, here's that money back then. Oh, the garbage need out. Oh, the grass needs cut. Oh, the basement needs this. Oh, the lint thing came off the dryer. We need a new dryer. We need a new washer. Oh, the dishwasher went out. I just got off work. So I'm supposed to be, oh, for real? Oh, well, let me get to it. It's nothing. Spring me all, I'm like Jesus. Just spring all your worries and lay them at my feet. We don't complain at all.
But then do we do it right? When we get to do it, we never do it right, as far as I remember.
Well, we do it right. See, that's why I tell men, stop letting women tell you what's right. That's the wrong person to be telling you what's right. You know how some of their lives are all fucked up, turned upside down. Why you listening to them any goddamn way? That's what I don't understand about men. As messed up as some of these chicks' lives is and their kids' lives is, you really listen to them? Oh my gosh. Then you really need to have a seat in Red Pillville. I don't listen to nobody with a bad track record. And it's just so happened
Who
a
you
lot of
talking about, like a wife or a random woman?
a wife or random woman. Hell, if it was my wife,
Why you dating why you being with a girl that you can't listen
thank
to? That's
you.
weird.
Hey, look, thank you, Kev. It wouldn't even go down. But
I
when
was just about to say that sounds weird in the mood. I wouldn't even be with a wife that I can't listen to.
but when I hear women and they gripes about men, and then I look at their life, their personal life, I say, well, goddamn, you can't talk about nobody. Because the same thing you say that man is falling short in, you fell 1,000 feet short in. The same shit you say he lack, you lack too. You're no greater, no farther than him, but yet look at him through the smallest lens. You
Yeah, I guess
yourself is a
it's the
Hey,
train
y'all,
wreck.
small
give me the
things.
20K real quick. Turn the comments off, man.
Listen, they themselves be a train wreck, but trying to tell you how to run shit. Y'all, a lot of they lie, and I know some dudes like that. Life is a
Facts.
train wreck, but still trying to tell you.
Facts.
Like, hold on, homeboy. Until you get the warrants off you, you can't tell me nothing. Until you get down pat how to pay child support without getting pulled over and having to run because you scared to go to the county, ain't shit you can tell me, homie. You cannot run with people with bad track records. And that's what I be seeing. Don't run with her if she don't have a good track record. Don't run with him if he ain't got a good track record. What is that track record? That track record of being faithful. That track record of being honest. That track record of having integrity. That track record of having morals. a moral compass, that track record of character,
You
not a
like being
track
at the
record of
job more than being home.
not a track record of condescending. See, when I listen to people gripes, I'm listening for condescension. That's the first thing you're going to hear is what the next person is, where they're not. Why that person is down because that person ain't up. Condescending. If she was, I would be. You know how stupid we sound? If she was, then I be. If he was, I be. You know how silly we sound?
Yeah, that's no accountability at all.
Exactly.
So,
And it's
yeah, because if other people got it, but Molly, did you get what you get out of that though? Did you get an answer that you was
It
looking for?
it did not answer my question at all.
So
Not
yeah,
saying
yeah,
that I didn't.
ask me one more time though, because I was just
I was saying what do men, right? When it comes to marriages, when it comes to relationships, what is it exactly that they're looking for women to take accountability for? And I gave some examples, like when you hear women, they talk a lot about, hey, I go to work too, but yet when I come home, I do all of the household chores, I take care of all the things with the kids.
Can I?
And so what are, like, women can give you a whole laundry list no matter what woman you talk to, right? About things that they wish men took more, responsibility for, accountability for. And then I hear men all the time say, well, women need to take accountability, but you don't hear exactly what are those things, right? If I'm a woman trying to learn about a man, right, what are those things that you're asking women to take accountability?
so I guess it's the same thing. It's no different from whatever decisions you make. You're accountable for yourself at the end of the day. So it depends on it's case by case. Whatever the problem is, it's just basically try your best not to always say that I did this because of this. That'd be the problem all the time. Because you hardly see that from most of the time. You hardly see that from a lot of men because it's just. I mean, I ain't trying to put it out like that. Some of them probably do that, but what I'm saying is a lot of times a man might be like, "Well, I did this because you did it," because otherwise it's gonna go right back to them again. Because this like if you get mad at a woman, right? She always find a way, and that ain't all. It ain't all. Let me say that again. If you get mad at them, they always find a way to get mad at you for being mad at them. And that John, I'll be happening so much. I be saying that on TV. They even portrayed it that way. You
Yep.
supposed to be that is just funny to me though. So it's just basically stop making excuses for your actions you do. That's probably what a man is looking for.
And when you're mad, when you're wrong, say you're wrong.
Can I
That's
say?
all it is, right? That's all it really is for real. I think that everybody, and we know that.
What?
Just
Yeah.
like
Well, I
so,
mean,
it's like you expect from a man
it's
to do.
Can
Men
I give
think
the
it's
that's
simple
women
also
say
answer?
that? Oh,
it's
okay.
it's also bad delegation. Like if a woman feels that she has to come home and do lots of things, how well are you delegating those things? Like if it like I mean, women itemize way, like men are project oriented. We don't go around saying, like if you ask a typical man what he did at work, he's not gonna be like he's not gonna be
You
like,
next,
well
Mark,
well
man.
I
I
reached
got
for
you.
he's not gonna be like this item, that item, this item, that item, this item, that item. He's gonna be like, I changed some brakes today, and I had a few oil changes. Like, it's gonna be really simple. But you ask a woman what she did at work, and she's gonna go through every step. Well, I walked over to the water cooler, and then I hit the light switch, and then I reached down and I dropped this, and then such and such had a. It's gonna be like really intricate. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, not every time, but a lot of times.
Is right. Not to cut you off, man, but I asked my wife that 4 years ago, and I'm still recovering from that answer.
Man, listen, man. Women women act like everything is tasking, and then at the same time they don't want to delegate things for them not to be tasking. So if everything is tasking, like if because every willing man, every loving man wants to take the task away from women, right? But what happens is he can never take enough tasks away because she'll find another way to split hairs. And then she'll condescend on him and like still tell him he's not doing anything when he continues to lighten her load to the point to where there's nothing to complain about except for complaining about. Like it's the weirdest thing in the
I'll
world.
turn it
So
back on
that's
at
why
20, y'all. Y'all take it too long.
that's why I said, you know, probably one of the first things is bad delegation. If you feel like you have a lot of tasks to do after work or whatever case may be, then learn how to delegate those things. Stop complaining and make more requests and less complaints.
Yeah.
Like that's a queen thing, you know,
But
like that's
baby,
the first
I'm
thing.
tired of cooking. What you cook?
Make more requests and less complaints because women seem to speak in deficiency. Like a woman, like you ask a woman what she wants to eat and she'll begin to roll out a laundry list of what she doesn't want to eat. Nobody asked you what you didn't want to eat. We asked you what you wanted to eat. So don't tell me the thousand things that you don't want before you get to the thing that you do want. Like all that external processing is a lot for men to handle. We be like, fuck, I asked you what you wanted to eat, not what you didn't want or what you had the other day or what don't taste good or what didn't work. Stop processing in front of us. That shit is so grueling. So, I mean, these are just small things that men don't typically say, but yeah, the delegation thing and the condescending thing and the always referencing something else as the reason to why you did it instead of because I decided to is weird as hell to men, because men don't say I did this because of this all the time. We just say I did it because I decided to. We're always on the court, and women can just step off the court anytime they feel like they want to get off the court. Relationships ending seem to never be a woman's fault. They're always a man's fault, even though she was on the court the whole time. Like you helped it end too.
Right.
Like you know what I'm saying? Like it's weird. It's just weird to us.
Let me make it.
Hold on real quick. There's one more person. I don't want everybody to keep jumping over. Mark, then I'll let you go.
No, I just good morning, everybody. Actually,
Good morning.
so I just want to answer the young lady's question. I don't know. So just to can you because the gentleman before just went a little long, so I forgot the premise
Yeah,
of the
both of
question.
them be doing that sometimes. be forgetting about the panel.
Millie, what was the question you asked again? One more time.
So the question I have, outside of things that we know we should take responsibility, accountability for, such as ruining your marriage with like cheating, right? What is it exactly that men want women to take accountability for in marriages and relationships? Like if I ask a woman, about the things that she would like her husband to be more responsible for, to take accountability for, women can give a whole laundry list of things that she would like for her man to do. Like, what is it that men want women to take accountability
What do
for?
they say then? Say the laundry list then.
Yeah, I that's what I wanted to know. What's that
Yeah,
laundry
because
list?
that's like leaving us hanging. Because I
Okay.
felt like we answered that question already though. But go ahead.
So one of the things is when men first meet women, right? They shower them with flowers, gifts, dates, spending time together, and then as they become more comfortable in a relationship, they see that they decrease with that. They don't do that. If at all, if they do it. You also see when it comes to delegation of like household tasks, right? But such as what the other gentleman were talking about, even though both may be working, we both come home and see the dishes need done, but oftentimes women are tasked with chores, cleaning, cooking, still with that. And then also when it comes to like romance, women would be like, hey, I would like him to be more romantic. He's not doing that. I would like for him to plan things more, such as like maybe go on vacations or maybe day trips or whatever, right? Just all these things to show that you love and care for that person, that you listen to them and their needs and wants, right? So like for instance, in my marriage, right? My husband knows that ever since I was from the beginning of time, I would scrub a floor, a baseboard, a cabinet, a ceiling fan. But one of the things that I hate to do dishes, and I hate to do the laundry, right? Those are like my pet peeves. And so he learned that a long time ago. So he just took his own initiative. I didn't have to ask him anything. I didn't have to delegate anything. So like if I cook, he would go in there and wash the dishes. Like he has a whole routine when he comes off work that he just automatically does. Like he'll throw the clothes in the wash machine and the dryer, and then I'll fold them, and I didn't have to ask him to do any of that. He just saw that there was a need. He saw how that frustrated me, and he took that upon himself to do that to make me happy. And there are a lot of women out there that complain that their men can see that they are, and they will not step up. They won't help. Even if they ask them a million times to do something, they can't. There are men out there that don't even know their kids' birthdays to take them to the doctor. They have to clarify with their wives. They don't know their teachers, any of these things. So what I'm saying is, what is it outside of the things that we know that will destroy marriage, such as cheating? What is it that men want women to take accountability for?
I appreciate that you went through that laundry list, but from what you just did, I don't know if every man on the panel agrees. I think women
Hey,
have
life, I'm gonna switch y'all. I
some,
got a couple people in the thing.
so there's a unrealistic expectations from some women. Maybe that's what it is. And men don't have expectations of women. When men are more purpose driven than anything else. Men don't look for praise that much as other things they do. They just do it because it's a sense of that's what you have to do as a man. So women have a expectation that men are not aware of in some cases. So it's maybe in your head, maybe it's a fantasy thing for all these women. They kind of want the man, and then sometimes you might have to. Sometimes they're looking. That's why some women will cheat and look for those characteristics in those other men that they cheat with. This guy is good at this. This guy is good at that. And you know this for a fact that if you talk to women, they do that. They can select certain men to fit certain jobs, basically. Sometimes you might luck out and find the combination of three, like you did. You found somebody that can pick up on your expectations, and they were able to fulfill them. So that's what it is that women have expectations of men that men don't have for women, if that makes sense. And I land.
You know,
I
Go
hope
ahead,
that answers
Warlock.
that
every
question.
every husband is
Go ahead,
different, man.
Warlock. Hold on, real quick. Go ahead, Warlock.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How the hell is everybody?
Grand Rising Warlock, you know what it is.
Don't start with that shit, Warlock. Don't start with that shit. Yeah, well, too fucking late. I woke up. Anyway, um, there's a lot of things, Millie, that you mentioned that uh, I can't even begin to answer because all of those things that you mentioned, I do believe that a lot of men actually do that. You're gonna have some. Hey, Tatiana, I ain't seen you in a bit, man. That
Came in deflecting too. I ain't seen her in a while. She come in here when I
right.
talk about women. We just
And
talked about men
I've been
yesterday.
meaning to message her for a minute too, man, because that's my little girl right there. But as I was saying, I don't think any man up here would have a problem with doing anything that you have mentioned. So first and foremost, I don't. If a man does that, if he constantly delegates, and he's really not doing shit, I don't think that you should have been with him anyway, because evidently that wasn't the guy for you. So maybe you didn't have that conversation before y'all even got married. So first and foremost, second of all, when you talk about what do we want women to be held accountable for, a lot of the gentlemen took away a lot of my talking points because. Uh, we delegate a whole lot of stuff. And if in fact we didn't do one thing that we were supposed to do, I'm going to tell it to you like this. The things that we usually do in a house will stop the functionality of a house. This is why it's really not noticed, because we constantly do what we have to do. It's just, I would almost say it's like second nature to us. Because I always say this.
And period, I'm gonna switch you up.
I always say this, that a lot of things that we do in our personal lives before we met you is setting us up for you. So when we get into, we do adulting before we even get to you. We know how to take care of all the shit that we're going to ask you to do. The only thing that we really look for our wives to do is to alleviate some of the petty shit that we have to do. And it seems as though some of the little petty shit is like a Mount Everest of stuff to y'all. Whereas though before you met us, you was probably doing most of it anyway. So I really don't see what the issue is. The only thing that changes to me when you get married, in reference to the tasks of the house, is that there is actually more pressure put on us as being men, because now not only do we have to be responsible for ourselves, we have to be responsible for everybody else that resides in that household. Whereas though you're responsible for yourself and maybe the kid. We're like, oh my God. And I know I'm gonna get my ass jumped in, Kevin. I know I am. We're more like cats, y'all are like dogs. Cats, you put the cat litter out, that motherfucker's self-sufficient as hell. But you can't just leave a dog in the house because he'll shit and piss every damn way. There's maintenance required for a dog. There's maintenance required for you. But we just do the things because it's innate for us to do. I can't explain it, Miss Millie. I really can't, because that's almost trying to ask somebody that don't drink why the alcoholics drink. Why do people get hooked on drugs? And you asking a person who ain't never did no drugs. It's kind of hard for us to nail down something you're asking us that we do any damn way. If that half-ass makes sense to you.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Warlock, but and I don't want to take too much of Kev's.
You've been my op for the past week, Miss Millie.
Yes, I've been your op, but respectfully though.
Yeah, I know. You know, nothing but love,
But
baby. Nothing but love.
but I think that I hear what you're saying, but then if you listen to women, I know you say you feel like men are responsible over everybody in the house, right? But I think when you guys talk from that perspective, I think you're talking about it financially, right?
No.
Keeping the roof over the head.
Nope.
Because kids, right? Let's just take kids for instance, right?
Miss Millie,
Kids.
wait, Miss Millie. Warlock, we got to talk about it. It's two different guys now. Now, Warlock is speaking from a responsible dude, meaning he probably moved you in. Now, who you talking about? The nigga that moved in with chicks and she runs shit? Or you talking to the guy who moved the chick in and he runs shit? That's a whole different dude.
So I understand the different categories of guys, right? I know we got the ones that are the bombs. They don't do anything, right? They just surviving up under, women and stuff. And there are women that take care of these men, right? I'm talking about, you have these you have the above average guys, right? That they go to work, they come home, they help cook, they help clean, they plan dates, they do all of these. Like that is the man that a lot of women is looking for, right? But then you have those in between guys, right? You have those guys that are doing, those minimum things like going to work and stuff, paying the bills. But then there are other aspects, right? And a lot of the times women don't know how a woman would be as a mom until she has a baby, right? There are some characteristics that you could see, but for the most part, you will not know exactly until she actually becomes a mom. Same thing with a man, right? Until he becomes a husband, right? You don't necessarily know what a husband will look like for him in his mind, because some men think, I just go to work.
You're a feminist, Miss Millie.
Huh? No, I'm not a feminist.
Oh, hell no, she not. Okay,
Yeah, she not. No.
I mean, I'm getting dizzy in these circles. I feel.
Miss Millie.
So,
Millie, can I ask a
hold on.
question? Do
Wait.
you guys both work in your relationship?
Hold on, I'm sorry. Say that again. I got a
Yeah.
minute.
Do you and your husband both work, or is he the sole
Yes.
provider?
Yes, we both work.
Okay.
So I do got
And
another question though.
yeah.
Did you ever get that answer that you was looking for earlier?
Mm,
No.
I
No.
no. And
Well,
I
this is
want
no.
to.
I'm trying to see what
Hey,
specific answer you looking for. Like we broke it
hold on.
down like three
So
different
hold on,
ways.
hold on.
I
Wait,
get the
I
answer,
haven't
Kev.
finished. Wait. Hold on,
Go
hold
ahead.
on. I just want to finish answering Warlock real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to finish answering Warlock.
Mm-hmm. We
And
get
so
Yolanda said she get it.
So even still with, the men, I'm not talking about that man that's at the top, right? I'm talking about that man that's just right below it that most women have, right, in their life, right? Um, when you look at it, they manage everything, right? Even though he may work and he may pay the bills or help pay bills, right, with her, she is managing everybody's appointments, even his doctor's appointments. She knows all the information about the kids, their teacher,
Mm-hmm.
what size clothes they wear, things like that. If you ask, like, you've seen the skits on TV where they ask men, hey, what color is your daughter's eyes? And he says blue and the little girl's eyes are brown, and she's like a whole big 12-year-old. Like, you commonly see this. That is the average man for women. And what I'm asking is, when I ask, the reason why I don't feel like I'm getting an answer is because I think I know you guys said there are low expectations, but I feel like men have a laundry list when picking a wife, right?
Miss Millie,
Go ahead, Warlock. I'm
I
sorry.
had one thing to say, and one gentleman answered it perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to get the answer that you're going to get because we're not those type of guys. Okay. So here's the perfect
Yeah,
answer
I'm about
that
to say it's pointless from this point. Yeah, we ain't
here's
about
the
to just
answer
keep.
that he gave you. Men are task oriented. You guys are detail oriented, right? When you start talking about the girl's eyes and all of that, that's a detail that you guys will pay attention to. We know we have a daughter. We know what we need to do to raise her, to get her to a proper
That's
place,
big bill.
this, that, and the other. You guys will know her eye color, when she got highlights, whether when her cycle comes on, what her basic color is. Now, I'm not saying that some guys don't know this, but you guys are detail oriented. We are task oriented. That's about as close as an answer that I think that you're gonna get from the guys up here, because we're not one of those guys that won't help around the house. But
Warlock,
yes, sir.
Warlock. Like we're like you're saying, that's right. Like, so you want your man to be like going dress shopping with the girls and take them for mani pedis. I'm not understanding, because guys are more, like I said, like more activity driven. Like they'll go outside and play basketball, or take the boys and go play football, or if the girls run track, or some
Yes.
guys will take their daughters to cheerleading practice, like things like that. Guys are more activity driven, like you, and then women are more detailed oriented. They want like parties and setting up events and doing things like that. Guys are not into things like that. Like, we're not built for that.
And
Wait.
here's the thing, Tatiana, you're right. There are certain things that we should know, but in truth be told, and this is not to be really bad about it, some of those things don't even register in our mind because we got so many different things going on.
Are we
It really doesn't.
weaponizing incompetence of being a father? Are we weaponizing not knowing that you should know your child, whether it's your son or daughter, know them like the back of your hand? Because God forbid if the mother pass away or something happens with the mother, you need to step up. You can't even tell a doctor the color of your daughter's eye without looking at her, and the daughter 12, 13 years old.
But
Or you can't tell her how tall she is, or maybe what school she go to, who her teachers and etc., or the people that she interact with, because it seems like women are very more outgoing with their children, so they're able to tell the
Right,
doctors
they switched the
or
whole time.
okay, let me ask you a question. Do you know what
And
kind
they
of
still
do you know what kind of gas I put in my lawnmower?
I was
mm-mm.
gonna say the same
Okay.
thing.
Okay. Do you know the mileage where my next oil change is supposed to be?
You're supposed to get an oil change once a month, so like
I,
every
do
30
you do
Oh,
you
days.
know the next time that I'm supposed to get an oil change?
No, personally, no, not
Okay.
you.
So what I'm just trying to make a point. There are certain things that we prioritize for the functionality of the house in general.
Wait, children. I thought children was also part of the priority.
That's a
Yes, but
delegation to the woman. We
a
will
man will
now.
know
Don't
the
get me
size of
wrong.
his
If the woman is
booty.
incapacitated or what have you, we do have a backup plan. We may have a little notepad. We may have something in our phones or what have you. If in fact that comes down to play, because I'm telling you, and I can speak on this personally. I have all of that freaking information in my phone, and I got a little pad that I carry with me for my granddaughter.
Oh, I guess I'm a little confused just because, like, when my dad take me to the doctors, because my mom doesn't always take me, he's able to talk to the doctor about everything about me. And I was just shocked that that isn't really normalized within the parenthood.
Some men do know that. But
I thought it should be normalized. I thought
But the
every man
thing of
should
it
know
is
their
about
child.
something like that don't stop the moon from setting, though. What did I say?
But I know all that.
We
I go
prioritize
to my
things
daughter's
for the
doctor.
functionality.
But you can't say we prioritize. You got to say it the way they understand it. None of that shit mean the hill of beans does. Something go wrong with that girl. They ain't trying to find out what the hell her eye color is. They already know her blood type. They ain't thinking about her eye color. That's why a lot of women are single and divorced, because they be worried about the wrong shit. That shit don't mean nothing.
Yeah, you can look
So
in your
what?
daughter's
He
eyes
don't
and
know
see
his
what it is.
daughter's.
Or
So
your
what?
son.
He don't know his daughter's eye
Sixpo,
color.
if
Why
your
do?
daughter,
Hold on,
look,
wait a minute.
listen,
Tell me, how do
I'm gonna tell
him
you why
not
it
knowing
matters.
his
Bro, I swear
daughter's
if I gotta
eye
keep
color? Explain this. How does him not knowing his daughter's eye color
I'm gonna tell you why it matters.
minimizes him in any kind of way or insinuates any kind of lack in him?
I'm gonna
Real
tell you
shit.
why it matters. I'm gonna tell you why it matters, right? I frequent Disney World a lot with my girls, right? And so you wouldn't realize the amount of kids that go missing at Disney World. And so they have this whole procedure, right? When a child goes missing, they lock down all the gates where nobody can escape. They have people that are there regularly dressed that are police officers that go on the hunt looking for kids, right? And so what they're going to ask you is, what does your child look like? You can't say, you tell them the color eyes, if they have any birthmarks, any scars, how tall they are, what their complexion is, all of these characteristics about them, right? And so therefore they can find your child. And so it's just scary, like, because you see a lot of videos, you see a lot of things where men are on their phones with their child at the park, right? Not really paying attention. And your child can go missing. So it is very important, at the minimum, that you know your child's eye color, their shoe size.
How often are we
For
going to
safety.
Disney? You see those
We live in the
Six
land
Fold.
of
Hold on,
pictures.
Six Fold. Hold on,
I
Six
will
Fold.
show a
perceived
picture
fears,
of my
man.
child.
Perceived fears.
Exactly.
Why do I need
Here's
to
my thing.
give a artist
Projected
rendering of
fears.
what my child looks like if there are pictures of it in my phone or
Exactly.
in my wallet?
we getting too
I don't
far
need
off.
to give a sketch
Yeah, we got
description.
far, Kev. I'm sorry.
Boy, because I was about to drop the whole
I'm
pound
just
for real. That's
saying,
all I feel like.
Kev, I'm just saying that we prioritize things in a different manner than the women do. It's not that we don't think that our child is important or certain things in the house is not important, this, that, and the other. Our whole thing is the functionality of the house. That's basically our primary programming, to make sure everything in that house is taken care of, make sure that that everything is running properly and all of that stuff. The other things, now we get back to the delegation. That is something that we delegate to you ladies.
Yep.
Not saying that we don't know certain things, but if it's outside of the things that's going to shut down our freaking house, a lot of times it's not primary for us. I'm sorry if y'all feel as though we are bad people because of that, but that's the way that it is for most of us.
I just think
Unfortunately.
if you ask for a child or you requested or you wanted your lineage to be carried, I feel like you should know a lot. Like, I feel like women and men, like parents, that the top priority should be the child, regardless of what men say of saying, oh, the priority is like of the home. I think the top priority is knowing your child front to back, because I think it's just very important, from eye color to if she has any, he or she have any health conditions, or their height, what they like, what they don't like, what they may be allergic to. Like, I seen men who couldn't even tell, like, who didn't even know that their children was allergic to a certain
And I've never said
dish.
that there weren't those guys out there.
And I'm
But
just
you heard
like,
what I was
come on
saying.
now.
So,
I have
yeah,
all
because
of
we're
that
going to say the same
information.
thing over and over again. I guess
Yeah,
I
I
just
have
have to
all
I
the
have to
information
say something.
padded in my phone. So
Yeah.
if anybody ever have anything ever happens to any of them,
Okay.
I have all
All
the
right.
information ready right there.
Wait, can
Oh my gosh, bro. Man, that's sounds crazy. I gotta talk about my own stuff. So real quick, if y'all gonna be in here, stay in here. I don't know. If y'all could just get my likes up or not in and tell, because we done shifted too far over, and I guess nobody can hear me. I just don't like that feeling of me having to seem like I gotta talk. I have to raise my own hand on my own live. That's gonna be crazy. Shoot. If y'all give me the 30K, man, I start letting people up, because I'm trying to get this running, man. And another thing is, that's what I was trying to say, because it's just like, people got to realize that, and that's the reason why I asked a few questions, is that when we start talking in circles and people keep saying the exact same thing, it's obvious some people already got their mind made up already. They're looking for a specific answer, and they already got the answer they own. So no matter how we want to answer it, it's not going to change their mind. So you just got to realize who you're talking to sometimes, and realize when you're talking in circles sometimes, because you can probably re-say things over 100 times. It's just not going to change their mind. It is what it is, and that's what like I said, I did this stuff for so dang on long. I'd be trying to realize who I'm talking to at the end of the day. When you have to really repeat yourself, when people that say something, it's just, that joke is funny, and we just get so deep. And I can understand though. That's the only main reason why I dropped it, because we gonna end up. It's gonna get so deep that we gonna end up keep doing the same thing, and then we get frustrated because a person is not trying to understand the way we want them to understand. It just don't work like that. It don't, because we just gonna be it's gonna be an ego war, or I'm not. I'm gonna get this through you type war. That's what it's gonna be, and it's like, no, you gotta realize when they got to call it quits sometimes. Especially when it's been like 4 people saying the exact same thing, and your answer not getting through. Some people just don't want to understand. That's just what it is. Some people literally be like, all right, I done asked this in different lives and stuff, and I want to see if somebody gonna say something different, but I want them to see how they sound when I ask this question, just to see if they say something different. But otherwise, I got my mind made up. I know what it is. So it's like, like I said, we gotta pay attention to some of the things, because it's like, some people, it just be like that though. But man, we at 30K already. Dang, that was quick. But all right, well, yeah, we could try to get back to this topic a little bit though, because we just shook that so bad. I be feeling like, dang, y'all just don't be like, I gotta keep talking over and it be like when I be trying to say something, y'all want to talk louder, like y'all ain't hear me talking or something like that. That don't be feeling disrespectful.
Hey Kev, I want to say this before everybody gets up here, man. I apologize. You're right. I should have disengaged on that one a while ago. So I ain't never one above apologizing.
Oh no, you good, brother. You good, brother. Because I just know how it gets sometimes. I already know. sometimes we get deep into our situation. I was given like 3 signs. I try to do some warnings like, dog, we getting too far off the topic. I try to
Yeah,
but it
I
be
heard
like
you.
that.
I heard you all times. I was like, I was in my fuck Kev moment. I'm gonna say no.
He's stupid. It would be Warlock if he ain't said that's funny to the world. Oh my, that is so freaking funny.
Oh Jesus.
So why you ain't reach your
Hey, I
live
got a
goal
quick
yet?
question before we even get back to the topic, man.
Hold on,
Did you
Warlock.
even stop through last night?
Did I? I was asleep. No, I told you I was gonna be because Alter was trying to get me to go on her love too. So yeah, it was a wrap. It be so
Oh,
many
okay,
people
all
that be
right.
trying to get me to go on their panel at the same time. That just be so much, man. I be like, dog, I can't go in there. I think Sadari got mad at me before. I'm like, dog, I was in a whole nother live.
When I
It be
hosted
so
my
many
live
people that
last
be
night, I
on.
already know that it was too many people live at the same time.
It
So
be, man, y'all just don't know because that's why I be saying I can't even do it. Somebody inboxed me before, was like, you want to collab? I'm like, I can barely do that. I have so many friends I have to support. I said, that junk hurt.
Hey, Kev, it's hard. You know why it's hard for you? Because you stay
Yeah.
on this mother 20 hours a goddamn day. And it's like, I gotta go support you, cousin, Sadari. I be live hopping.
Boy, dog, that junk, yeah, because it's
I
like I
try
be
to just
trying to
show up and
find
say,
the
hey,
right
what's up?
times to get everybody though, but it's just that junk be hard. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, all right, dang, I told them this, and I told this person I'm gonna do it, and I told this. I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to do it. I'm
Trying to
gonna start
schedule
putting
a
my
live
backups
around
in
your
there.
shit is damn near impossible.
Kev wasn't even gonna go live though. We came from Ulta Live.
Yeah.
Ah. And I'm gonna tell
Hey,
y'all right
Kev.
now, that motherfucker didn't even feed me dinner again.
Oh God! Did you
Just
even
like,
go to sleep?
huh?
Did you even go to sleep?
Yeah, I slept for like 3.5 hours.
I
Hey,
know.
hey, Kev, what she was saying was true though, because 4 men said the same thing in 4 different ways and it wasn't received, right? And then on top of that, we literally gave a comparison to the way that, like, to the things that we do, have details with, and then we voided out not having details for certain things with consolidating them into things that work for us, like a photo, right? And none of those things were received.
But hold on,
Because
wait,
yeah,
hashtag. We're not gonna get back to that. The problem is that it'd be like 5 women, 3 men, 5 men, 3 women, and the women sometimes they feel like they gotta speak up for all women instead of speaking up for the majority that they belong in. I went through that before I left and went to sleep. I was going back and forth with the girl Juice. You was here. Where she didn't want to understand. She just wanted to listen to respond. And then I'm telling her and I'm keep trying to hold her responsible for the part that she's playing in it. But you know, sometimes women be in there once they there and they stuck at where they are, it's hard to even try to convince them, change their mind to see it from this perspective. You know, so sometimes the arguments just be pointless.
Yeah, I mean that was with both though,
yeah,
because
yeah.
both the women came in there, they had their minds made up already. I mean, I can understand it though, but that's why I be asking I ask certain questions just to see, and that's my homie. I'm not got nothing against none of them. I'm just saying that we got to realize that your people is not going to get the answer that they want all the time. You know what I'm saying? So like I said that's why I asked again in the middle, like, all right, did you get the answer you were looking for? And she said no. And then also the other one was still talking about the children thing. Okay, well, I mean, I think everybody talked about that though. But then when we went back to a circle about talking children again, I'm like, I'm pretty sure they already nipped that in the bud. So it's like, dang, what is like? I think people
Right,
have set
right.
answers they're looking for, and if you don't say it the way they want it to, it's like it's basically not answered. That's just what it is. And that's, I mean, like I
Yep.
said, I understand it though. I can understand it. Everybody want things, but sometimes I'll be like, all right, whatever. If they not gonna, they must don't have the answer, or they not gonna, or I might be missing it, or that's accountability when it comes to that. Though I ain't gonna say that.
That's
I
why I
might be
made the
missing.
analogy about the alcoholic and the addict. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell somebody that's an addict and I'm not, because I won't get it. It's just a
What
different. It's just the way we prioritize and think about things. That's it. Anyway,
what I love though, Warlock, was was when you asked about the oil change, which typically most places that give an oil change will leave a sticker in the corner, the left corner of your window, and she couldn't tell you. So that's something that's in your face every day that you're not paying attention to. And then you talk about men not paying attention to things that are in their face every day. Like, that was the greatest point made, because that's literally something that most women drive with in front of their face every single day. And then to make the point of, well, your kid. Well, how about your oil? Because you can't even make it to the kid if your oil ain't right? So let's I mean, that was a great point, man. That was a great point.
All right.
Yeah, so
Let's get back to the topics, Kev.
yeah.
I got practice at 10 o'clock this morning, so
Oh
let's
yeah,
go.
for sure. So I guess we got a couple more new people. I think everybody else talking here so far, except for, okay, we got two new women. Dang, who came first? I think it was Wisdom. What's up, Wisdom? Welcome to the live.
Hello. I was just listening in. Hi,
Okay.
Warlock. So one of my questions were, I think that expectations versus experience is a thing. You know, I'm not trying to put it out there, but to expect someone or a people or a category of people to respond a certain way without experiencing that is kind of it's kind of entitlement, I guess. I don't know if the word is the right word, but
Entitlement.
yeah.
Okay.
But what
Yeah, I
was
think a lot of us got that problem for real.
yeah, if you do, and
Especially women. I don't mean to put it that way, but a lot of us got it though.
I
I just
agree. I do agree. I'm probably going to be different when it comes to asking these questions. But what was your questions? What are we asking now?
so to you, is the problem we talk about women too much or too less to you, and why?
I think that we talk a lot about things. We skate around around real topics. I think that people walk on eggshells with us, with women,
Mm.
because we can be very, very argumentative. It's hard to we respond based off emotions, and it's true, and it's hard to sway emotions when we're not ready to understand. That makes if that makes us any yeah.
I've never heard a woman be that honest. I've never in my life heard a woman be that honest.
Did.
Oh,
Okay, I got you. Nice. Okay, nice. So lady, you next.
Good morning.
What's up? Welcome to the is the problem we talk about women too much or too less to you, and why?
I really, honestly, I really think it's not so much that we talk about. I mean, it's a daunting conversation because it's like everybody is jumping on the same thing. But the point of the matter is, and I said it down in the comments, that women are not willing to listen to men when men is speaking out. You got to understand, it's been centuries that men has been bottling up feelings and emotions and so on and so forth because of the masculine energy that they have to keep and maintain. And men were always taught to be a man, don't do this, don't let somebody cry, don't show emotions, don't become weak. And because of that, that's very traumatizing for men. And I'm not saying it as and I can't speak for all men, and I'm not going to, but I'm just going based off of what the knowledge that I do have and the conversations that I have had. And because we're in an era where now everything is open and everything has this open space. Men are coming out and speaking like, hey, you're pissing me off, or hey, you're doing something that I don't like. And because women are not used to it, it's just like, well, damn, you kind of soft, or damn, you showing that you're a simp, or whatever it may be, whatever sassy is the term now, which I think that's completely stupid. But because they're pointing out, and then on top of that, what makes it worse, you have, social media, you have the economy, you have even when it comes to music, like women has fallen off from what we used to be. We used to be like walking our own energy, and now it's just like fuck a nigga, I want the money. But you can't get to the money when
you're out twerking on live and you're doing a whole bunch of crazy things, and men don't want to see that. I mean, yeah, it's good to look at, but that's not what they want. It's simple, and men want something that is simple. Simple matters, and if you don't understand that, you're going to be screwed. Like, even I got told I was showing that I want to be a slave to someone. No, I'm not showing a slave to someone, but I'm submissive to my man. Like that, plain and simple. Oh, well, you're a slave. It is what it is.
I can hear it in your voice. I feel it.
You know what, Kev? I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be real brief with this. For decades, women have had songs telling us how they feel about us, right? And you already know the song that I'm going to say. Ladies, you want to know how we really feel? Go listen to Dax, To Be a Man. You really want to get an idea of how we feel that we've been treated, not only by society, but you? Go listen to that song. Don't hear it, listen to it.
Yeah, and to piggyback off of that, I mean, it's been said so many times that the only thing that is loved unconditionally is women, children, and animals. And men is only loved with conditions. Like, you have to meet a criteria in order to get what you want. Why is it like that? Why is it like that?
What
Exactly.
Men are competitive by
Warlock?
nature.
And I
Yeah,
also say Warlock, when they was making those records, that was off of the cuffs of all those good R&B records men were making about loving black women.
Right.
After all of those records about, living for the love of you, you are the sun, you are the rain that makes my life a foolish game. After all those records, don't look any further. After all the records those brothers made about loving women,
You know what? And even the breakup songs was cordial.
was cordial,
It
right?
wasn't a
Even
whole bunch of bullshit.
look, it was him in the breakup
Easy like
songs. He
Sunday
was
morning. Yeah, easy like Sunday morning.
ain't too proud to beg.
You guys gotta get me into music. Don't start me.
All right, so hey Kev, you want to hit one of these daggone topics, man? Because
Yeah, you
we
next
gotta
though.
go off
Anyway,
on another
I was
music
about to.
tangent.
It was something I was about to ask. Everybody started singing. I got threw off though. It was something I was about to ask.
Karaoke was last night and Friday.
Did they
Sorry.
just say sit music? Are you serious?
But to answer the question at hand, women, we have to learn to listen to our men and actually pay attention. It's bad enough that we don't take accountability and we keep thinking it's always going to be a hot girl summer. That's rude. No, we've fallen off so much. It's ridiculous. And I understand that our current teachings or the current generation is just all about fun. We want to
I
be
don't blame men for avoiding it.
stuck
We're
in a
very
room
confrontational
literally
when they
all
speak.
life.
When they speak about their emotions and when they tell us a problem, we get argumentative. We scapegoat. But you did this, but how I feel this, but how about that one time?
Right.
It's like the tit for tat is ridiculous. Like, for instance, hold on, wait a minute. I just still want to address what you mean sit music. Huh? Okay. I'm done.
Yeah, I
Here's
think
the
I
thing.
get what he's talking about, like with the telling them what they want to hear and all that other stuff, though. That was teaching men how to be kind of simpish and stuff. But
I mean,
Here's the number one thing that was
I
said, right?
didn't appreciate it. And then look at the way they talk to us now. What your mouth do? This not whatever. Come on now.
But
yeah, it did change around though. Yeah.
No, here's the thing that answers all of it, right? And other people have said it, and I'm gonna say it here. Privilege is invisible to those that have it.
Yep.
you know something else though? Like, I mean, and I've been on a few panels, and we could, like, men and women know the standard of manhood, but the standard of womanhood has disappeared. Like this, like there is, like, you can't even tell, like the average person can't tell you when a woman is being less than a woman, but you can tell a man when he's being less than a man. Easy. That's easy, right? But for someone to say, hey, you're being less than a woman, that's a hard feat, because women have no standard of womanhood anymore.
I can explain that.
Yeah. So.
just a little bit. I
Yeah.
don't know if
So
everyone's gonna agree with it though.
Have at it.
I don't have a problem.
yeah, so I was about to say, it's funny though, because so far, even though we had it's decent so far though, but this showed a difference because I literally did a live about men yesterday, right? About holding them accountable and stuff. I think the pushback has beaten, and this young kind of just started a little bit, and the pushback is already way worse than just yesterday. This is how sad it is. I didn't hear not a man yesterday say because of women did this or something like that. I have not heard that. You know, I did it because a woman did that and stuff. Like so far, that's why I show is so freaking hard. And even the questions we get asked, it's like it always goes back to, dang, why am I getting questioned about this? Or why should I be accountable? Like this is very sad. And that's why I love doing this one because it shows, how much women has got away with. They hate it now. They hated that dudes, people done woke up and starting to hold them to the fire now. You know what I'm
You know what's
saying? Because now they
crazy?
see how it feels, how men feel, but we just got immune to it to that point because the world is gonna help assist it though. I mean, that's what happened when you grew up being coddled all your life, and the society is adds on to it. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna tell you, they're not gonna hurt your feelings, not gonna tell you have to lose weight. They're not gonna tell you they're gonna assist every last wrong behavior you done had in your life. That's just what it is, and that's why that's a privilege. You know what I'm saying? To be able to do something and not have to pay for it, that's a heck of a privilege. But
I remember this
go.
morning. I was just saying that, like when you had the live holding men accountable, there was no pushback. Soon as you have a
Mhm.
live about holding women accountable, instead of them actually sitting down to listen, they're listening to respond. They have
Yep.
to rebuttal because some women have yet to grasp the concept every action doesn't need a reaction. Maybe somebody's telling you something about yourself that you need to hear.
Right.
Sometimes people don't like truth. They truth don't set them free. A lot of times when a lot of women get off this app and they actually start thinking about what the man said to them, oh, I don't
Hmm.
know him, fuck that, I don't give a fuck about. But no, he knows what you presented.
Correct. He fell in love with what we what picture do we gave them, and they're holding on. They most of the time these men, the way that they love, they love whatever that first person they fell in love with. That's it. But when we get, I've noticed so. I mean, I've seen it with my mother. The lie peeled back, and then the layers, and I refused to let that shit happen to my brothers. I had to be the frame of reference that my brothers used. That kind of woman. That was, I just didn't want that for them. So I had to be different. Something else that they can compare to, I guess, when finding their own, lives. So absolutely, I agree with you, love.
And it's as soon as a man asks a woman, why do you wear makeup? That's not the authentic you. You know how much pushback you get from women? They have every excuse in the book. Oh, I like it. I do it because of this. I do it because of that. But they're not answering the question.
Right. They avoid it. Like, okay, for instance,
Right.
here's my thing. It doesn't boil down to that. It's a choice. It does not boil down to the cause and effect. It won't. A decision is a decision. A choice is a choice. If you want to, you either want to be that woman or you don't. This is for every situation. I'm not picking on you,
You
but it's the
missed the
last word
whole
that I
point
read.
down there. How does the ability affect it?
But see,
How does it affect the men?
and this is
How
why
does it
I
It's,
like
affect
fu-
the
Charlotte
men?
it's so funny to me.
Okay, so
because
first of all,
these the kind of
makeup
women that
by
have
itself,
excuses.
it's to each his own. I mean, when it comes to just something, I'm just answering just that comment. You wear makeup because you want to paint the picture of your beauty. Okay, you can't get, if that's the case, you can't get mad when a man plays a video game. Y'all both are escaping reality at some point.
Damn.
Oh fuck. Okay,
Damn.
I'm muted.
Hey yo.
Ouch. That
Hey
hurted.
yo.
That
Hey
hurts right there.
no,
Wow.
it don't hurt me.
She's bashing. It's like
Actually, they're training for
that
the
was funny.
doomsday. That's what they're
I,
doing. They're training.
It's true. Like you can't get
that hurt. That was a stinger. I'm gonna have to steal that.
I ain't gonna hold you. That was some
you
bars,
can't
B.
you
That was
cannot
some
get
bars.
Yo, you know what? I'm not even
no.
gonna have that
I'm
conversation.
sorry. Makeup is not like how a man's haircut. Men get a haircut to feel good about themselves and to look good for their woman. You know, the same way as a woman gets her hair done. Like, if y'all feel as though y'all want to go above and beyond for that, fine. Call a spade a spade. But when you put makeup and all of that cake on your face, you hide your natural features, and men want natural women. They willing to deal with weave, but not the extensions, not the fucking makeup. Like, you know, something.
Eyelashes, all
Yeah,
that.
like, no, no.
Not all women put makeup on just to feel good. There are, come on now, we've seen this shit on like East Coast social media. They be looking like, I don't know, they be
Like
looking
they
like
in
they
their
be looking like
casket.
precious, and then next thing you know, they look like freaking, you know what I'm saying, a Kardashian. No one that look like Precious. Precious, where's someone? You know what I'm talking about? Like, that shit crazy. I hear you. I mean, I feel you, but I don't. Like,
So
I don't know.
let me squeeze Warlock in because I know he got a
Take your
minutes.
time.
Look,
So
man.
you,
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no,
Hi, Cal.
what you
Thank
got
you.
something else you was about to talk about? What you about to
No, nope. I'm not even going down that.
No, no.
say?
Hey, yo,
When we
Not
start
dealing
talking
with
about
you,
makeup
right?
and all of that
hey,
stuff, is gonna be a big ass. It's not gonna be a rabbit hole though. We're
hey,
gonna pull out a big ass backhoe for that. Nope. We're
No,
not.
no. Let's be
So
accountable. Let's go.
let's get. So what do or why do women a lot play victim or deflect a man when it comes to accountability?
What did you say?
Because
Why does what?
Why do
it's
we deflect and play the victim?
Because we do
So
not
is it?
like to be. We don't
oh,
like to be
that was
lied
for
about.
me, bitch. Shush.
Oh, my bad.
Look, I
I
already
thought
know
you
where
was
y'all
out.
going with it.
All
But
right, go
see,
ahead.
here's the thing about that, right? Victimhood begets sympathy and empathy
Thank
and
you.
attention.
Mhm.
Those things are the things that a lot of women crave more than any. I do believe, and I may be incorrect, but God damn it, let me know. I do believe a lot of women crave attention more than they do love.
True,
Mm.
It is
true.
more like empathy,
Damn.
sympathy, and listen, attention
What's up,
is
CD?
golden coin. So
You know,
empathy and sympathy
and
brings
that
what?
6'4", I'm
Attention.
talking, damn it, I gotta get ready to go. Let me talk. Shit. But no, I really think that is the case. Because that attention, and see, I got to go down this rabbit hole now. Women, please acknowledge it. We're not saying that if you want to wear it, you can't wear it. We're not saying if you want to wear certain clothes that you have the right to do whatever the fuck you want to do. However, all we're asking for is acknowledgement. You seek attention. You wear makeup for attention. You wear certain types of clothes to get freaking attention. You say, you act, you dance a certain way to get freaking attention. I don't give a damn if you're married or not. You do it to get the freaking attention. It's just like some men, we do certain shit just to say, yeah, you know, we still got it. Fuck that. At least we can acknowledge it. That's why when
Right.
you try to hold men accountable or responsible for certain shit, you
I
don't
do it for
have a
myself.
long ass debate of lives. Because we'll sit up here and say, yeah, you know what, you're right. We do that shit. Fuck it. It is what it is. But ladies, you will fight every nook and cranny of anything. Even when other women tell you that shit, you will fight it. Stop. Be honest with yourself. That's all that most of us men ask. Be honest with yourself, because
Oh, there
what's
go an
my
answer
saying,
right there.
Kev?
That's what we want women to be accountable for. What's the deal,
Kev,
class, man? Welcome, man.
what's my closing statement, Kev? Know yourself, be true to yourself, because without that, you can't be true to nobody else. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. Y'all gonna send me to practice, and I want to yell at the damn kids.
Hey, listen. You funny. Warlock, I really enjoyed performing at your live yesterday. I appreciate you having me.
Good looks, class. What y'all doing? Y'all getting the vocals going and stuff?
You talking about me? Oh, he asked me to sing and stuff and play my violin.
Oh, okay. Sweet.
Yeah, she was on it, boy. And I'm gonna tell you something else the motherfuckers gonna get mad at. Watch this shit. And you know what? Wisdom cute as a motherfucker too. I'm gonna tell you, I ain't even gonna lie to you. You look at a picture, you don't get it all, but damn it, I'm sorry.
He said, hold up.
You hilarious. Like,
Do
keep it
y'all
moving.
look put
What's the next
together
topic?
for
Is there another
attention? I
topic,
don't.
please?
What you doing it for?
I
I get put together for myself. That is some funny stuff I've ever heard women be saying
When you
nowadays.
go to work, right? you got to put yourself together. You're not gonna go to work, go in the office all sloppy, all this, all that.
Right.
You're damn sure ain't gonna go in there and stink, right?
Right.
I'm not saying go you putting yourself together for yourself. Like when I get my hair done, I feel like a superwoman when I get my hair done. You can't tell me I ain't the shit. But I'm not going to put no makeup on. The most I do with my face is go get my eyebrows threaded. All that extra shit, first of all, I'm not putting no makeup on my face because I don't like growing up, all my homegirls that put makeup on their face, they got craters in their face right now. I
Oh
never
my.
thought
You're
that
welcome.
was a thing for me.
Mhm.
Thank you, class first. I never thought that was a thing for me. Right? I don't knock women who do it, but then you can't get mad when a man say I don't want a woman who wear makeup and eyelashes, because who are you really doing it for? Because if you're my woman, who are you making up for?
It's
Right.
called a preference, you know what I'm saying? And just like we prefer certain men height, certain things. And honestly, they want to know that if it rains, they still know how to find us. I get it.
Exactly. Or go swimming or something. You know, they want to know who they actually dating.
If this doesn't
Well, I
apply to
don't take
you,
it
Y'all
on
don't
like
date
that.
until the summertime.
if this doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply to you. But we're talking in general. But the majority of the women out here right now, they put in. It used to be just like drawing a beauty mode, but now it's
Can
crazy.
can I ask a question? Like that brings a beautiful question.
What
So
you got?
why do women get their bodies done for? You think it's for
Hold on, wait.
mostly for men?
Hold on,
For
wait.
women,
Because we went into
let's be real.
makeup and
For other
visual.
women,
I'm
That's
not.
what it is.
Okay.
It's just for themselves. And thank you, class fist. Sorry, I was going to call the wrong name. Yeah, like you're not getting it done for the men. You're getting it done for the attention of men, but
Right.
you're doing it for yourself because you feel insecure about it.
And why do you feel insecure? It's a root to that.
it's for the
I mean,
women.
let's be realistic.
It's for
That's how
women.
people see you, perceive you.
That I was saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, because I would love to be educated. Men will find things. Oh, I can't even say it like that. Screwable. So what he finds in his preference is screwable is not wifey material, but you'll mess around with it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, I
because
ain't gonna hold you. That's what somebody told me too.
will confuse what is screwable to what's lovable. They will go with the screwing part because they don't understand how men actually love people.
Right.
So where do women get the old wisdom of men will do anything, will lay with anything?
Oh,
So where does
that's
that
the
come from?
men that are desperate.
That's
Absolutely.
the way men have been carrying themselves. If you don't have a value and you just out here just like, all right, well, I'm gonna lay with this one, this one, this one, this one, but I have wife at home. That's the majority of men that just don't care.
Like
And
self-discipline. I talked about that yesterday, but ain't nobody was in my room for that one. Well, they
Mark,
was. I had 100 and some people.
Mark,
Almost close to
Not all
200.
men don't have discipline. There are men that
Yeah,
have it.
that's the biggest problem for men. That's why I talked about that yesterday, though.
So Mark,
yeah,
let me
but
tell you
you
something.
can't get mad over the single man though, because he's being single. It's the same. It's you can't get mad at that. He's not looking.
But that's
For,
like saying you can't get mad at these women for being 304, though. They single too, though.
What's a
But I mean,
304?
that's
I don't.
corrupt.
Oh,
What
okay,
is
never
that?
mind. I just realized. Never mind.
What's 304? What I never heard that before.
Oh, that's a
The doe, a
Age,
deer with an eight.
the thing you use
Making
to
decisions.
HOE.
it's a
Oh,
garden
got
tool.
it.
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna
See,
say
that's
this.
another thing. I could die on that hill so well.
I'm out of it.
First of all, if us as women, you have to understand, like, it's only but so many times that someone is going to allow you to be a certain way. If y'all want to be a 304, then that is your business. But just understand that the more you keep putting yourself out there and the more those that elasticity is not going to keep coming back together. You're going to continue to get ran through. You cannot expect you to get somebody who is of high value at that point, because God forbid that you are trying to go for a high value man and that person that you slept with 2 nights ago is his brother.
Well, I can present
Hey, I
something
thought
to that,
about
right?
this too, though. I had thought about this. Well, I'm looking at what class said that they do it for other women, so I can understand it's like a competitive thing. That's just like I believe that dudes hit a lot of girls for other men too. I had to realize that too, because it's not like that we have to uh brag to the girl how many bodies we got. You see what I'm saying? We be just trying to prove to the other man, like, hey, I get the 304s, stuff like that or whatever. I don't think women really kind of care about, oh, you get 304s or something like that, because we think about another man saying that you don't get no punani. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I hardly see unless it's a masculine woman, but for the most part, I get the competition part of why they saying that we do, or women do that stuff for other women because they love, they love the competition and looking good, whatever. And then just like men always want to,
I
smash
don't
a bunch of
think
chicks and get their numbers
I
up.
don't
You
think
want
as
to
a
see another
woman.
line come up real quick? You want to see another
Huh?
line come up real quick?
No
All right.
class, no class ain't
I don't
gifting
think
y'all with my phone money for my extra minute. Class, you gifting them with my money for my extra minutes? No, she. Oh my God, I can't believe class. So she don't want me back.
All
Okay,
right.
I get it.
I don't
Here we
think
go.
that
Here's
any
another lie
woman
that
wants
people tell.
to.
Here's another lie that people tell.
I think that I don't think any woman wants to strive to, be described as it's like dealing with you is like dealing with a hot dog down the hallway. I don't think any woman wants to be that
Oh,
way.
Hey, Wisdom, let me ask y'all, Lady Links,
Sure.
actually, because I know what Sadaria and Wisdom at with this. Let me ask you
Did I
this.
really have to say no? I can't believe this the first man that did that. I really had to say not all men. That's crazy,
That's
bro.
crazy.
That was the
Listen,
most. That was
let,
wild. I
let me
guess it
ask this
is some
question.
out here that's like that. You got to really say it specifically.
Go ahead, love.
Not
All right.
all.
So would you
I expect that
prefer
from women. That's funny
Go
than the
ahead,
world. They caught
Lola.
me off guard with that.
a guy with no experience or a guy with some experience?
Do I want to take somebody's
in
V
which way?
card? Mm-mm.
Just a guy with or without experience.
I'm not.
Hold on, you gotta be okay. So we talking about experience in.
Sex experience.
If you want me to be completely honest, I would prefer a man with experience.
Okay, so here's the thing. I keep telling you, there's nowhere in history that a woman's promiscuity made her more valuable. Nowhere in history. Okay, so understand something. Ladies, y'all are more concerned about our past and what we do. I mean, you're more concerned about where we're going instead of where we've been. We're more concerned about where you've been than where you're going. That's just the difference between the two of us. I'm not saying that men sleeping with 30, 40 goddamn women is right, wrong, or indifferent. However, but you have to understand your value and how we look at your value. You can go and screw as many men as you want, but just like someone else said, don't think that we're not going to look at you differently and you're not going to get the caliber of man that you think that you deserve. It's just the way society is. There are double standards everywhere in this damn world. The only difference is that we have somewhat come to respect it and understand it and move on about our daily freaking business. You have not, because it's not in your favor. Any double standard that is in your favor, we don't hear y'all bitching about it. But as soon as it's to the point where as though it's not in your favor, oh, how are you gonna tell me not to sleep? Y'all do it. We can rarely have a conversation with the whataboutisms.
All right, I'm gonna say this real quick, and then I gotta go because it's breakfast time.
All right.
So my kids are in my room, like.
Another woman, if y'all can. I'm trying to get some more women in the panel. If y'all want to
Well,
Hold
you
come
on,
up
ready
in
to
the
get another
box,
one up here in a few
real
because I'm
quick,
ready to
'cause
get my
I
car.
for sure.
gotta go into mommy mode. But so the point of me saying yes, you're absolutely right. When it comes, hey, do me a favor, keep it down a notch, please. Thank you. When it comes to that in particular, and I will be the first person to tell you, I was a very
I said women. This dude came up.
at the end of the day, and when you put yourself out there and you're trying to, like, you go through your phases or trying to fill a void, it's exactly what it's called. um you want to settle down, it makes your fight a lot harder. Why? Because of what you've already done. You've been around the block now. Nobody really wants you, and it makes your everything a lot harder. So for me to get something that I want from a man, or to get the man that I currently am associating with, right? Keyword associating, and we haven't gotten it that far, that it took years, it took some time, and women have to be willing to put forth the effort and energy more than what they are accustomed to in order to maintain or get the high value man or get that man of virtue. you know. And if you're not willing to put forth the effort, the energy, and the time more than what you would do on an average, then you're not going to get what you need.
Yeah.
And holding men
You know,
responsible for their
what men value. I
orgasm.
mean, you know what men like more than more. You know what men like. Honestly, ladies, I'm gonna tell you all this. Nothing. Well, there are a couple things, but what makes men feel good is when he can have a woman and show her new things, whether it be places to go, how to perform, just conversations that they may not have. It feels good for us to be able to show you new things. Not every time, oh, I've been here before. I've been there before. I've done this.
But do you think the knowledge that we get, you know, figuring it out on our own is another reason why it makes it hard for women to have this conversation? More so because if you can't show us anything, do you think that that's where we're losing our feminine energy?
Well, you know what? You can go do things on your own, right? But it's not like sharing it with someone. You know, and a lot of times I think that women lose their femininity because they're too busy trying to be like us.
Well,
I feel that.
I'll do give you just a slight. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I'm gonna give you just a slight pushback with that, just slightly. That's not always the case. The majority of the time, yes, but women, in certain situations, are put in that situation where now we're waiting for a man to take over. You know, but you know, if they're stuck in
Good
that
looks.
energy for so long, they don't know how to surrender.
You know what? And I'm going to leave on this note because I'm going to step out the door. I can somewhat agree with you on that, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I'm a dude, right? I've been single since 2014. And my girlfriends often tell me, they said, you know what now? Why it's so goddamn hard? Because you become used to being alone and doing shit by yourself and on your own. Because truth be told, I haven't really found a woman, honestly, that I can spend more than 3 hours with because they start to irritate the living shit out of me. So when you're stuck in a position for so damn long, yes, you do lose certain things. And I'm not going to take that from y'all. Because, I mean, just like we're not robots, you are not either. So I'll give you that.
Okay, like, can I say bye to you now, or you want me to wait for real?
All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and dip out. Thank you, everybody, for giving me the opportunity.
Not you, lady. I was talking to Warlock, but have a good breakfast.
You too. Thank you.
For sure, for sure.
You see how easy that was for an agreement?
Yeah, I'm only
Leave it
letting
alone
women
for the
up from
men
this
out.
point, though. I'm just trying to get some more women in here while the thing is up. And if y'all can keep hitting them like,
When you ask certain questions, like when you ask, do you want a more experienced man or a non-experienced man? Most women will say more experience, right? Because they're holding the man accountable for their orgasm instead of understanding that
Yep.
they are
Facts.
responsible. So that's the
Facts.
issue right there. That's the
You know,
biggest issue.
I've had literally women have fought me on that. I've had women who were quote unquote feminists that said that men should just go to the library before they deal with any woman. Then I said, how about instead of going to the library, because every woman's specific about her body and what works for her, how about if you want your O, tell him how to get your O? How about that? And the woman was like, oh my God, I can't believe you. That's the misandrous point. I said, what? The lack of accountability is crazy.
one more spot for another woman.
You
One more
fucking
spot.
devil. What do you mean?
That's like going to a steakhouse and just expect you to cook to know what kind of steak I want. Just tell him 6'4" out here and I want a steak. And he just gonna know, oh yeah, I know it. No, well, how you want your steak, sir? If you want this right, you better tell the cook how you want it.
It's really bad for you guys. We expect you to know how
Yeah.
we feel, what we want, and how to do it without any. Because it's crazy what I heard a woman say. But you posted already know. I was like, what? Like how do they know? Like how do they
Yeah,
know?
see,
My wife will
It's
test me. My wife will test me because I typically call her exactly the same time on the way home, on the way to work every day, on the way home every day. And sometimes, we may have a little disagreement. And it's not like a whole end of the world or nothing, but we're both kind of like feeling a little hostile. That bitch just sit there and wait. Why didn't you call me? And then she'll call me like the second I pull into the parking lot. Why didn't you call me? I don't know. What are you talking about? You're supposed to. That's what you do every day. I never.
It's not a woman.
oh yeah
Yeah, that's not a woman. He
The
tricked me.
funny
He tricked you.
the the
I've
funny
been
thing is this
tricked.
though, right?
Tell him to go
Oh
get his
man,
wife over
look,
here.
the
Get your wife.
the funny thing is that I think the funniest thing is this. Like I had a little spat with my wife years ago, right? This was like between the first and the fifth year we were married, and she just told me one day, "You're just not a good husband," and I was like, and I laughed, right? I was holding back a little frustration, but I laughed, and I said to her, I said, "Okay, what kind of husband do you want me to be?" And she was like, some. And she couldn't really give me any specific answers, right? And I said, okay, all right, I'll consider everything you said. I said, but when you say I'm not a good husband, who are you comparing me to? Your sister's husband? Your mom's husband? Your grandmama's husband? How about your coworker's husband? Because none of them have husbands. I was like, so whose husband? I was like, did you have a husband before me? I mean, see, the thing is that a lot of men are dealing with women who make up who men are. And then they hold men accountable for the man in their head. They made up this man. This man ain't never existed in their whole damn life. He ain't never existed in a daddy. He ain't never existed in a brothers, a sisters. Nobody, for a lot of women. And men are held accountable for men that don't fucking exist.
On behalf of the imaginary husbands and stuff, guys, I'm so sorry we did that. I apologize.
No, that's real shit, and that's the problem because we hold them accountable for the women that do exist. Because who we talking about
Exactly.
ain't in our head is they friends, they mamas, they daughters, they cousins, motherfuckers they hang out with, and that's the irony of it all. Who they talking about is fictional. Who we talking about is real.
Hey,
And
let's
that's
like
the
let's
crazy
be
part.
can I ask like every female in here? Let's not sit here and justify anything. Let's not even reach back in the bag of nothing. Right? Let's just listen. Right? The reason why is because us justifying or reasoning with anything or trying to make sense of this, it's really pointless when we can just simply move from here. Like
Just
really, really like
just receive it and just
receive it. The reason
process it.
why is because regardless of what we think or what we say or how offended we are, they are still looking at us this way. And that's a fact.
I don't know how you
Yeah.
said that. That sounded okay, but at the same time,
Say what?
it sounded like you agreed, but there was a little bit of
No,
like
no, no. It's
something
not that
behind it.
I don't. It's not that I don't. I'm just saying I'm not agreeing with anyone, but you guys are right. Like, as far as what you're saying, it's still valid. It's still,
Wait,
you
so
say,
you agree with us, but
I agree that you guys have complaints. I agree that these things are happening. I agree that you have kind of been like gotten the short end of the stick, and I apologize on behalf of us. And let's just make a
Yeah.
change.
Thank you. I mean, hey, wisdom for president. Wisdom and Sadie for president for real. These are just some like and the whole invalidation thing. Like earlier we were talking about invalidation and we seen a man did it and we called it right out, right? But oftentimes when it comes to emotional invalidation or experience invalidation, we don't call women out, right? We don't tell women that what they're doing is verifying how a man should be and should feel and should experience things through their own lives. You know, what'll happen is a man will say, hey, that wasn't kind, or that wasn't nice, or I don't feel good about that. And a woman be like, you're a man. If that happened to me, I wouldn't I wouldn't go through that. And that's a total invalidation of of how that man feels, what that man's going through, how he's experiencing whatever. But women will get away with it over and over again, and then we'll coat it with the sassy or you're being less than a man, when in reality, we could say the same thing, but there is no standard for being less than a woman, which
So
was the, you know what I'm saying?
said, always pay attention to when a woman talk. So once she starts saying I feel, it's over. She's coming from an emotional standpoint versus I think, right? A lot of the times,
Oh no.
What happened?
yeah,
So,
What
oh,
happened?
I got a phone
was you
call.
done?
A lot of
Oh,
the times when a lot of the times on these panels you hear women say I feel like a man shouldn't, I feel like a man shouldn't, because they are emotionally attached right now. They don't know how to think, but separate the two. They also don't want you or any other, like, to me, and I can't wait to Kev get to that third question, because I answered it before I fell asleep. It's just the whole thing about women not wanting to be held accountable. And I'm not saying all, but because some women are just stuck in their ways. Stuck, can't move. You can't pull them out. You can't even use a tweezer. So
yeah.
it is what it is. Like I just say be the best version of yourself that you can be, but it's gonna come a point in time. I hope when you're not 55, like some women on this app talking about they're single. And I'm single because I chose me. I'm single because I chose my career. I'm single because I chose my kids. These are the things you will always hear them say.
And then that is their indictment, and they just don't know how they indict themselves. That means you
So
put your kids first. You put your kids over stability. You put your kids over happiness. You put them over here, and that's why you stuck with your kids.
It's not even that. Like, I don't know about putting kids in that either. Like, if you, for me, when my mom said to me one time, she said, I chose to have remarried because I wanted to have a father for y'all. And I'm like, that's putting your kids, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, because she knows that kids need fathers, but I don't know. But anyway, Mercedes, I wanted to say something to what you were saying. I absolutely, like, as far as us being accountable and us admitting shit, we become the bad guy. We become the offenders. We become the person that needs a chance. Like, we have this pride and this ego more than men do on some real shit, and it's detrimental to our relationships or our interactions. Even it's like again, my parents, my mom, man, she just doesn't know how to. That marriage, yes, she chose a husband, but boy, did she not know how to, she did not know how to be a wife. She was emasculating him in so many ways. And it was like, it was really hard to see. And I'm the only girl. I had to really, really look at that. Like, I don't want my brothers to be like that. So this is where this is coming from. This is where this wisdom is. I love my brothers so much that I put them above me. Right. So that means I had to learn how to be humble. I started praying differently. I've been single for the last 4 years because why? I thought to myself, if I ask my 3 last boyfriends what they think about me negatively or whatever and walk away from me, then I said to myself, well, shit, let me fix those things. Let me understand where that comes from. Let me deal with that. Let me better myself, because I know that my future husband, I'm going to love him so much that I did the work. And I want to be proud to say that. So I started looking within. The answers is within, yo. We don't need any man or so shit. It's in us. These feelings that the I feels, they can be rectified within. You know.
Can
And
can I say something real
So,
quick to that? That women gotta be careful a little bit not to. I understand what you're doing for your brothers and everything, and I'm seeing that a lot of women are starting to give advice, but and then men are giving the same advice too. So don't worry, but we don't want it too much overcorrection, because now we're seeing a lot of younger men starting to opt out early, where they're like, you guys are giving them this advice to watch out, and they're just so paranoid and anxious, they don't want to participate anymore. So we
yeah.
we don't want to be
Yeah.
too
So,
overcorrecting on
real quick for the
I,
next person talk,
but
because I
these,
know I got to squeeze in all the time. I'm trying to get Sydney in, 'cause I know she ain't say nothing at all. You got, what you got for us, Sydney? Anything you heard you want to respond to, or do you want to say something towards the prompt?
Good
And then I
morning,
got one
host.
more spot for another woman if they want to come up.
Good morning to the host. Good morning to the
Good morning.
panel.
Morning.
Yes, I mean it's frustrating to sit and listen to certain rhetorics when it is solely being generalized and is not about the person in general. Because like Sadari said, if somebody starts to speak and they say, as for me or in my opinion or for my beliefs or for me, they're coming from an emotional standpoint already. Absolutely. But I can't speak for all women because it's not justifiable, because I have not encountered every woman, nor can I speak on all men and the way that all men should be and act accordingly, because I have not been privy to all men.
Why not? It's just an opinion. It ain't gonna hurt nobody.
In my opinion, I mean, it's the same thing. You are thinking from a logical standpoint in your head, right? That you believe. So if I take my emotions out of it and address the fact that if I was to get a BBL, it would be solely for me. Because in my
Sure.
opinion, you know what I'm saying? I don't like the way I look in
And
clothing
why? Insecurity?
because of my insecurities. Yes, it is not about anybody else. If I saw the most beautiful dress and it is cut down to the belly button, and if I was to put it on, it's not going to look the same.
So who told you that? Like, where do this opinion about you come from? It came from somewhere but yourself. Who told you the beauty standard? Who said that you were not beautiful? Who said that you look less than?
Nobody said that I wasn't beautiful. Let's start there. My self-confidence in the person that I am. I am a beautiful person, inside and out.
And who? That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying. It came from
you know what
somewhere.
I'm saying? But
Nobody just wake up and
for
say that.
me,
It don't just come from. Even as a kid, we just don't. We don't know that we're beautiful or not. It came from somewhere. It's a root to it.
my thing is, if I take out anything that has been said, it is just the insecurity that my body, as I know it, has looked the same, right? Since I was 12 years old. At a certain point, it was supposed to change. Top was supposed to bust out a little bit. Bottom is going to be what the bottom is. But if I cannot put on a certain shirt, a certain dress, this, that, or the third, that is just strictly for me, that I don't feel confident in certain clothing. Have I learned to readjust the type of clothing that I wear? Yes, because it's meant for my body style. I understand that. You know what I'm saying? But to be diagnosed with body dysmorphia, which means that in my brain, I think I look like Jessica Rabbit. On the outside, I look like a 12-year-old girl.
There we go. So is you doing comparisons? That's why I said it's coming from somewhere as to why you feel less than as a person, right? So it comes from somewhere. At the end of the day, you just don't come with this out of nowhere by yourself and just say you're doing it for yourself. You're doing it because you're comparing yourself to somebody else.
Yeah, most of the time, things are about comparing, complaining, and competing. And
Right.
this is what men are saying. Like when men hear women, that's the language we hear you guys speaking. We hear you guys speaking the language of comparison, of complaining, and then competition. And what we're saying is that when you're with us, Trade in the complaining for making real requests. Make a request of a man and he'll do it, right? Because men don't like to listen to deficiency. We just want to know what you want us to do, right? And then the competing, you don't have to compete because you've won something which we feel like we are, right? You got
Yeah,
something that we don't see that you guys are valuing. And then when we hear you comparing, why are you comparing yourself to somebody that we didn't choose? Like we chose you. Yeah, that person might catch our eye. Yeah, you might see him on our story, our timeline. Yeah, those things. But when it comes down to choosing, she said, for example, Sydney said something that I really thought was great, right? But then it was a conflation, right? When men think of beautiful, we don't think necessarily outside. We mostly think of beauty in service, in humility, in strength, under control. We see beauty as inspiring, but you guys see beauty as pretty. Most pretty women to us are actually ugly.
and
Be-
I do hear
Oh,
what you're
wait a
saying.
minute.
I definitely hear what you're saying,
yeah.
but I am not seeing Respucia at the Fortune 500 company dinners. I'm not seeing Respucia at the
Yeah,
Derby. I'm not
that's
seeing
what I was gonna say.
Respucia at the company
So it
gala.
came from somewhere. Right, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm getting.
Right,
We
the
just gotta
opinion
admit.
of the other men. That is why your wife looks the way that she does. Because when she's on your arm, somebody else is looking at her. It ain't what you see, it's what they see.
True.
So it's
The
what
trophy, right? The
So
prize.
we got
all
one more
all
spot for another woman. We got
I have
one more
I
spot
have
if y'all want to come
I
up.
have some I have a question, host. What is
Well,
going on in the chat box? Are they Billy and y'all need to chill? I
you ain't gotta
think
worry about it. It's gonna be like that, and it's just the
uh
beginning, man.
oh
But
dang.
yeah. Anybody, if y'all got a disagreement, women, or you want to add to it, though, y'all, it's one more spot for another woman.
I feel like the Fortune 500 companies, and I've been to those galas, honestly, and without a BBL and or whatever. And I've been to those. I've been to the White House Correspondents' Dinners. I've been to the National Prayer Breakfast. I've been to all of that without any of this. So again, it's just like I guess the
What?
achievements, where are these galas from? I mean, what dinner are you trying to be invited to? And then let's get recognized in those events for those practices or those, purposes. I
Yeah,
mean,
kind of, yeah, to piggyback on what you're saying, yeah, in those type of events, you're not really admired for or looked at for those things. It's a plus to draw attention to yourself, but when you get there, there's gonna have to be more to be provided if you're gonna want to play in those circles, or you're
yes,
gonna be
Exactly.
very
exactly.
quiet.
And
Right. Let's change
so
the world, get a Nobel Prize. I mean,
exactly, like a lot of women think just because you are like you have an invitation that you are actually valuable in those spaces, and just because you have access doesn't mean that you're an asset. I've been on yachts and all that stuff with like famous people and everything, and literally the girl who's out there, whatever, with all of these are the girls that guys are throwing away. They give them fake numbers and everything, or they leave money on the nightstands. They leave money on the nightstands for these girls, or they literally walk up to them being disrespectful, asking them how much.
Echoing.
Like it's terrible.
Well, I've heard a lot that they will not deal with it. A woman with a BBL is only fuckable. She's not wifeable. I hear that all the time.
Exactly.
Have you guys heard of how Leonardo DiCaprio does his thing?
no, but the echo's killing me.
Would they younger woman or
Share,
something like that?
share,
If they past
share,
25 or something?
share.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so what? I mean, trust me when I like that whole compare, complain, compete thing. That's how men hear women, and anytime we're listening, we're like, which one is she doing now? Is she comparing? Is she complaining? Or is she competing? And we just sift it out, and then we have to filter through. We have to filter through everything you're saying just to get the request of what you're asking us to do. Or sometimes we sifting through it to see if you even want us to do anything for you. we're like, damn, is this a vent session or is this a fix it section? And sometimes we ask, and sometimes we don't. But it's always funny when we're listening to women.
I think you're making an echo. I think.
Spreading propaganda on Mr. She ain't gonna come in and boss. She just like barking down there. That's the women y'all want to avoid, though.
You're right.
And they just like throwing things out there and play victim and all that other stuff. Well, and they didn't even see her when we was talking about men yesterday. I be loving it. Come in here crying, traumatized, want to keep talking about how she feels, but ain't giving out one answer. That's funny.
I think you're making everyone.
I invited her up, but she over there. But like I said, I got one more spot for another woman to come over if y'all want to.
612. I think you're making us echo.
Huh?
612 is making us echo.
Your stuff went in and out. Hold up real quick. That junk echo too, but I can't even hear nothing. What the?
It's definitely making us echo.
It's not letting me mute him. All right.
Okay, so
I don't know what's going on.
so as you know, my I started doing this. A friend of mine had to do this. He actually taught me a lot. He said, "Is this one of those? Which conversation is this?" Before I even start, well, I started, and he goes, "Wait. Is this a solving conversation? Is it a do something conversation, or you just nagging conversation? Which one is this?" I said, "All right," and then I'll pick. And then that's how we started, because I needed, and it's not that I intended.
What's up, Mary?
Purposeful, it's just that that's what it is. And I have to realize what conversation it is so that we can be effective. We can be efficient with our shit.
Okay. But yeah, hopefully, Sydney, you understood what I was meaning by that, though. Because at the end of the day, we say we do these things for ourselves and all that stuff. But this beauty standard came from somewhere. It's something that we comparing ourselves to as to why we feel less than, why we feel like, okay, I'm not good enough or I'm ugly or something like that. It comes from somewhere. It's always a root to everything. It's just because of how we grew up. So this thing where we say we do it for ourselves, no, we do it because that it was validated by other sources. This is what beauty looked like, or this is whatever. So that's why we do things like BBLs and freaking makeup and all that other stuff. This is what a doll look like. This is what pretty look like and all that stuff. So it comes from somewhere. None of that stuff is just naturally just in self. A baby don't come out like, dang, let me get validated or something. I'm talking off looks and stuff. I mean, a baby don't even know what a mirror look like. So
in Asia, they actually get the surgery for your eyelids, and I was so confused when somebody asked me if I got my eyelids done. I'm like, done where? And they said that they put that crease in them. That's crazy. So where BBL is kind of more popular here in the West, certain things are in different places, different cultures, different beauty standards.
Yeah. Lips
so let me
real
get
big in some places.
Yeah, let me get. Oh, Pig Mission, she fam. I already know she about to set some fire. What's the deal, Pig Mission? How you feeling?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm blessed. How you feel about the topic? And you can do, I guess, to get caught up, you can do 1 through 2.
Sure, of course. 1 through 2. Is the problem we talk about women too much or too less to you, and why? I don't think it's about talking about women too much. I think that in the past, people really didn't talk about women and their problems that much, outside of little girl talk or whatever. But as far as publicly criticizing women, I didn't see a lot of that at all. I don't even think that was really allowed without people getting booed off, those talk shows and stuff. I don't think you could publicly go on any type of TV show as a man and criticize women the way that they criticize men and not get publicly shamed or booed off the stage. Or maybe they wouldn't even air that segment, because they didn't want their viewership to go down. So I think in the past, it wasn't really talked about. So now that there's other platforms that are coming where people are allowed to have their own voices and opinion, we're seeing a lot more of it that's been like kind of like closed in for a while. And people are kind of like, well, women especially, they're shocked because they haven't heard this criticism before. And to them, it comes off as hate when it's really just a lot of people's honest opinion and experience.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think we can continue the conversation, but we need to take more action at this point in time. So
Right.
that's my thoughts. Why do women play victimhood or deflect to men when it comes to accountability? Again, I think part of it is the lack of verbal criticism, like public criticism, the lack of shame. There's no more shame anymore, so women can get away with just about anything. There's little to no consequences for women in pretty much everything, honestly. There's always a way out for women. A lot of them won't admit that, but there's always a way out for pretty much every situation for a woman. And because of that, you're not, and the way that a lot of people raise their daughters and society views little girls versus little boys, a lot of the times the problems are deflected onto little boys. Like I'll give a quick example and then I'll try to wrap this up. Like in schools, how they'll tell little girls to stay away. They'll tell the little boys to leave the girls alone. That's none of your business. And then they'll tell little girls to stay away from the nasty little boys. So they're off rip. They're putting a problem with little boys, and then they're saying little girls avoid the problems, when instead of just saying that, no, you both can be problems and you both can be disrespectful to each other. So it starts when they're children and they grow up thinking that they're above correction. They're not a part of the problem, and that if anything goes wrong, it's because someone else did it and they're just the victim. And so a lot of little girls, they start off like that and they grow up into grown adult women with that same childish mindset.
Mm-hmm. Well, since you, I guess I'll let you start this next one, since I think everybody caught up, though. And then I'm gonna go to Sadari, and then we go down. So just because you got the name in there, right? Why do you have to be considered a misogynist, basher, or a pick-me to call a woman out?
Again, that's the same point that I made. People are in shock that women are actually problematic as well, that women can be just as vile and gross as some of the men out here. And they're shocked that people are airing out their grievances. And so anytime that they hear this, they consider it hate. They're just not used to it. They are overly emotional. They lack emotional intelligence to just look past their feelings and listen to the message. And the first thing they'll do, instead of actually like listening and trying to attack the argument, they'll attack you. So they will never know what you said. They'll just say, you're just misogynistic or you're a pick-me. And they can't ever say what the problem is with the argument that you've stated. And so again, they just lack intelligence.
Ouch. Okay.
So,
All right.
for me to be here, probably got it. And I'm about to be blunt and real honest, and I
Stick your chest out.
women is gonna hate me when I say this, but the more women are misogynistic than men, right? Women call women out, or women speak down on women more than men do, right? And you can see it outside, you see it on the app, you see it all over, anywhere, and even in the workforce, you see it, right? Women do it way more than men, way more. You know why? Because sometimes they in the process of trying to fix themselves, but still trying to go against what somebody is saying. I get it where Pick-Misha is coming from, right? Women don't like to be called out because it's like you're calling their flaw out. They hate that shit. Even if it's something, especially if it's something about, you ever see women in the summertime with pom-pom shorts pushing the stroller? And then you'll see an older woman say to them, well, you shouldn't be pushing that stroller with them short shorts on. And the first thing they'll say is, I'm grown. They hate to be called out. But then the man will say it, right? A man will say it to them, and then they'll be like, you just fucking mad. But if they baby daddy say it, now it's this nigga just don't want me to look good. It's always like some feedback instead of actually listening.
Mm-hmm. What you got for us, Wiz?
Oh my God. Okay, so listen, again, blaming others for something we can fix. That shit's wild. Look at the comment. But you're absolutely right, Sadie. It's absolutely true. You too, Misha. I mean, this is, I don't know why I'm here no more. Like, this is exactly what it is. Instead of, we could have been fixed the problem. For every fucking minute that we spent on defending this behavior, we could have been, it would have been what? A second to correct it? And in 60 seconds, we sacrificed to being happy, being complete, being, being women, being feminine, being at peace. For every fucking minute, it would have been 60 seconds.
Appreciate you.
It doesn't even make sense. Thank you so much, Willie. I appreciate it. Yeah, look, I love it. I gotta go. I gotta do some music.
Okay.
So, it's been real, y'all. It's been
Oh
great.
yeah, appreciate you, man.
Don't hit me with a favor and all that. Hey, ladies, calm down in the box, y'all. You
This is just the
everybody
beginning,
like
man.
this is all the same that they talking about. Everything. Sadie, it's been a pleasure. Pick me, still what up? And Sydney, thank you. And I'll talk to you guys later.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Appreciate you again. One more spot for another woman to come up. So this if y'all got some rebuttals or okay. So. Good looks again, Miley. You know you always contributing and stuff. You know all I really ask for is likes, but you always, appreciate you.
No problem, Kim. Much love.
Well, since you up here now, it's you now. That was perfect. So you just replaced the person that last part.
Yeah.
So what you got on that?
It was. I just came up to be a little ox. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all agreeing too much in this box.
You said it's too much.
Yeah. But y'all go ahead. I don't want to stop where somebody was just talking.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. I'm trying to switch. I might switch. TJ, yeah, you've been up here the longest. So I'm gonna switch you out. I got somebody else in the box. Just request back up though when the spot get open. All right, go ahead, Mark. It's you next.
Oh no, I'm just listening to the ladies and just taking it in. I'm staying in the comments, trying to just give my opinions there.
Uh-oh, it's
But
all like you got a whole war down there. My bad. I ain't mean that. VO, what's up, my brother?
What up?
I hope you don't shake the room too much. I know how you work.
I'm about to take it right now.
Is that count on you, huh? So I guess we can start you with the misogynist thing. Why do you have to be?
I'm about to go to.
Yeah, I know you got a wonderful answer for that. But then you gonna probably be. Let's see what you got, man.
Listen, man. Why do you have to be considered misogynistic, basher, or pick me? Right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why the woman who calls you this is sensitive to criticism.
Mm-hmm.
The woman who calls you this has a high sense of like entitlement, self-worth. So and that high sense of self-worth is a false reality. Because most of them will gain it from wearing makeup. They'll get that confidence boost. They'll get it from having a wig. They'll get that confidence boost. So it's like they can't be told shit. They're gonna wear their wigs and weave, and what about it? Is what they're gonna tell you. You know what I'm saying? So this word is gonna bother people, and if it bothers you, it's because you're one of them. So the reason why this. The reason why these women call you misogynistic and pick me is because they are narcissistic. They narcissistic women. And if you feel hit in your soul, you need to go to therapy. That word is like throwing holy water on a demon. You feel me? When you say narcissist, and people go, oh man, I'm tired of that word. That's because they're a narcissist. They need to go heal. I yield.
No, I had to end it like that, huh? Manuela, what's up? Welcome to the live.
Hello.
Hello. How you feeling, man? Why? Huh?
Are you asking me that? I'm good. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, I'm asking. Yeah, make sure you're all right. Why do you have to be considered misogynistic, basher, or pick me to call a woman out?
I don't know. I don't know.
Interesting.
I know.
So, let me ask this then real quick. I'm gonna give you one of these questions then. Is the problem we talk about women too much or too less to you, and why?
I think we talk about sorry if it's not going to be like a straight answer, but I think we talk about like both men and women way too much. Or if from my
Yeah, the
perspective.
question is about women though, so but yeah, okay.
Sorry, yeah, I would say we do talk about women way too much. Sort of. I don't know if it comes from what we expect as a society or what we're seeing today. I don't know where it stems from. It's different for everyone, but I do believe that it's being talked about way too much.
Why?
Like I said, a lot of it stems from what we, like as a society, expect of this certain gender, like this women. So most of the arguments that I see about women is like Bio said, like women wearing certain types of hair or makeup or like how they dress, how they speak, like not wanting families or stuff like that. And I don't know, I just think that.
So should we stop talking?
I think you can talk about it, but like it's way too much for both. But since we're talking about women, yeah, you don't have to stop talking about it. Obviously, like you have freedom of speech. So if you see a problem or an issue that you want to speak on, or if it's affecting you personally and not
Do
necessarily.
you see the problems that you're saying that they talk about too much?
Honestly, no, not personally. I don't see that, but maybe on social media, yeah, I see that. I just don't really think that social media dictates what all women do. Obviously, you do have great women that don't wear wigs or makeup or talk a certain way, dress a certain way. So I don't go based off of that.
Okay. All right.
I had a
hashtag
question.
you. Huh?
Can I disagree with that?
Go ahead. What you got? Anybody got some rebuttals or add to on that one?
Can I disagree to that? Because so why is Instagram so popular if that's not the case?
It's the social media. I mean,
But women are the
question.
most focused on that platform. Like women use it the most, or even what's OnlyFans and all those things.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't understand where you came to that point of women don't really follow social media.
No, I said I wouldn't, like, maybe let me put it in this term. I wouldn't say like 80% of women are like, and I'm going to give an example, like Sexy Red, just because I see Sexy Red, because I've met women that are not like Sexy Red. So I can't come to that contention that all women act this way because of certain women or men that I'm seeing on social media. I can't say that all men are gangbangers because I see that on social media, right? That would be wrong. So I can't judge based off of what I'm seeing on social media because it's not real life, right? At the end of the day, we don't develop those relationships on social media or with women or men, unless it's long distance, I don't know, but real life, we have to come back to reality. Like there's 8 billion people in this world in different parts of the world. How are we contending that this is how they are because of an Instagram post?
So you haven't seen them little kids that be dancing to Sexy Red and all that stuff?
I have not seen that, but I'm not gonna be disingenuous and say that doesn't exist. I'm pretty sure there's something
Bro,
like
what
that.
part of Well, whatever. Okay, we'll take that then. I guess you haven't seen anything, so that's new to you. How old are you, by the way? I don't
I'm
even like asking
23.
that, but how old are you?
23.
Please say you're 18 or so. Wow. Okay. Yeah, 'cause it seems like you ain't see a lot. That's crazy. But hey, it
Social
is what it
media
is. Shit,
does.
nobody in your family like that? No, nothing, huh?
Well, I'm not even from here, so most of my algorithm is like of cooking. I like to cook or nursing.
Hmm.
Like social media does work with algorithms. So if you're interacting with certain content, that's exactly what you're going to see on your social media.
Hmm.
Like I don't interact with those type of videos, so I rarely see them. But like I said, I'm not just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So
Hmm. So I'm curious then, what made you come up then? How did you find this? Why you picked this live out of everything? What just want to know.
it just popped
Because
up.
you ain't see nothing at all, you know what I'm saying?
It just popped up actually as I was scrolling. It just popped up, and I came in here when Miss Saderi. I apologize if I'm saying that wrong. Miss Saderi was talking, and I wanted to come up to ask a question in contention to her question.
What's the question?
What was the question?
So I want to ask, like, as women, who and what exactly should we listen to? Because oftentimes I've heard the argument of like deflecting accountability because you don't like it or like you feel attacked, and like we should start listening to better ourselves. But like, who and what should we listen to? And an example, like to follow up my question, would be if like my father is telling me you need to focus on your education first and then think about getting married, but like a man on TikTok or Instagram tells me get married first, then focus on your education. Like, who should I listen to and what should I listen to in that moment?
Right. So your dad raises you, right? Your dad
Mhm.
raised you to be the woman who you are. But when you get with a man, that's your man. That's not your daddy. It's certain things that you can ask your father for advice from, to get from him. But a lot of the times you're gonna confide in your man. 90% of the time you're gonna confide in your man to see what his opinion is first. So if you feel like you meet a young man and he wants to get married, are you gonna go against it? Are you vetting him? Did you court him before you started getting married? Did you take him home to your dad so your dad can vet him? Those things are important. So as far as listen to yourself. If this is the right thing for you, listen to yourself. But if you feel like that's not what you want, then keep it moving. Don't string a young man along just for the fun of it, just for the hell of it. Maybe, God bless you, you may be damaging him because you going on your own free will. So I say, if you meet a man, are you single right now?
I am.
So if you meet a man tomorrow or maybe next week, maybe 5 months from now, and you like him and he say, hey babe, let's get married, you're gonna say, no, I don't want to get married because my daddy said I need to get my education first.
No. That's why I agree with the first thing you said. I would essentially think it's up to me. I am taking advice from like the men in my life, my grandfather, my father, even my uncles. I take advice even from my parents, my mom, but essentially that decision is up to me. I would apply that all across the board. So if a woman feels like wearing provocative clothing or wearing wigs is something that's right for her, then is she wrong if we're saying that you need to listen to herself?
Well, is
Hey, hashtag, I'm gonna switch you out. I'm trying to bring more women in here. I'm really trying to prioritize women right now today for
Jump
real.
in with this one.
Hmm?
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Can I go first, Bit Mission?
Well, I'm
You
thinking
can say
somebody
first.
did say they wanted to go. Miley. It was
Me?
Miley.
Yeah, go
We
ahead,
can go
Millie.
ahead, pick me up.
Okay, so Manuela, this is my advice, right? A lot of the times when people speak and giving advice like that, right? One, know the person who you're listening to, right? Whether their intentions, are they looking out for you, or is it some other mischievous type of
Mark,
thing,
I'm gonna
right?
switch you out, brother.
So, like, a lot of the times you want to listen and take in what they're saying, right? But understand what you're looking for and your values, right? Because sometimes people get stuck on, like we can't chew gum and walk at the same time, right? So you could still go to school, right? You could still date and you could still potentially get married, right? While doing all of that at the same time. It doesn't have to be one or the other. I was one of those women, right? Because I value family. I value wanting to have kids and, one day growing old and sitting on the porch with my husband, sipping on lemonade, right? But I also value, things personally that I want to achieve in life, like helping people with different types of disorders like dementia, right? So you can do both at the same time. Some people want to scare you into saying that you can't, but if you are at school and you meet a handsome, lovely young man, right? And he checks out all the boxes. And he's like, hey, I want to
Plus
propose to
mahogany.
you. I would not turn him down because I'm in school, right? Because we already have a hard time finding the right people in our lives, right? I heard that a lot from people. The dating market is trash. So if you have somebody that, and this is one of your goals is to be in a family, then don't turn it down. You go with that, right? Just because somebody told you, hey, you need to finish school first, right? You can do both. And like, I'm an example of that. I've been married, going to be 23 years this year. Well, been together with my husband 23 years since we were like 15, 14, right? And so we grew up together. We healed together, right? We went to school, we got married, we had kids, we did all of that. And we still achieved a lot of the things that we wanted to achieve. So don't feel like you have to do either one. Because I heard that a lot. People say you got to choose one or the other. All right. Pick Nisha. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Damn, I forgot what her question was. Oh, yeah. Okay. So it's not so much that people are trying to tell you what to do. Like, because everybody's an adult, you have free will, do what you want to do. The problem is when you come back and complain that you can't find a based off of what you did. Like, we have women out here that are overweight, wear wigs, nails, makeup, the waist trainers, everything. Everything about this woman is fake, but she's asking for a real man. Like, excuse you. And then you say you want a quality man, but nobody that says they want a quality man, they don't know what a quality man wants. They don't even know what a quality woman is. So the problem is you're asking for something you don't even know how to acquire yourself. And then you're getting upset. You want to do what you want to do, which is fine. Like I said, do what you want to do, but don't get mad when you get the certain results that you get. Mm-hmm. About the results that they're getting. Oh, I can't find a man. Girl, what type of woman are you? And then they're silent. They have nothing to say for themselves. So that's the problem. Like, nobody's saying you can't do whatever you want to do. I tell women, do what you want to do. Be a 304, but don't be mad when you get 304 results. Okay.
No, I agree with that 100%. And
I told y'all to sit back.
Yeah, Millie, that was a wonderful explanation. That definitely answered my question. So Misha, you answered my question too. I agree with that you need to be the same standard that you're holding your partner or your potential partner to. I 100% agree with that. And I do apply that to both men and women, but of course we're talking about women in this case. So I see what you're saying. So people can do what they want to do, just don't be shocked of the results, basically, if they don't. Okay, I get it. I get what you're saying. Okay, that explains it. Now I'm understanding. This is actually like the first platform that like that question has been answered straight without like deflecting from the original question. So that makes sense. So now to answer the question about if we talk about women way too much, I would say with that answer, not necessarily.
What? You done made her have a change of heart? What's going on? Hey, I'll take that. Let's go ahead and give her one of these real quick. All right. A day. What's up, man? Welcome to the live. What you got for us? Something you wanted to speak on, or you want to go on this the prompt?
I'd like to go on the prompt. I'm just listening, and I don't know. I'm a girl's girl, so I may say something that's a little different, but I do feel like just coming onto this app and paying attention to a lot of the conversations that happens. I just wanted to understand why there's so many topics that lean on men, and you're a man, the host, trying to give women advice on how they should be, or if there's a lack of accountability on women, when I personally feel like there's just a lack of accountability on men and women. So I'm just always curious to understand why the onus leans so much on women. Yeah, I'm a girl's girl, guys. Yes, red flag.
Yeah, so I'll tell you the reason why I do it, right? Because I can't speak for everybody else.
Yeah.
I would like bringing awareness about things that people hide, or they might not be, like I said, or things they might not be aware of. So I speak on different things. Yesterday, I literally did a live about holding men accountable too. So I hold both sides accountable. I don't do that. Women should hold women accountable, and men, I don't do that. I think every human should hold each other accountable, especially if we want to be better people. We keep talking about this thing called we want the community to do better and all that stuff, but we want to separate in different things and not really checking each other on certain situations though. So yeah, with me, I believe everybody should hold accountable. It ain't no women should hold women and men versus men. I don't know. And I also feel like sometimes we might have to men might have to put their nose in certain women's situation, and women might have to do that so we can know what to learn from, because we all observant of each other. So we got to hear each other out sometimes. I got 2 more spots for some more women to come up.
I love that, and thank you for answering that. And I love that there was a chat for men as well. So that's appreciated. And I agree with you. I love listening to my brothers, my friends, my uncles, my dad, when it comes to how I navigate as a woman in this society, especially when it comes to relationships. So I just wanted to understand, because as I scroll through this app, I'm always seeing rooms filled with men giving women advice. And I rarely see men holding other men accountable for maybe the emotional place that they play with women as well. So
you gotta realize that this gonna happen for a good amount. It's gonna happen a lot, because it's kind of and it's sad to say, it seems like it's a new thing as of the past five or 3 years or something like that. Because otherwise, we saying that we don't see that many men talking about men, but we had plenty of shows that been talking about men all the time. Like they be saying about like Wendy Williams and all that. So there's nothing new. Even Steve Harvey do it. I mean, so we see plenty of times men get held accountable. That's not even alien no more. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a new thing, and everybody on it, and it's getting pushed out. It's a problem that just haven't not been addressed that much. So it's like I said, when it comes to trying to work on the community stuff, everybody from every angle gonna have to talk about it. Men gonna have to talk about it, and women gonna have to talk about it, because it's always been hidden. We haven't been talking about women being held accountable. It's just a rare thing, especially in my time. Shoot, I'm 33 years old and stuff. So I have not seen it. I grew up in the believe all women type era. I didn't know women can do any bad, because every time you hear a woman get hit, I automatically sway to the women. I never asked, why did it happen? Was she the one that socked them first? I never asked none of that stuff. You feel me?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is why you're gonna hear it a lot. You're going to hear
And
it.
then they'll turn around and then they always, I feel like the problem, what's even becoming more problematic is the tit for tat. There's always a
I
comeback.
gotta let my cousin up.
Like when you do say that, when you do ask why something happened, they're like, oh my God, why are you victim blaming? And then just as a comment, there was a comment down there that said something about men need to talk about themselves. They act like women have, like you said, Kev, women have been talking about men for decades now. It's so normalized that they don't even it doesn't even pop out anymore. Like they don't even notice it anymore because it's so normal to talk trash about men, talk about how they're problematic to society, you know, they ain't shit in relationships. That's
How
normal.
they dick
Okay,
little.
that's in TV shows, that's on the news, it's everywhere. People can drag men freely without any consequences, okay? So when it happens to women, it's like a shock. And it's like, "Oh my God, what's going on? This is misogynistic. Cancel him." And it's actually like completely hypocritical and ridiculous. They say men need to talk about themselves, but even when women do talk about other women, y'all hate on those women too. So let's
Oh,
not
she
act
just
like
picking.
y'all care about who's giving the message. You hate the message. That's the thing. You don't care about who the messenger is. You just hate the message because it makes you look bad, as it should.
Let's call it this
So
thing called shame. And don't feel
Have
weird, don't
y'all
it?
ever heard of Nora Vincent?
No, not me. Who? Well,
So she was a woman that she had like manly features and stuff. So she, cut her hair short. She already wore it short. She worked with a voice coach, and she acted as if she was a man for 18 months. And she, at the end of it, she pretty much wrote a book about her experience, uh, and pretty much published it before she unalived herself. Because basically, she was saying it was so hard, the type of treatment that men
I
get.
remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the type of treatment that men get is like crazy. Like women wouldn't be able to deal with it. And I just wanted to put that out there because a lot of the times, like she said, it became a norm for women to talk about a man. Oh, you don't make enough money. So pretty much you can't provide for your family. You're fat, you're ugly, your demonstration not adding up. You feel me? Like it's a norm for people to it's a norm for women to do that. It's a norm for other men to do that to other men, but also men don't have that outlet. And when we try to speak to women and tell you like, hey, this is how you making me feel, the first thing that come out their mouth, oh, you a man, da 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 da. You shouldn't have feelings, da 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 da. You acting like a bee. You acting like a female. What you mean? What is acting like a female? Because last time I checked, having emotions is a human thing. And that's it. I'm about to hop back on the game.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. And also, before I let you go, Miley, I got one more spot for another woman to come. I only let De Niro because it's my cousin. Of course, I'm picking favoritism, of course. But otherwise, um, otherwise, I got another spot for another woman. And then I also wanted to say, um, this how we know it's so normal, right? Because I literally, like I said, I did a live yesterday about men. It was so normal to talk about men that we was all the way off topic. We was talking about other stuff, and there still was some stuff, some educational stuff we needed to talk about anyways. But it was just so normal to talk about men that it was just so brushed off, and that we start talking about other stuff. Because it was just, this is. I mean, who haven't heard about men getting held accountable? It's just crazy. It's nothing new. It's just so freaking funny to me, though. But yeah, I just had to throw that in the air, though. Who was that? Shay. Okay. All right. Like I said, some more women. Some spots for more women to come up and stuff. Try to get as many women in here, just so I can see different point of views. So go ahead, Miley, and then I'm gonna let Mama B go next because she haven't talked.
What's funny is, as much as I've been up here today, Kev, I have not answered any of your prompts.
Wow.
So I wanted to, while Pick Misha was talking, it made me really think about something. So your main topic at the top, lack of accountability on women majority, is the reason America is even worse off. I have to disagree with that, a little bit. And so when we look at accountability, we have to look at it on a macro level and then a micro level, right? I do believe on a micro level, individual women, right, there are things that they could work on and take accountability for, right? Especially, we can't control the toxicity that we grew up in, or the abuse or anything that we grew up with that trauma, right? But as we become adults, we could take responsibility, go, seek counseling, heal from those traumas so that we can make better choices in our lives as adults. So we could break generational curses and we don't pass them down to our daughters and our sons, things like that, right? But on a macro level, right, in this society in America, right, women do not hold a lot of power and control over the systems in society, right? Or what society says is right, what's wrong, what you should be doing, what you should not be doing, right? A lot of the times men control that. And so when you look at all the levels of power between government, between, law enforcement, a lot of it is ran, a lot of the rules are made by men in society, right? And so women, we kind of just shape shift, or we are surviving in this world that is not really specifically ran for us. So on a macro level, to say women should take accountability, I don't necessarily agree with that, because just take sexual workers, right? There's only sexual workers because there is a need there, because there are a lot of men, right, that, pay for it, that go after it. If you take away the customer, right, then you wouldn't have that worker. That's how a lot of businesses are closed now, right? Because you don't have a customer for it. So you can't stay in business. So to say that women should take accountability in that area, right, is, sometimes on a macro level to look at it. But yeah, we can have the conversation about men on a macro level of taking accountability for how the world is, especially here in America, because you guys are at the top making these decisions, right? But the whole women on a macro level, I disagree. Micro, there are some things we can work on as individuals, yes. But macro, no.
I mean, ain't they one of them number one consumers and stuff? They do contribute to what this so-called men are presenting and stuff. So, I mean,
right. And
but I'll take that then. I guess that's how you feel.
And the reason why we're the number one consumers is because when you look at women, right? Women buy a lot of the products for the household, right? They are, buying the groceries. They are, going to Walgreens or whatever, buying the medicine for the husband and children or whatever, right? Because we take care of those things. Of course, we're going to spend more money, right? Even clothes for the household, right? And a lot of the times women, when they're buying clothes, when they're buying makeup, when they're doing their hair, right? As much as we do them for ourselves so that we can feel beautiful, but this world has told us, because I have friends, right, who were smart. They didn't wear makeup. You know what I'm saying? They didn't get weaves, and I would say they were pretty, average, all of that, right? And men, especially when we were in college, would walk right past them and go after those IG looking type of women. And yes, it's because they just wanted to smash, and they wasn't probably looking at them as, wifey material. However, what that sends to that average woman is, well, shoot, you don't like me the way that I'm coming in, is the same complaint that we hear men, right? That comes from women, right? So I may need to go get a BBL. I need to learn how to do makeup and put on more makeup, so then maybe I can get this attention, right? And so you start to look at it from that concept too. So the consumerism increases now because I have to look a certain way. And so I can possibly get a man, so I could possibly get married, and have the life that, I've been seeking to have. So I feel like that's why on the woman side, some men have their things that they consume in too. Y'all have some things, cars, video games, things like that, right? But a lot of the times I think what women consume themselves in is not only for themselves and self-esteem, but wanting that attention and wanting to get the man that they're looking for.
All correct.
So get the BBL, right, and still be fuckable and still not wifeable. Know that.
Wow. Right.
That's it.
Another thing is, though, I
Okay.
do believe no matter how we say the system, because I had thought about this in another room, though. Just the accountability thing itself, right? I think overall that is our biggest problem, no matter what the gender is, though. The only thing is that the reason why I say is America is worse off is because it's harder for women to be even be accepted to it because because the entertainment itself enables them. They're not gonna, they don't hold them back because that's like I said, it's a money thing too, right? They're gonna say, do eat how you want, do what you want, or something like that. Keep messing with men and sleep with them, so because you're gonna have an excuse behind it, and you can go on a government assistant and help that too. Like all that stuff is helping their pockets get bigger. It might be helping their pockets, right? But it's messing up a lot of us, like mentally, and it's making it hard for families and all this other stuff. So that's why I'm meaning about is making America worse off. Because if we was really accountable for ourselves and our decisions and stuff, we would learn how to even be a family, realize what we need to work on, stop making excuses while we're doing what we're doing, and I think, and now, like I said, I think even if we knew how to be a family and work with one another, we can override whatever system it is. We can, but we just too selfish for that. We are. So overall, yes, that I do feel like that's the main reason why America is worse off. That's just how I look at that, though. So that's just where I'm coming from with that. But somebody didn't. Who didn't? Oh, Shay, welcome to the live. What you got for us? Is something you wanted to speak on, or you want to hit the prompt?
No, I was gonna answer the question on the panels, but I'm gonna let Mama go first because she did ask in the comments to go multiple times.
Did you? Oh,
Oh, yeah,
Mama was
I
first.
did.
Oh, Mama
She
was
was
first.
here
Okay.
before me.
Oh,
I
well, I
just
felt like
came.
Shay was.
Thank you, Shay.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
No, that's okay. I think when you were talking to Millie, you had said I'll go after Millie, but I think you forgot.
I
But
forgot probably. So yeah.
yeah, that's okay. But yes, I
No, it's
wanted
because
to
I knew
say.
it and I want to skip you, son. I was talking.
Ah,
I ain't gonna hold me accountable, site. I was talking to me. I forgot. Go ahead.
no. So I wanted to add something because even when Ade came on, and I saw Ade is agreeing with Millie, and this term being a woman's woman. Yeah, I'm British, but I have visited America quite a bit, and
What is a
I'm
woman's woman? This is the second time I heard that today.
yeah, well, it's basically a woman who likes to support, encourage. She's not, trying to steal someone's man. She's loyal to women. She wants to have that friendship and bond, even if a woman is wrong, she'll stand beside her, but just to be supportive. So yeah, a woman's
Not the wrong part.
Oh, that's just
Not
a
the
regular woman without the extra, huh? Okay.
yeah. So as someone who used to be a woman's woman, and Britain's having the same problem as
What's a
America's
man's man
having.
then? Oh, no.
A
All right,
man's
go ahead.
man, I think it's an alpha. It's probably an
Oh,
alpha.
my.
I'd say,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm good on
alpha.
that. Manly man.
Yes. So being a woman's woman, what happens is this whole lack of accountability, because in thinking you're supporting someone, you encourage almost like a delusion, or don't hold your friend or this woman, your coworker, whoever it is that you're around, to like point out that they have an issue. They might be the red flag in a relationship or whatever. And in so for thinking you're being loyal to women by not judging them, it's just setting yourself up for failure. So, for example, I'm saying if you're a woman's woman, and maybe Ade and Millie, I don't know if you were like me. I used to be in a group of girlfriends. I'm 35, and we would be together. We go on holidays. We have so many events. We have meet up for drinks, lunch, brunch, whatever. We used to think we're boss babes, having fun. And in that, a lot of us were single. If someone was in a relationship, we almost like iced them out because it wasn't, yeah, it would be like nothing. But what being a woman's woman was also stopping us doing was looking at women, judging them, and saying, okay, this person's giving me advice. She's a divorcee, she's got, children, she's not happy, and this is the person I'm listening to who's only telling me the pros of their lifestyle. I'm looking at my mom. My mom, not me personally, but my mum is divorced. She never had a successful relationship, and she's telling me, always have your own, do this, do this. But you should be like looking at your mum as through the lenses of an adult. Just
He said, "Mama, what you talking about?" So no, I'll let up one more man, but I still looking for more women to come up. I'll let one more man up though.
So before she comes back, I just want to clarify that when I say girl's girl, woman's woman, it's someone who respects, appreciates, honors, loves, and encourages women. But that doesn't mean that you are not
Like pro woman.
honest with a woman. It's not necessarily pro woman. It's just I'm a girl and I understand being a girl, and I also encourage and listen to and am friends with girls, and I understand them because I'm a girl, so I understand them. But I don't give them bad advice, or I don't lie to them. I'm very honest with my friends. I just think that when you say you're a girl's girl, you're just someone who understand women from being a woman. That's what I always got it as. I don't think it's lying to your friends or lying to girls or even judging. I don't judge anyone. I try not to judge anyone, at least. So I just want to clarify that.
I'm a
Interesting.
woman, and I don't think that
We need a woman's man then that listen to man and respect man. We need one of them then.
so I'm a woman, right? And if you my friend
I do. I
and
have a
you
lot of guy friends. I love guys. I love my guy friends from all different sexualities, all different walks of life. I'm a human being. So when you
can
say
y'all hear
you're,
me?
so I just don't go around trying to judge women for how they are. Instead, I try to listen to understand where they're coming from, maybe understand their background, and then I give advice that, I'm a professional woman, so I give professional advice to hopefully encourage people to live a more fulfilled life instead of a life that's encouraged and inspired solely by social media. Because we're living in a time where people are solely looking to social media for everything, whether it comes from advice, how they should dress, how they should think, what they should listen to. And I think that I lived in a time where social media wasn't so heavy. So I don't know. I just feel like I'm just a smart girl's girl.
So real quick, do a little break. It's 100 of y'all. I got 2 spots open for some women's women. I like that. Some women or some women. But I need y'all to hit them lights real quick. Try to give me the 50K. So hopefully I shouldn't have to turn the comments off at matter of fact 55K. Let's do that, bro.
55K.
Yeah. See, I like see the mob, man. My mob be knowing shit.
The bars up at least twice. You should definitely be hitting the goal. So let's watch and tap. I know you can multitask. Let's do that. Definitely tap the screen. Share the live. How many shares we got right now? We got 48 shares. Can we get to 55 shares? We should definitely get to 55.
You see, she cold. What do you even hear her tapping the thing? Why she modding that? That's
I'm
cold.
tapping
Y'all
away
get
as well.
like her. Get like her. Somebody know how to share. Okay, I see somebody doing the share. And if y'all don't know how to share,
Yes.
hold your finger where my box is at. Hold your finger where my box is at. You're gonna see and hold it for like two seconds. 2 seconds. You're gonna see a list of friends come up. Go ahead and wake them up this morning. It's like 10, about to be 11. I know they could be up. They just go ahead and tap away my guys. Tap away my guys. Yeah, I ain't my voice cracking today, but yeah. So we gonna do that, and we almost at 50K. And they got 5 more K after that. Hopefully, I don't have to turn the comments off. We gonna get there though. So I just a little warning right there, and they should be up now. Hey, you want to come up? Come up, X Jerb. I'm gonna send you an invite so you can come on up if you want to. And I got, like I said, I got 2 spots for some women to come up. So I want to just see everybody's point of view. I think we can get back to it though. So, was you about to say something, Twin? Before we get.
I wanted to say something.
Oh, Sadar? Okay, go ahead.
So I hear you, Abe, about being a girl's girl, right? I get it. You understand women. And I'm not against it, but I'm not for it, right? If I'm gonna understand women, understanding women is actually calling them out on their BS. A perfect example. If you came to me and you and your man had it out, and you like, oh, I feel like breaking his windows and slashing his tires, I'm gonna ask you one simple question: what are you gonna get out of that? And if you don't have an answer, then you shouldn't be doing it, because I wouldn't be mad if he put your ass in jail. He put your ass in jail. Bye bye. You deserved it. So I mean, a lot of the times y'all don't want to be telling y'all friends or sisters, cousins, whoever, like the consequences, the repercussions behind the consequences. I don't understand. I don't understand that. I guess I will never understand that. I'm not going for the BS. Like, hell no. If I'm with my friend and she decides she wanna drive by her man house, I'm getting out the car and I'm gonna get an Uber because I'm not going down with you. I didn't sign up for this bullshit, and I'm not gonna allow you to sign me up for this bullshit. You're thinking with your emotions. Tomorrow, your ass gonna be looking dumb, and that's just how I just keep it a stack with them. There's no bars held. Like, it's either you want me to be straightforward or you don't want to be my friend.
Was that to aid Sadar? And that was a great answer, by the way.
Yes.
I hear you.
So she was asking her the scenario. Did you want to answer what the scenario would have been, right, or how you
Oh,
would
you were
respond?
asking me a question. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
she was asking you the scenario.
Oh, if I was in that scenario, I would just try to talk my friend out of it. Like, I don't feel like I have friends necessarily that would go that hard, but if they did, and they asked me, I agree with you. I don't think it's about getting locked up with a friend. I don't think that's what a girl's girl is. I think you talk some sense into them. I just think, if you're in a situation like that where somebody's trying to bash their man's car, I would just encourage them not to, because why would you do that? And if they want to go ahead and do that, being a girl's girl is, I'm not going to snitch on you. I'm not calling the police. I mean, doing what you just said you did. It's like, I try to talk some sense into you. You're not listening. So I'm leaving you. And whatever happens, it is what it is. I tried to talk to you. Like, I think that's what it is not calling the police on your friend because now you're angry they didn't listen to you. That's control. So I think that's how I look at it. I've never been in a situation like that, so I'm just speaking out of scenario, but I always think being just a girl and being a leader, and you sound like somebody who keeps it real, you just tell them, look, I'm not here for that. I don't think you should do that. It's going to get you in trouble. And if you get locked up, I don't have the time to be thinking about your situation. So I just want to be honest. If they don't want to be your friend because of that, then they were never your friend to begin with. And maybe that's not a circle that you should be around. Also, I think being a girl's girl is not just engaging with every girl. You have to know your circle and align with people that align with you and have the same values. And if their values at their age is to still fight or go and burn a man's car up and do all of those things, then honestly, I don't align with that. So that's how I think.
Being a girl's girls, if you was to put your friend in that situation, that was never really your friend.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
I guess the girl dropped, but she was saying, I'm not going to hold my friend responsible, accountable. Mama Bear, that's who was at this bottom where Haley was at. She don't want to hold her friend responsible, accountable. I can't get with that. I
Yeah.
can't get with that. Like,
Yeah.
no, I can't get with that because you're a liability. And
Yeah,
once you
that's not
become a
your friend.
liability, I can't
A
deal with you at
liability.
Right.
That's what
I
I'm saying. They
agree.
become a liability. I'm good.
I had
Yeah,
to
you're
tell my
right.
friend yesterday, we had this man come on our panel and we were talking about relationships or whatever, and he was saying like, oh, the woman was crazy and he had to end the relationship, and all the women on the panel started jumping on him like, what did you do? I said because whenever a woman comes in here and says that, y'all don't turn around and y'all don't ask her what did she do, but y'all always do it to a man. Don't do that. Hold both of them.
Right. Wake up. Wake up. She waking up. Feel it.
Can I say something, y'all? What's good?
What you got, my brother?
Good morning, everybody. I mean, y'all said a lot. I just want to say this, right? I think, to touch on the topic here with the accountability stuff, I think that for the most part, a lot of our issues come from people not wanting to take accountability, but it's for the wrong reasons. You get what I'm saying? It's not like they don't want to take accountability for the right reasons. It's always and always will be the wrong reasons. Because to take accountability, right? This is a good thing. This is a good thing. But somehow people just don't recognize this. It is good to take accountability. It's you acknowledging that, all right, maybe I did something wrong. Or not even F the maybe. I did something wrong. Let me fix this. Since I was the one who started the problem, since I was the one who did the toxic stuff, since I was the one who was out of line, let me be the one to make the efforts to try to fix things and be better. Right. But I think women, like, I'm a man, I'm dating women. So what I see more so from women than men, that for women, it's like an attack on their character to have to hold themselves accountable. But it's not an attack on your character. You're just taking it that way. And I think y'all gotta see that. Y'all gotta see that. Because a lot of times, right? I could give a quick story where me and my ex was arguing over something she did, and I was just telling her that was whack, and you don't do that to me, babe. Like, and I was trying to be, reasonable. But she didn't care. She didn't care. And she was talking all this mess, and all I really wanted from her was to come up to me, my fault, baby, give me a kiss. As a woman, this is where your power lies. But it's like women forgot that. So she was supposed to come up, give me a kiss, my fault, babe. I didn't think you would take it that way, but now that you express that you feel disrespected, I'm not going to do that no more. You feel me? But what is wrong with doing that? The problem that women don't like to do stuff like that is because that would be them admitting that they're not perfect. And women don't like to do that. They have to live in this world. Yeah, I'm saying that I'm just talking from just what I've seen, my experiences. I could be wrong, but I'm just giving you, my thoughts, right? And for them to not admit that they're perfect, for me, right? I don't see, like, for me, like, where does that come from? Like, where did that come from? Like women act like they're not a human. Like they're some higher leveled entity of greatness and perfection who is incapable of doing wrong. So there is no accountability because they never did anything wrong to begin with. That's how they.
So since you basically, it sounds like you basically. So I want you to do the last one there because it almost sounds like you said that one though. So the last one is: do you believe a lot of women really think they are perfect as to why they call themselves 10 and don't care and can't be corrected?
Well, all right. When I say women act like they perfect, I meant just that they're acting. They know they're not perfect. They all of them, every person in the world knows they're not perfect. You feel me? But they like to act like they are, and that you, as someone who would point out that they're not perfect, you're wrong for that because you were supposed to feed the delusion. You're supposed to feed the ego, and when you don't. When you don't, you're wrong. You wrong to them. You were supposed to feed my ego. Why you ain't kissing my ass? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with this man? He must have a little D and be broken. And gay. And you get what I'm saying? Like you get where I'm coming from? Like
exactly.
This is the nonsense that we going through. Like we going
you
through.
You must like men.
And for me, it's like, ladies, y'all got to get off the ego. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with having ego and being prideful. I think it's proper as long as you can balance it out and not, because you could be prideful to the point of it being I guess you could call it like maybe on the level of dysfunction. Like it's dysfunctional at this point. Like you're not, like your pride is actually bigger than your actual worth. Your ego is bigger than your actual worth. So we need to come back to reality and understand, like, ain't none of us outside of criticisms. Ain't none of us outside of being corrected. And ain't none of us outside of trying to make the effort to fix it. You can't blame everybody else because you was in the wrong and they didn't want to take that from you. People don't want to be disrespected. So when you disrespectful, you was just as wrong as when someone disrespected you. I feel like we forget this. I feel like we stand on hypocritical timing. Like we stand on it. We die on them hills, on the hypocritical hill. We die on it. Oh, it's wrong that he cheated. But then when they cheat, they was justified to have every excuse in the world as to why it's not
you didn't
wrong.
Make me feel.
Yeah,
important.
bro, I'm telling you, bro, I got this all figured out, bro. I figured everything out. I figured all of it out. The problem with women is, and we still love them. It's just that it gets hard when we dealing with them. We got to deal with this toxic stuff, the delusion, the manipulation, the gaslighting. Like we have to deal with this going forward, and then because we're dealing with this, it builds resentment. Oh, that last time she didn't even apologize, but I let it go because I didn't want to keep arguing. That's building resentment. Like, ladies, y'all think y'all won. No, he ain't hold me accountable this time. Ha ha. But yo, you building resentment. And when he then when he go cheat or do dirt, he would be wrong for that. But this is something that was built up over time because now these other women who treating him and talking to him better, you feel me? They looking like this look valid. I think I'm gonna go see what that's about. And it's like I think that people don't see like we do wrong because we getting our feelings. Stop getting people in their feelings. Let's just do the right thing. And I can go all day to be honest, but I'm gonna stop right here.
So do
Well,
you
my
think
bad.
that women are ready for an emotional, intelligent man? An honest question. Do
All right.
anybody think a woman is actually are they
Good
ready for
question.
an emotional, intelligent man? Are
No,
women
no.
No,
really ready?
no, no,
That's
they're
for
not.
Okay.
everybody. That's a good question, though.
I mean,
Yeah, that's for men or
I'll,
women.
I'll jump in if you want the therapeutic.
I just want to say something real quick.
I gotta do an
Um,
order.
when I say this, please don't do too much in the comments because the topic is not about men, it's about women. So when I say this,
Got
don't do
him.
too much. The whole accountability thing, I think it really starts from when a girl is really younger. If you ever look at it in a household, even in a 2-parent household or a 1-parent household, the girl is never held accountable. She always gets away with everything. The boys are taught not to get away with anything. They're always the one who get hands laid on them or get yelled at. More so with the girls, the mothers go back and forth with them. They don't discipline them, they go back and forth with them. The fathers, they never hold their daughters accountable. They always give them what they want or they feed into it or make them feel like that's okay because this is their child. So then when they get older, when a person do come around and tell them the truth about themselves, they start to feel insecure or they start to feel like they're stupid or something. They don't like that. And as a person who had to learn from her father that and it's not okay to disrespect somebody, and you cannot get mad at a person for doing something that you did without you taking accountability and realizing where you went wrong at. And that's why a lot of these women feel like they're 10s because they are raised to look at men for these certain qualities, but they won't look at those certain qualities for themselves. So when someone tells them about that, you must be broke or you must not got this and this and that. No, you're still stuck on that childish mindset and you can't grow up. So now that you found somebody who's grown and who's going to talk to you like you're grown, you don't like that. Then you want to use the sob story or then you want to use your tears because you know you were a woman and that is a man and that they are going to get held accountable for any and everything that they do more than a woman would.
I
Any
swear,
push?
me and Ulta was talking about that this morning. Everything you said is the same thing I said. It starts like, people will say, "Oh, she act like that because she didn't have no father." No, she probably had a father, and she acting this way because her father babied her. And I even use the anecdotal situation, right? And my father it didn't sit with me until he was on his way out, and he really had to explain it to me. So what you're saying, Shay, is 100% correct.
And I'm not gonna lie, I was definitely growing up with the kind of mother that I had. I never wanted to hear nobody tell me nothing about myself because now all that built anger that I have, I'm taking it out on you because now I feel some kind of way. But as I got older and when I was able to understand, my father was the one that stepped in and was like, that ain't cool. You need to go ahead and change all of that because the moment that somebody else does that to you, you're going to look at them some kind of way. So treat the person that you're dealing with anybody in life, relationship with a man or whoever, if you are going to hold them accountable, make sure you are able to take what you do back. That's not fair. You can't want everything and not give nothing in return. And I had to really sit back and think like, damn, Pops is right.
So do you think that women are ready for an emotional, intelligent man?
No, I don't, because when they come across one, they dog walk them. They feel like they can walk all over that man for real, but they can't. So when that man ends up leaving them, now they feel shitty. And most women don't want to be stuck feeling like that.
So I date an emotionally intelligent man because he's my man, my man, my man. I'm gonna say that, and I think that because I think it's all about self-work too. Like, even going to what Noble was talking about. I'm so curious about like what the girl's mindset was going into the relationship, because ego only plays a part. Ego plays a part in everyone's life, but when you can recognize it and pull yourself back when you're talking to a man, or like what Shay said, take accountability when you know that, okay, I was a little slick, or maybe I'm not listening, or just take accountability as a woman. I think when you date an emotional, intelligent man, you're able to communicate and have conversations that are different from your past experiences. Because what I find is that people are generalizing women and men based on their own personal experiences and their own personal relationships. And sometimes that can like kind of scar your heart a little bit in the way that you engage with people, because you're like, damn, my last girl didn't listen to me, and then I'm finding this other girl's doing this. And I think it's really important when you find a man that you can communicate with, that you guys can lean in and learn and grow with each other. That to me is a part of taking accountability together on the pains that you had in your past situations. So when I started dating my guy, one of the biggest things that we did was, after a few dates, really lay it out on the table and talk about our pain points in our family first, our pain points with friends, our pain points in our past relationships, to really understand our trigger points. Because sometimes you're in a relationship with people and you don't know, maybe your tone is triggering for them, maybe the way that you're giving them direction can be triggering for them, because they sense some type of control that they're afraid of. There's so many levels to understanding human beings, and that's why I asked that question originally, because I think we all as humans, men and women, need to take accountability. And I love this conversation, so I'm not saying that it's a bad topic, but I just think that it's more than just an emotional, intelligent man. I think it's also you being emotionally intelligent to know when you need to hold yourself accountable for some of the conversations and maybe that you're not expressing, and instead just shutting your man out of your life, or just shutting yourself off. And I can keep going on and on, so I'll stop here, and I hope I'm making sense.
I'm not gonna lie, it does. I'm personally not ready for one. I'm 20 years old and I still have a lot to learn and
Hope you
deal
like.
with myself. And that's exactly why I refuse to get in a serious relationship, because my problem is I can expect a lot and I can get easily upset without saying anything. Like, I can have those moments where I shut down because like I still have a lot of drama going on with my mom that I don't even be caring to have a conversation no more. And that's why I say dial back. Take it back a lot, because I'm not going to want to keep going back and forth with this person, and it's not working. So right now I'm going to stay in my spot where I'm at, get the help that I need, and then we'll go from there. But I'm not about to keep jumping in relationships and messing it up and not realizing where I went wrong, because I know where I went wrong. Sometimes it's just like in the moment of heat, you don't really want to hear that. And that's why I'm still slowly learning a lot, not just about taking accountability.
And that's good, because you're of age too, where it's like you have so much to learn. You're going to experience so much. And I was like that too. Everyone remembers a time where it's like you didn't know how to communicate. You didn't want any problems, so you just shut it off or shut it out. But I encourage you to, like someone said in the comment, talk it out, get a therapist if you want to, and just really understand where that comes from. What fear you have that doesn't allow you to want to speak up when you feel pain in a relationship. That's something to figure out. Was it, the way that you were raised as a child, where you had to be quiet? There's so many things that you can unpack with that. But you're 20, you have so much to learn. I will say that relationships is experience. So, one experience might not be good, the next one may be good. So don't shut yourself out completely where you don't want to, grow and experience, but
That's
you're
where I'm
young, girl.
teaching myself to like not put my past relationship on a new relationship, because then that's where I start to be like, now I'm overthinking everything. Now I'm blaming you for things that's not even your fault. So now it's just like, damn, I'm really the problem because of something that I went through with somebody else, and now I just can't trust. And that's why I said I'm taking a few step backs right now. And I'm still young, so you're right. I do have time. I'm not in a rush to really.
How is it a 20-year-old talking like this, man? Y'all older women need to take note.
I'm weak.
I'm
This is
listening, and
sad. This is sad.
she really talking with a good head on her shoulders.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Making y'all look bad.
Oh my God.
That's the difference between moldable and not saying no.
Like, you got to trigger.
Ouch.
Yeah. But like I said, at the end of the day, it really does hurt to tell yourself the truth. But if you're going to be walking around here and if nobody can ever tell you the truth, how could you call yourself a real person? How could you call yourself a 10? How could you say that you have a good mindset? Like, you can't. The reason I personally call myself a 10 is because I know that I'm teachable. Even when I don't want to hear it, I'm going to still sit back and I'm going to hear it, and it's going to sink in my head, and I'm going to see where I went wrong at, and I'm going to learn from it. That is
teach them. Teach these. Can't say teach the young women. Teach the. Boy, where the reverse Uno card come from? That's so funny to me. Man.
Did Mark go yet or no?
Who haven't went? Oh yeah, I think Mark. Both of them have went earlier.
No, I'm good. I'll stay in the comments. I'm helping.
Oh, somebody in the who is this? Who in the queue? Is it another woman? That's another man. Okay, trying to get some more women up in here, man.
Millie.
Mama, did you go?
Millie was waiting to answer that.
Oh, Millie was okay. Go ahead, Millie.
Also, thank y'all for the gifts.
Oh, you know. Yeah. You need to send her some more, man, and send a class. How to be moldable. How to take accountability. Let me stop.
Like you're grooming, Kat.
Yeah, that sounds more grooming. I will advise against those words.
I have to say it for somebody came up here and said that, so that's not what we're saying.
Yeah. But I do agree with a lot of that. Looking at yourself as an individual with a woman, and looking at where you want your life to go, Mark, and what actions and behaviors you got to take. And so I remember when I was growing up, my grandmother used to say to me, when you wake up in the morning, you make the choice, right? You make the choice. So you can't control everything that's outside of you, right? But you have some choices in your life. You can choose that you're going to be happy that day. You could choose that even though you're dealing in a certain situation, you could walk away or you can grow from it. All of those things, right? And so I want to talk about this from an individual level because I know we've been generalizing. I don't really share too much about my life when I be on these lives, but I think it'll be good in this moment considering the topic. So like I come from a poor African-American community, right, where it's full of organizations where the idea that women, right, we are going to be pregnant, have multiple baby daddies, probably going to be a manager at Cookout or Walmart or something, right? So that's where I grew up at. I saw in my family that, you know, and we all deal with traumas and empathizing with people's traumas, right? What the guys did in my family was they was caught up in the law. You know, that's how they dealt with it. Organizations, selling, things like that, right? As far as us, the girls in my family, we would go to school and college, but we would see our trauma play out in relationships, right? And so always ending up in some type of DV relationship, always choosing these wrong kinds of men and everything. And I saw this growing up. And so I wanted to take accountability over my life and say, I did not want that for myself. right? And so I was very meticulous about who I dated. I was very meticulous about, you know, the things that I was looking for in guys and men, even at a younger age, because I did not want to end up in a lot of the situations that I see my family end up in, and I wanted to break generational curses. And so that's why I say when it comes to women and taking accountability, it's more about us as individuals, and looking at how our life evolved and making those changes.
Get the 60K, y'all, man. Y'all slow down.
I'm glad she said that, because a lot of times now people are saying, you know, women do what you want pretty much. There's no, you know what I'm saying, the world is your oyster type thing. So I appreciate you for saying it that way. That it is important to who you talk to, who you interact with, who you give your time and energy to. So thank you for saying that. That's another
So, Danielle, you know was one here. Get you caught up, man. Is there anything that you wanted to speak on, or do you wanted to talk about the prompt?
Well, hey guys, thank you for welcoming me to the panel. When I came in, I've been in for a while, but when I came in, I was just, you know, giving Shay her accolades for understanding it. But your question was,
I remember you, Danielle. I just thought about that.
yeah, we was on together the other
From
night.
Mahogany Room.
Yeah, from
Welcome to the live.
Thank you.
That's my girl right there.
So, I just wanted to, when I came up, I wanted to answer the question about why is it that the younger women are getting it now, and the older women are not. So, because we are going through all of the changes from when our parents, the traumas that we had on us, what this generation is getting is a lot of more information that we didn't have. I'm a little older than you, Kev, because I remember what you told me the other day. So, coming from my parents who came from a lot of trauma, I come from a 2-parent family. Coming from them, they had their own trauma. The trauma kind of trickled down. And the difference is that we didn't have information. We didn't have counseling. In our community, it was almost looked like Jesus was the answer to everything in our community. It was never like, go get some therapy, go heal from whatever you dealing with. We didn't even know half this language that's used now to describe some of the things that's going on wasn't rightfully available to us the way it is now. And so the generations that are coming now, I'm noticing that they are a lot more smarter. They are a lot more emotionally put together, because I do feel like in some senses, they're a little bit more sensitive than we had to be, or they get the ability to be more sensitive than we had, which allows them to express themselves completely. When someone is not being themselves, whether man or woman, they're going to be toxic in the relationship. And so starting to learn who you are is very important. As a woman, and as one that has been through my share of stuff that I need to be accountable for, I noticed that when I started to take accountability for my decisions and stop blaming other people, stop looking outside itself for what was going on, I was able to bring a different type of love, peace, and joy into my life. It's very important to learn who you are, so that you can be the best you. And that's the problem. Many of us are not being the best us. We living and we not even being true to ourselves. Most of us are not taking care of ourselves, self-care, the things that's needed for you daily. And that is going to make you be toxic in any relationship, friendship, with a man, without a man. So we really just need to get ourselves together. That's all I had for it right now, Kev.
Okay, for sure. Appreciate you. Mama Bear, I think you wanted to finish something from earlier, or do you got something?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Ahmed. I really like what Danielle was also saying. I'm 35, a millennial, and what I noticed is that sometimes when we're talking about women supporting women, sometimes we're not encouraging women to work through things with men. So we're not holding them accountable, because sometimes we can almost like pander to each other and just say, "Oh, you're right, girl. Leave him. He ain't that or whatever." And sometimes a lot of women, you have to realize you're getting advice from single people who are constantly single. So it's like the friends you're hanging out with, they're not in successful relationships. Why are you listening to them? And so that's what I wanted to say.
I
Yes,
definitely agree there. Because I am that friend, and I think that I think it's Aid and Miss Sade. I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Both of y'all said the same thing. You just delivered it differently. And to be a girl's girl, like I have tons of groups of women that
You
I
the
hang with.
fourth one that said that today. What is going on? This girl,
Yes,
woman. But
right,
okay.
because I heard it said earlier, and I think that someone had asked that what it was, and then when I heard Sade give her response, it was the same thing that A said, but they just delivered it differently. I have groups of women that I hang with, and what I love about the groups of women that I hang with is when I introduce them, they all develop their own relationships without me. I think that I have a good thing with choosing friends. And in my friends groups, I do have my delusional friends sometimes that be mad about stuff that's going on in their situation, and they know that they doing the same thing, or and I'm always just the real person because I'm real to everybody. I'm real when I talk to my brothers. I'm real when I talk to my sisters. Hey, you need to check that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this doesn't even make sense. Make it make sense to me. How is it okay for one if it's not okay for the other? And I think that there are women out here that just ride the coattail until it falls off. But I'm that one that's gonna be like, no, but see, I'm that one that's gonna ride out with you too. So if you right, you right, and you wrong, you wrong. I don't have a problem with telling someone they wrong. And I also don't have a problem with someone telling me I'm wrong, because self-reflection is the thing that all of us could do. And if you ain't doing it at night, sit down with yourself and self-reflect over your day. See what went right, see what went wrong, see what you can make better for the next day. And that's going to help you out a whole lot.
And that's true. And y'all gonna be
so
mad at me
true.
for saying this, but another thing I feel like it
Keep
is
getting them mad. Do what you gotta do.
for generations and generations, we look for men to take care of us just because we can give life to a human. We feel like just because we can do that everything else has to be put on a man. So we don't look for a man to hold us accountable. We always look for a man to pay for everything, support our feelings, or go to war for us. But when it comes to doing it for a man, most women want to sit back because they feel like they too pretty to do anything. Stop feeling like you pretty and stop rah-rahing for your friends, but can't do the same thing for your men, because that's how you're going to lose that relationship. And then when that friend is in a relationship, now you're going to be left on the sidelines looking stupid.
20 years old. 20 years old.
That's a good one. That's a real good one. And the other one, y'all, is you come from a black woman. Y'all funny.
See, Kev, you got the
Mhm.
you got the negativity that's in your comments, right? They gonna go make a live and be like, these women are pick me's because they understand life.
Oh yeah, y'all already got a screenshot a while ago.
They understand life.
I can't stand that because I also hold men accountable, but what some women have to realize, this topic says women, not men.
Ooh,
There
she
would
know how
be
to
a
pay attention
difference
too. Oh my.
if we were talking about men, then I'm going to speak on what men are doing that bothers me. But because we are speaking on women, I am going to speak on a woman because I am one and I know exactly what we do and I know exactly how we move in certain situations. Hold each other accountable if you want us to grow.
Not you know how to stay on topic, but okay.
Boy,
Facts.
what is going
You
on?
are a smart young
I want
lady,
to
baby.
say that shoot.
Don't
She
go
got
into
some
none of the
maturing to do, but we can't even use that. You know what I mean?
right. So don't go into them
She got
toxic
some teaching to
lives.
She's
do.
young, that's why we can't say that. You know.
She got some teaching to do, look.
Wait, hold on. She
They
gonna go
got
on one
to
of them
do.
toxic lives and they gonna be like, "You're wrong. That's
Yeah.
not right.
Yeah.
Don't
You're
say
manipulating.
that."
Shay, please don't
Don't
change.
listen,
You're so
Shay. You are
good.
so amazing. Your husband is going to be blessed and highly favored. So
Boy.
good luck. Good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-mm-mm.
An amazing live. I will say this is the first civilized live I've ever listened to and jumped on. Everyone on here are goddesses, queens, and thanks
You
for
had to
hosting an
mess it up and
amazing
say that.
room.
Nah, I don't sound talking.
Okay, queens. Sorry, but they are. I mean, you guys have a beautiful day, everyone. Bye.
I appreciate you, man. I have another whole topic about that one though. We're gonna switch that. There's too much good vibes at the moment, so let me not.
I was just about to say,
I was
you
gonna
what the
say, Kev,
topic
you look
is?
like you looking for
Kev,
a
I
fight,
can play
Kev.
ops. If you need me to, I can do it now. Okay.
Who said that? Uh-oh.
Millie, you know I can play ops if you want me to.
Oh,
Yeah, I think we
man.
all know how to
Yeah, I
troll,
already know.
having
I
seen so
already
many
know. I
trolls.
know. That was an outro right there. It's like, no, I'm talking just, but ain't nah. She got it though. I got a whole nother topic about that kings and queens stuff, boy.
Oh.
It's cool though. I'm gonna let people have it now. Nah, ain't nothing. I ain't coddling. But we gonna talk about it another time.
Because I'm reading the comments and I'm hearing what is being said, right? About a panel full of women, right, being honest and talking about it. I think the reason why is because you have set a space, right? At first you had more men up there, and you saw that the women in general felt like we had to like protect. We had a sense of had to go back and forth, all of those things, right? But I think when you created a space where you got more women on the panel, right? And then women could have this discussion amongst women, right? And talk about those experiences without, because what I think sometimes happen is when you have another person of another gender insert themselves in a conversation, right? They center their experiences, and it's usually the most negative experiences.
Oh.
So what happens is then you get a panel full of people that's trying to protect or trying to go on the attack. They feel defensive. So the space with women where women can just be open, you know what I'm saying, express themselves without men really interjecting themselves and centering their experiences in that. I think that's how you got this nice combination here. So
And
yeah, I applaud you, Kel, but I always love Kel.
and also
Appreciate you.
and
That's a
also, right?
fact.
The only way women can hold women accountable is if you have a panel full of women that's being belligerent or delusional. You get what I'm saying? So if you have you have more men than women, women, they tend to like they have to get on defense mode. So
Mm-hmm.
when you doing topics like
Yeah.
this, maybe you should just only have women on the panel, so that way you
I gotta
can
have a couple. I
watch.
want a couple though. A couple men in here though. At least, you
Yeah,
know what I'm saying.
it should be men and women. The problem is women never want to be wrong when it comes to a man, and
It's just
some
the
people,
invalidation, right? I do think
yes.
that's why I said but I get it. I get it from both ends of what they talking about though, because
Mhm.
of the situation. But it just depends. That's why I say I do want to outnumber at least a woman more than a man. Just like if it was the opposite way, I want a couple, maybe a couple women and then men. You know what I'm saying? That way they can throw their 2 cents in, and then everybody, if since it's a bigger number, we go from talking about it and stuff.
And yeah,
But
I
yeah, I
feel
don't
like
want to just be straight that,
yeah, we got to learn the difference between a girl and a woman. It don't matter if you're 30 and above, 40 and
She
above.
really trying to be on fire. Chill. I don't think you gonna give people heart attacks. People are a little bit older than you.
I'm
It's like, nah, I'm talking.
a
Hey, don't
person,
throw no shots. Don't throw no
I
shots.
just
right?
Don't do
I don't
that
think we
age.
that old. I don't think
If
we
it's a
that old.
person,
What they
if
call it,
it's a
ages,
person
or
who
don't do
always want
that.
to compete instead of listening, that is a little girl. When you have a woman up on the
Mm,
panel, she is going to listen, and if you are wrong, she's going to tell you that, but she's also going to say where she went wrong at the end of the day. That is the
mm,
difference between a woman and a little girl.
that's crazy. They usually say, "Wow."
Got y'all there
Told
real
y'all,
quick.
y'all. That's crazy. What you got for a CD, man?
First of all, what's up, everybody? And
Deal, man.
two,
What's up?
Thanks,
ladies, on behalf of men, thank you. Because right now, this is the type of conversation we are loving every moment of this conversation that y'all having. Because it's not about bashing women, bashing men, but I am seriously like in all like I'm honestly starstruck from every woman on this panel just speaking straight facts and calling a spade a spade. On behalf
Yeah,
of
I
y'all,
think
I
that.
gotta give all y'all flowers this morning.
Thank you.
No,
Well,
no,
I
no,
can
Thank
admit,
you.
let me change it around because I'm a man. I can admit I'm about to get a heart attack because it's a lot of accountability from a youngin'. So I'll take it
Yeah, Shay
yeah,
is like
I'm
a
telling you,
unicorn.
this type of live will happen. I guarantee there ain't one man that's not glued into this conversation right now, unless he one of them simp ignorant fools that want to
in.
keep it.
I want one of them to come up in here too, though. I want to throw one of them in here too.
Oh, if one come in here,
Definitely a
let me
troll.
have the first crack at him. You ain't about to derail
Yeah,
this
Look, let
this
me
so
say
love-hate
funny though,
excellence because you
man.
want to be on some
I
nonsense,
see
my
those
boy.
kind of men
Hell no.
down.
I actually
I'm
want your one friend to come in here, Danielle, but we ain't gonna say her name though. But you know who I'm talking about, though. I told you everybody can't, but I know Danielle. That was the first time she met me, though. And her and some of the people that was in there, though. And the majority of people didn't really know me in there, though. But I just already knew how that was gonna get.
look,
But
let me tell
it's
you,
just that's why I be
I
saying
think that
everybody, huh?
that right there in that situation that you're talking about, that's the person that's still holding on to hurt from the
I,
from past. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm,
Because don't get me wrong, some things that some people say can trigger me, but
mm-hmm.
before I respond, I'm able to do like some, okay, why did this just bother me, and why do I want to respond this way,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, nothing on this panel is going to make me feel a type of way about me because I'm accepting to me,
There you
right?
go.
So if it does make me feel some type of way, I know it's not the other person because I don't even know you and you ain't paying none of my bills over here or helping me do nothing. So
Mm-hmm.
like it can't affect me in that same way. So I think, self-regulation is very important when we have these
Yes.
conversations. I do think that sometimes the reason why the responses get so agitated is because other people don't feel like they're being acknowledged in a situation. And
Mm-hmm.
sometimes people feel like people are talking at them. And I don't personalize. I'm a woman that
Mm.
has I was married, but my children have a different fathers and I was married for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And so, sometimes you can get on the panel when they dogging people that have multiple baby daddies and but sometimes I gotta sit back and be like, okay, well, that could be they feelings about it and that could be how they perceive it. But I know me at the end of the day. So nothing that you can say is going to shake me about me. And if it does,
Mm-hmm.
I'm always questioning it. Like, why is this
Yeah.
shaking me? And that's my self-reflection. And then I'm gonna respond accordingly to how I feel about the situation.
Yep.
So I just think that people really have to grow on both sides.
Facts.
People have to
True.
grow. We got to
Yep.
learn who we are as people, what we bring to the table. And a lot of this internet bullshit got people tripping out. Like, it really do have people tripping out because just like I don't watch the news, I don't stay in too many conversations too long that the energy is messed up. Like if the energy messed
Mm-hmm.
up, I'm gonna go on and move. Now it's some things that's funny. You could be funny and have a little, ratchetness to it. But if it's just like degrading everybody, I'm not with that because I believe I'm a love and light type of girl. I believe in staying in high vibrations and high energy. And so it's hard for some people to stay there and they get real triggered. Triggered.
Yeah.
Stop being triggered. Everything ain't about you. Stop taking everything personal.
And you
That's the
know what?
funny thing though, because like even with that whole room, right? I think a few and everybody was on my head on that one because I was just started off in the comments though, right? I think you was one of the first ones that my man's was also but eventually when y'all was hearing me talk, it was like y'all was trying to at least understand me though. Oh girl, she went off. She wasn't even trying to get swayed or anything. And actually I was in a live yesterday and she was a mod in there. And I went in there straight up, and that's why I say I listen to people and see. I can know what they can support based off just how they talking and stuff. I went in this room that was like a dang near divesting type from men, boom, whatever, and she was in there, and she's like, "Man, I can't. I wish I can come on the panel," because they was getting mad at me. Of course, all the time they always get mad at me and stuff because I always ask questions to get people to look within self, and people don't want to do that. They just don't, because they feel like you said, they feel like they're being attacked. They're not used
That is
to
so
doing it with that
true.
angle. They don't even question themselves. That's the reason why, they feel a certain way. Like, who are you? If I don't even address that about me, who is you to address that about me? That's just what it is. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
yeah, she was in there, and I knew she supported and stuff. They was talking about marriages. Oh, marriages ain't good, and it's that, and why you want to do that? We want to be single. I'm like, who is forcing y'all to not be single? Oh no, they forcing they used to bashes too. So I'm like, what are you advocating for? So you got something against marriages, and you. So it's like, what is up? Like, I be thinking they confuse their own self sometimes. But I just go in there also just because I know I'm gonna get ate up sometimes, just to see how much I can hold my emotions. Because I talk about controlling your emotions and regulating and all the other stuff. So sometimes I got to test myself sometimes to see where I'm at, to see if I can get somebody to get me out my square sometimes, see if I'm all talk. So, but yeah, it's just that just
Oh,
is funny.
hey, I be on that too. That's why sometimes I jump in the live because like people don't know that, but I really just be testing myself because if I let this make me angry, then I have no control of self. Like, and like frivolous stuff. Like people on the internet should not be able to make you that angry. I mean, you don't even know them. Like
That is
once
so
we
true,
hang up, I
Daniel.
might come into another live with you, but I can skip out of 7 more lives that I see you in if I don't want to deal with you. You know what I'm saying? So I
Right.
like it's crazy to me, but it is what it is. Everybody has to grow, like everybody. Like and the
Facts.
world would be so boring if all of us thought alike. Like, could you
That's
imagine how
true. That's
boring it
true.
would be?
Yup.
And I
It'd
can
be
learn
boring.
something from somebody that I disagree with too, because I don't agree with everything that everybody say. Like
No,
even if I mess with you, I rock with you. That don't mean that I agree with everything that you
that's
say out your
true.
mouth.
That's true.
So
You should have seen. You should have asked yesterday what my group I was in. We was all
yeah,
tearing each other up.
I have a question for the
I ain't gonna say who
second.
room it is, but yeah, it was like that sometimes.
Okay,
Shay,
so
before you ask your question,
She
can I
not.
say this first?
go ahead.
Um, so Kev, like Kev do he lurked in other lives is
Oh yeah, she
like
was in there. I
yesterday.
just thought about
So
that.
like
Right.
yesterday, like I feel like even okay, there are men right on this app, such as Kev and some other men. They are very unbiased, right? They're gonna call out one side, they're gonna call out the other side. They're also gonna call out and take accountability for their actions too. I've seen Kev over and over say, "This is what I did. This is what I take responsibility for," and these, and all of that. So I have a high respect for him and other creators on this app who do the same as well, right? I don't follow or like to be around, or go into. Well, sometimes I'll, just for opinionated for the intellectual conversation, but people who are on the extreme, right? If you an extreme red pillar over here and you always bashing women, or if you an extreme woman over here talking about that you should get rid of all male babies and stuff, like I don't. But if you're centered, and Kev is very centered, so when he go into these lives and he started doing these questions and stuff, I know how he is, and then people go on attack. And I'm like, oh my gosh, y'all aren't hearing him. Like, things like that he's trying to, so, but yeah, respect to Kev, and respect to a lot of other creators who aren't
Appreciate you.
biased.
Wait, question is Kev Major Flip? Is that his name or something?
Major
Well,
Flip.
that
Nah.
Major Flip is somebody else on
I
this
was gonna
app.
bring him
Yeah,
up here though.
I
I already know he's gonna flip the
understand,
whole
but
thing, but he ain't come up.
when I thank you,
Yeah,
Mel. When I tell you
yeah.
that man is unbelievable, I mean unbelievable.
Yeah, I was gonna bring him up here too.
Look,
He's gonna shake some stuff up for real.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
talking
wouldn't
about.
necessarily put Kev in that category. Nah.
yeah, Major Flip is on a different mental. It's just I just can't even with that man. But I wanted to ask for the second question. Does it have to be like in a bad way or a good way or just in general?
Why do a lot of women play victim?
No, is the problem we talk about women too much or too less?
Oh yeah. So I do want to see everybody's perspective or how they feel about it, because some people be like, y'all talk about women too dang on much. So I do want to know why, or some of them feel like we ain't talking about them enough because they're not hearing it. So it's like I just want to see where everybody coming from with that. That's
Yeah,
for each person.
this is where I do kind of flip the script. I feel like for men and women, we talk about women too much. Now, it is a different when there's a topic like these, but when every conversation that you have is about a woman, you need to look at yourself in the mirror and say, what is something that I can do today to keep my mind off of that person? You can't always have your mindset about a woman. And then you wonder why they walk around thinking that they're above everybody, because you always have them in your mouth. And that goes for the women too. If all
Mm.
you gonna do, even in a bad or a good way, if you just gonna woman this, woman that, woman that, what are you doing with your life that makes you feel like you have to talk about women all the time? Yes, we are
Mm.
important. Yes, we can be beautiful, but we do not have to be about every single thing, because men and women are important. We need each other. It is not about just a woman versus a man, or woman above a man. It gotta stop.
Yeah. So let me ask this now. I'm glad that you said. Oh shoot. I don't know if you was in here earlier. So I'm gonna ask this. Do you feel like we should stop talking about it, women?
Um, okay, I wouldn't say necessarily you have to stop talking about them completely, but yes, if majority of your conversations about women, please stop and focus on the circle around you or what's going on in your life. It's only gonna blow their heads up even more.
Hmm. So if okay, I'm gonna say this though, because a lot of people talk about making the community better, right? How can you make the community better if you just talking about yourself on the time?
You if you gonna keep talking about yourself, you can't, unless you are sitting here and you are actually pouring your time and money or a conversation into this community. You cannot tell me that you yourself is building this community when you only speak about yourself, because the community is not about you, it's about the people in it.
Mhm. All right. So I think that was the point of me saying that, because it's like I also said that the reason why women, well, since you feel like they talked a lot, because for the past 5 years, yes, we've been talking. A lot of people been talking about women because it was like it's alien talk. Because talking about a man is just what kind of pointless. It's always been one sided since I was born. You know, since I was I'm 33 now. It's always been one sided. It was about a man, and I never knew that women could be held accountable. You know, like I said, I used for instance earlier that when if a woman get attacked or smacked or something like that, right, in a DV situation, we automatically side to the women. We feel sad. To this day, it's people that's like that. And it'd be
That's
hard for
what
me to
makes
get
me
out of it,
mad
right?
the most.
So
That's what
yeah,
makes me mad the most. I'm sorry to
yeah.
cut you off. Keep going.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's what I'm saying. That I'm trying to. So the thing is, the reason why they so heavy on it now is because we have to let that be known. It's going, and it was 50 years, right? 50 years of men, right? Been talking about men and stuff. So we already we used to it. We probably know how to identify it or whatever. And so now it's like they want to just engrave it and speak on the other side because it hardly got talked about. And to this day, it's still a believe all women type situation. You know what I'm saying? It was like that since I was younger, the believe all women type movement and all that other stuff. So yeah, it's going. I feel like it need to catch up. I'm gonna put it that way because it always been about the man, and to this day we talk about men still. You know, maybe off the app and stuff, but and probably still to this day they counter and talking about women by talking about men. So they like they're trying to cancel it now, and the men still haven't even caught up. You know, like I said, they put it in shows to this day. Wendy Williams, nobody shutting her up. Yeah, Steve Harvey, all that other stuff. They're not, you know, so they always talk about men. I haven't heard a man complain about stop talking about us or something like that. You're talking about us too much. You know, so now it's just they're adding is making the playing field even now. So yeah, I'm just giving a different perspective on why it seemed like they're talking about them too much because it's new. It's alien talk.
I'm gonna bring up the fact that you just spoke about the DV situation, because I don't like that the most. And I say that because I experienced that with my mother and my father. I'm not taking away from any woman who has been through this. I am speaking for mostly my generation. What most of these women would do is they will put their hands on a man, no matter how hard, how soft it is, because they know that if that man was to return that same hit, they're going to get in way more trouble. So that's why they feel like it's okay to do and then play victim when it comes to a man getting tired of all of that BS and then him putting his hands back on you. And I am sorry, not sorry. Anybody can feel how they feel. I will always teach, son or daughter, if a woman puts their hand on you, you have full permission to slap them back, because most of you women need to stop hitting men if you do not want to be hit back, because you know they are stronger than you. So why would you take it upon yourself to hit them? Y'all would rather abuse this man than to leave this man for what he doing. Make it make sense.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Right about
And they
that
not about to play around with no lion like that. I heard somebody use that analogy. That was a good one though. I take that though. They ain't gonna do that. Like I'm gonna hit you back or whatever, or hit you or something like that. They're not doing that with no animal. But yeah, it's funny. But like I said, it got to get to a point where it get molded into a lot of the. Because to this day, there's a lot of women still fighting accountability. It's just they still doing it. They're still making excuses behind it. But they got to get to a point that it get into their mind, because you got to think about it. It's been all these years of them feeling innocent. So the way they mind is like, you know, they got to get used to it. They have to, you know. And as long as they keep fighting it, it shows that it's not getting in a lot of their heads. So some of them gonna have to, you know, keep making their mistakes, and then later down the line, start understanding the way you understand now. And at an early age, that's funny. I got to still get to that. And they're gonna have to understand, even if they 70 or 80 years old, they're gonna have to, you know, it's not gonna stop getting talked about, because, like I said, they gotta get into their mind. They gotta really be like, you know what, I throw in the flag, and I see what y'all talking about. I see what we've been hiding all this time and all that stuff. So it got to get to a point, like the way we got forced, men got forced all since my life. It's got to be the same exact way. We can't expect that, and then we always want to counter what men do it too. We already know that. We been knew that. What the freak? Like we talk about these drunk deadbeat daddies and the drunks and all that stuff about how, you know, we bashed. We've been not bashing, but we've been shaming that all the time. So it's about time to stop all these twerking and all this, you know, not really paying attention to who you lay with and all that stuff. You know, all this stuff. It's about that time. I mean, it is what it is, and we ain't nobody got to shut up about that. I mean, it got to get talked about. Like I said, I just had a live about men yesterday and stuff. It didn't got so normal. Like I said, I don't re-mention that again. It was so normal that we was off the topic, because it's just so simple. We already know. We already know about men. It's like I'm just talking, and it's just like, oh, okay, that's cool. That's cute. You know what I'm saying? Man is bad. We know. You know what I'm saying? It was just simple. And we end up talking about other stuff that was deep. So
Okay, I got so much right there. So I want to talk about the first one that you talked about. That I think that it depends on who's the ear that's hearing it.
what happened?
Because
Somebody talking?
No, I think Mama was trying to. She wanted to respond after Shay.
Oh,
She was trying. She said that in the comments a minute ago. I'll let her know. And then
okay.
whichever way you want to go, that's what she was asking to speak first.
All right, then, Mama, then Danielle.
Yes.
Just try to write it down if you forget about it.
Right, write it down, please. I'm sorry, y'all. But also, while we're listening, I need y'all to get to 70K. We are at 61, so I need y'all to keep tapping, please, so we can get to 70K, so we can keep the comments on and keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Yep. And she being nice with it. That's the life, boy. Don't watch out, because she'll turn it off on you.
That's what we like to hear. But I really agree what you said, the final part about DV share. I 100% agree about that. And I wanted to respond because I understand what you're saying about it's the problem affects both people, and we should also talk about men. But I think the reason we're talking about women is because there has been such a problem where men are struggling, and men are being like the norm of what men are experiencing is like toxic women who are not in their feminine, women who are not willing to work together with them, women who are, you know, very masculine or whatever it is. And so we needed to be in a situation where it's brought up and drawn out. Like people like Kevin Samuels got the conversation started, but obviously he couldn't finish his work. So, you know, a lot of women are still just kind of triggered and not actually sitting and reflecting like, no, I am the problem. I've got things. There's a rhetoric in my mind that's actually leading me to unhappiness. I need a man. I should be partnering with a man. I should be building a family. I should submit. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. The man says, be quiet. Just be quiet. You're not gonna burst into flames. So
Okay,
there's so many.
unfortunately,
Yeah.
I disagree with the submissive part.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's another question, and that's also particular to anyone in their relationship. I'm married. I say I submit to my husband, but when I say that, people think, oh, I'm just taking off his shoes when he comes from work or something. No, it's what works for us in our marriage to make it successful. But it is part of the marriage. But yeah, so that's what I was saying. Like, I think we really need to still talk to women because a lot of men are experiencing very like difficult women to work with, and also women who are behaving certain things are only having realization and self-reflection in their 40s, and sometimes the boat has sailed. Like you're childless, single, and unhappy. So that's what I wanted to say.
All right, go ahead, Danielle.
Okay, so
Then King got to that.
the first thing I wanted to respond to was your take on like as a man, how you've heard about men your whole life. And I think on the flip side of that, women hear the women stuff, right? Because as a woman, I'm going to hear and receive more of the women stuff differently because I'm a woman, and vice versa. So I think that women have been talked about since the beginning of time because I mean, it all starts from the story of the great Adam and Eve, where she ate the apple, and then she, she messed up Adam because she ate the apple. And this has kind of been like a tone for women, how women should act. Like you just said, you kind of you compare twerking to a dad that's not taking care of his kids. You know what I'm saying? You use that in the same sentence, which that doesn't even compare. Now, anybody sleeping around with multiple people a whole lot is going to affect both of those people. Maybe differently, but it's going to affect both of those people. From young girls, we're given fairy tales. There are fairy tales that have been teaching us that we wait on the man to come and save us. Everything. How women in some cultures, they are actually the opposite of what they call the oh my goodness, what is it called? They take the foreskin off the man. I can't even think of the name of it right now. In some countries, they was like chopping off the women so they wouldn't even enjoy sexual acts. We have been told who we are, what we bring to the table, how we should act, what makes us a woman, how women act. And all of this has been decided by men. And I think on the flip side of that, that's why men haven't been talking about women, because they've been taught that women is a certain way. And so now when they're seeing like, no, this ain't really how women is. Now it's like, let's talk about it. Let's make them take accountability. Women been the same way since the beginning. It was just told that we weren't these type of ways. It was just told that women didn't deal with this and women didn't deal with that. And all of that was false teachings. And so now, because now we're living in this age where everything is up front, we see everything on video. We see everything, just everything that happens, we can see it. Now we're starting to look different over there at the women like, well, what's been going on? No, this is what's been going on. This has been women, but we've been told that we're...
Thank you. It's always in the middle. Let's see you in a second.
She must have got a phone call.
Y'all ain't be tapping anyway.
Yeah, keep tapping, y'all, while we waiting. I ain't trying to turn the comments off. Y'all always got to maybe turn the comments off just for y'all to tap, though. That's crazy.
Get cozy.
I think with the sex kids right now, they're too explicit. At least when we were listening to music, we had to dissect the song to understand what the hell the song meant.
Well, while we're waiting to oh my bad, somebody sounds like something earlier, y'all.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know y'all probably gonna have some either rebuts or add to it after this, though. But I just want her to finish up so we can.
Yeah.
Dang. We gotta wait for her to come back. So
Always in the middle. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait on her to come back. She probably got it deep, so I'm gonna keep that spot open.
Okay.
King Loaf.
What's up, y'all? Good morning.
What's up, man? Let me get.
I just wanted to speak on. Shay said she was 20, right?
Oh.
All right. I'm 22,
Mm-hmm.
and I look at myself like I know myself. I know what I do that's messed up, and then I know what I do that's right. And when she was talking, I was just thinking like, man, she should start moving a certain way so she can have the best for herself always. Cause looking over my life, I was in a relationship, and then it was like, all right, shorty want to get toxic. I know me. I could either step away or get toxic with her. And instead of stepping away, I choose to get toxic. You know what I'm saying? And I hold myself accountable for that. But I was just saying, like, if she checks it at the door when something happens, and if it happens again, if she walks away, she's really going to be a powerful figure outside. And then, like, to be honest, I came to realize that a lot of strong people who is strong by themselves and not with a group, that's what they've been doing. They cut any and everybody off, and it doesn't matter who it is. But yeah, to end that off, 2-parent households are the best. Y'all have a good morning.
All right, for sure, brother.
I know.
What you and I know Snowflake ain't said nothing. Go ahead, Snowflake.
I'm ready to speak. I just want to say I'm new here and I just got on a few minutes ago, and the thing that I notice about women or young girls, what they use is their mouth to break the man down. They, no matter what that man do, that man can
Just
do
young girls?
younger, mostly. Well, I can't say just young girls. I see it in a lot of young girls more so than I see it in older women. Older women probably do the same thing, but definitely young girls definitely know how to do it. No matter how much that guy do for his kids or what the guy do for his kids, he could pick his kids up. He could pay child support. He give additional money. Everything. He's really trying his best to be a good father. I see more young girls always beat that man down, tell him he ain't SH. He'll basically let him know he'll never be nothing because they know the power of the tongue. What I try to teach men to understand is that woman know the power of the tongue. And she know if she keep you beat down, you're gonna continually do more. The more she tell you you're nothing, the more you're gonna give her. The more you're gonna, so now you're paying child support, and there's nothing wrong with giving your child additional money. But then after a while, now you're paying child support, and now you're paying her bills, and you're buying all the school clothes because she's beating you down with her mouth, letting you know you're nothing, and you falling for it. Now she's in your head. She's in your head, and now you got to go to counseling because you done been with this person 5 years.
Leave that spot open for another woman.
Excuse me?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. You done been with this woman for 5 years that's in your head telling you you're nothing because maybe that's what she experienced as a child from somebody, I don't know, or whatever. But I find more men, I talk to a lot of young men, and I find more men beat down, especially young men, with that. Just that woman mouth. Just her mouth. Just, she used that to beat the man down.
And she used it to beat him up times. But yeah, right. I feel you on that for sure.
Gonna tap the screen at 70K. That's what we finna be down because I don't know why we playing like this.
Oh yeah, they playing right. Yeah, yep. Yeah, I done did it too many times. I'm glad you just said it. Thank you. I appreciate you, twin.
Snowflake,
And it's
I have
off.
a question.
Yeah, tap the screen, get the 70K. I don't know why I always got to turn the lights off for y'all to tap the screen. That is wow.
I'm trying to figure out how I'm the only one hitting FYP in the comments.
My question to you, Snowflake, is who raised these younger women for them to know where to get it from? And I'm not saying for every single, because everybody's gonna have their own personality at the end of the day, but who raised these kids?
I think for me, from the surroundings that I see, I think most of them got it from their mom. I think that's what their mom taught them and they teach them at a young age. Okay, you have a kid. Okay, like say for instance, your son might have a kid. That one kid might be his, but that mom already teach that baby mom teach that kid the other kids. Okay, when he come over and he buy his child something, which the man don't mind buying the other kid something, but she teach the kid go asking for money, go asking for money. And to me, I never taught my kids that. I never taught them like, to go ask somebody for money. So I think that the mom get it from their mom and it's kind of passed down. That's just my thoughts. That's what I see.
Question
But I don't know what everybody else.
I was only asking that question because you say you see a lot of younger women, but I'm just like, well, where do they get it from? If it's just mostly younger women, they have to get it from somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, they might get it from the men too. I don't know, but I do see that, and I try to share with my son, like, yeah, go and buy the other kid. You could buy the other kids when you go, but bottom line is they're using you. They just getting over on you and they're using you, and they beating you down. Now you need counseling. You need counseling because you done stayed over here trying to help your kid or trying to have a relationship with your kid, which you do have a relationship with your kid now. But what it has cost you, that now you got to go to counseling. You got an appointment to go to counseling because you beat down from trying to be a part of your child's life. So how do you prevent?
Anecdotal?
Excuse me?
You speaking from an anecdotal? That's what your son going through?
I'm speaking from that, but I see it in so many different people, not just my son. I see it in so many different guys. I spend a lot of times talking to different guys and stuff, and this is what they have. I see them go through, not just them saying. I see them go through this.
So can I ask you a question? What made your son pick a woman like that? Right? Were
A lot
you
of times
like
you
that?
gotta understand that a lot of times we do things when we're 17, 18, and we're not mature. At 18, I was not mature. I made a mistake and picked the wrong guy. I wasn't mature enough to know, like, exactly, okay, this the, you know what I'm saying? Every thug does not wear their pants down and smoking weed. That don't mean that you're not beat down. Your mind is not beat down. You still could be beat down and have your clothes pulled up right and looking like you're a saint. But yet, mentally, you beat down, so therefore you beat other people down.
No,
And you have to be careful because sometimes it's just me and my thoughts here. You have to be careful with those type of people because sometimes their whole goal is destroying you.
Yeah.
Can I chime in real quick?
Yeah, you can go ahead. Then after that, Wolf can go after that. Go ahead.
All right. Well, a lot of people don't factor in this, and how Sadar, I mean, you've had this conversation before. A lot of people don't know who they really are because people send their representative. Because until you live with somebody, marry somebody, or have a kid with somebody, you really don't know who that person is. And a lot of times, like a lot of dudes, they don't know the type of woman they got with because she's in their representative. And like the other lady was saying, if you know full well that this person gonna be mentally and physically abusive up front, you ain't gonna deal with them. They ain't gonna show their hand until you deep in a relationship.
I'm gonna still let y'all tap. I lied. 72K. Then we turn the comments on. I want all y'all to tap, man. It should be fun. Go ahead, CD. My bad, bro.
In my previous situation, I'm 6'3", 270, and no woman has ever sit up here and say I was mentally or physically abusive to her. On the other hand, some of the women I've dated, all some nonsense that wasn't even like my fault. Or she got mad and put her hands on me. And I'm looking at her like, I know I'm gonna lose a whole lot more than just, I could lose my rights, I can go to jail, and I got a record behind me just defending myself. Because you're gonna get twisted that I just basically just jumped out of nowhere and tore your head off. Because a lot of folks don't factor in a lot of things that they say about men or women until it comes home and involves their child. And then you're looking like, oh, hold up. I shouldn't have been putting that negative energy out there because now my child got to be the one suffering behind me thinking that it was okay for me to put my hands on a man or it's okay for me to put my hands on a woman. A lot of folks don't factor in that what you put out there is going to come back either for you or for you. The man and the woman finally come back like, nah, you supposed to be doing that, but
Who letting people up?
you going around putting your hands on women. Well, baby girl, you sitting here being mentally abusive to a man. How's your child the exception to the rule?
Mm-hmm.
Agree.
Because I can tell you right now, every person I know that's been in a domestic, like a few of my homegirls, when I found out they was going through it, like, I ain't gonna lie, I checked those boys. I got the scars on my fist, and I had bloody lips, you know, to end the conversation I had with old boy, because, like, nah, my G, you think I'm gonna be putting your hands on her, like, just because you mad, or because she didn't, like, cook something right. Nah, my boy, we gonna cut this, and I've actually had my homegirls say when they see that I ain't got scratched up or I got a mark on my face from an ex, and you want me to go holler at her? Like, nah, I ain't about to let you get in trouble behind her nonsense. I'm gonna deal with it my way.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have no issue.
Good morning.
Because in one situation, I literally had like my partner, his the woman he had kids with. I got her on tape putting her hands on him, and she didn't know I was recording her. So when he yelled at her, and she fell over. She called the police. Swore me down, he assaulted her until I showed him the video. And now he sued her and put her in jail behind false allegations. And it went for that video. He would have got caught up because she went and and I'm sitting here recording this whole situation where she knocking herself off the walls, hearing herself, and he's just standing looking at her like she's stupid. Because my video is what kept him out of jail.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said before, people don't factor in things until it happens to their child. Now they want to act funny.
Right. Till they head home.
Mm-hmm. So if I tell anybody, men and women included, because my niece is one of her exes. He came over to the house one time to go get together. Based on how she was acting, I had to pull him to the side like, bruh, you better let her get you in the world of stuff that you can get out of. Because for one, that's my niece. She can be wrong as I don't know what, but one, and not one hand gonna be laid on that girl. Two, don't nobody know you over here. And I had to tell him, look, we could do something to you and won't nobody know what happened to you. So like, bruh, man to man, don't let the wrong type of person get you in a whole bunch of nonsense that you can't recover from.
I definitely agree with you on that. This is my first time on here, and I'm kind of getting emotional on how you speaking. First of all, my name is Mimi Notes. I do music and all that, and that's how I take out, my frustration and stuff like that. It's crazy because I always wanted to write a book about
Mimi,
myself.
real quick before you get too deep, though, because I had to order real quick. I'm going to let you go right after Wolf, though, because I don't want to cut you.
Because I got something to say, because my story's real deep, and I hope that my story will relate to a lot of people, how I went from marrying a cop to being with a convict.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, I got you right in a minute, though.
I'm gonna drop, guys. Y'all have a safe day. I might be back up here, but
Yeah, we need you. Yeah, let me know. Sign up. But all right, for sure, yeah.
Back though. Y'all have a good one.
All right, you too. Go ahead, Wolf, and then Mimi, we got something for us after that. And we got a couple more spots for some more women to come over. I'm trying to get a lot of women in here.
What's going on, little bro, man? Thanks for having me this morning. Appreciate you. To everybody on the panel, to the ladies, I say peace and love, and to the fellas, I say strength and honor. I hope y'all enjoying y'all day. I just want to address the prompts because I'm always, addressing those things. It says, is the problem we talk about women too much or too less? To you, and why? When we decide to talk about women, they get upset about it when we address certain things. And when we don't talk about them, they wonder where we are. So us as men, we don't know if we're talking too much or too less, because anytime we try to speak at all, period, we're in a bad place. So it's kind of confusing with that one, though. But why do women a lot play victimhood or deflect to men when it comes to accountability? Because they don't want to accept the consequences of their actions and their choices. Very simple. Why do you have to be considered misogynistic bashers or pick-me's to call the woman out? Because they don't want to be held accountable for their actions and they don't want to deal with the consequences. Same answer. It's very simple with that. Do you believe a lot of women really think they are perfect? That is why they call themselves 10 and can't be, corrected. Of course. A lot of women believe that they are perfect, and that's why they call themselves 10s.
Brittany, what's up?
But we know there's no such thing as a 10 in a person. Because me on a scale, I give myself about a good strong 4.5 to a strong 5. We live in a more realistic men. We in our mind, we're more realistic about it. We don't judge ourselves on those levels like that. And if you think about it too, Kev, women that call themselves 10, that's very egotistical too. That's very narcissistic as well. You got to understand that they are taking on those type of behaviors, and they they say that we are taking on. And Mimi, could you mute up, please?
Oh, she got the loudest.
It's tough over there.
I think she got that one function where they be just forcing people's mics on. That don't be crazy.
So, and like I was saying, it's not something that's against women whatsoever, nothing like that. But women, that's a very egotistical thing to call yourself a 10. You're judging yourself based on what you think about you, when we already, you're giving yourself these numbers when it is the people outside that does that for you. You show character, show good personality, show good attitude, and then somebody asks, then you say, hey, on a scale from 1 to 10, what do you think about that person? Of course, then they'll, because your character is your currency. So, if you act a certain way, Kev, let's certain, I'm gonna land my plane very shortly. Like certain women that call themselves 10s and call themselves queens and all of this, but they're acting in 304 behavior, or they're very disrespectful, or they're loud, obnoxious, and rude. They don't listen. They're argumentative. How could you be a 10 if you're all of that? If they're doing all of that and being that way, you can't be a 10 if you're doing that. Or not even close. But like to make it real simple, the two middle ones, Kev, it's because basically some of these women just don't want to take accountability for the choices and decisions that they make. They don't want to accept the consequences. They don't want to deal with the consequences, and they call themselves queens and perfect 10s. And when they call themselves that, they feel that they shouldn't have to deal with the consequences of their actions or the decisions that they make, because they put themselves on this pedestal, which is very narcissistic and egotistical, if you ask me. But that's pretty much how I see it, though, brother. That's my take on it. That's my opinion.
Okay. Nice. Always. So a few spots open for some more people to come on up. I prefer a lot of women though, so we can just get some different point of views. I'm telling the mod left.
I wanted to ask a question.
Kev, is it okay right quick? Though, Kev? I want to say this right fast. I'm sorry, Miss I can't pronounce your name. I'm sorry.
Sadari.
But So Jerry, okay. So Jerry, okay. But men are not trying to control women. It's a comment that I seen that I'm addressing. I'm addressing the comment.
Where
Men
that?
are not trying to control women. I don't understand why women get this thing in their head that the majority of men want to control them. That is absolutely absurd and ridiculous. Let's just say no real man wants to control a woman because he does not want that woman trying to control him. So there's no way that a real man, and what I mean by a real man, I mean a man of stature, a man of character, a man of principles and morals and values and all of those good things. He's not looking to control anybody or any woman. He don't want to control a woman. He's not looking for that. He's looking for a woman who is willing to cooperate with him, a woman who is willing to listen, a woman who is willing to be teachable, because a woman wants the proper leader. If he's the proper leader, there's no way he can control you, because you look for that in a man. So you want the man to take charge. You want the man to take the lead. But you can't say you only want him to take lead on things that benefit you, though. That's the problem. Because if that's the way it goes, then that means you're trying to control him. If you're always arguing, you say, I'm not going to do this, and you think he's going to give in, that means you're trying to control that man. It's completely the opposite way, Kev. And that's the reason why women don't get it. And a woman, I mean, like everybody, and Kev, I mean, like I'm just shortly addressing this. Everybody is teachable. A man is teachable. A woman is teachable. But if a woman is looking for the proper leader, like they always say, she has to be teachable. That's just common sense. And some women just get so offended by that. Why get offended by something that's so natural? I mean, like, just like when you go to school, you have to be teachable in order to go to school, in order to learn something. You know, once you get in a relationship, you have to be teachable. Just like we as men can admit that women show us certain things that we may not see. We can admit that. I mean, like, I'm a man, I admit it. I'm like, man, you know what? I really didn't know that about myself. That's because I was, being teachable. That's because I took the time to listen and try to understand what was going on. Some women are not like that. Some women don't want to listen because they perfect. They think they know everything. You know, they truly believe that they have that this thing that they have. And one thing, Kev, I'm not talking about all women. So if the woman takes it personally, then that means you fit the category of what I'm talking about. If you get mad at what I'm saying, then you're that woman. So, but I'm not saying all women. I'm just saying some to most women because we experience it. And plus the field that I deal in, Kev, you know what field I deal in. You know me. I've spoken to thousands of women actually. And it's the same thing. They say they want this particular type of man, but they're not willing to listen to him. They're not willing to listen to the type of things that he talk about, the type of the type of teachings that he showed. And it's just very simple. It's nothing complicated at all. It's nothing, period. So just to put it down like this, no real man is trying to control a woman. I don't understand why you women think that. No real man is trying to control any type of woman. It's the women that use manipulative tactics and try to control the man because she says she's not going to be controlled. I'll land my plane.
There's some more spaces for it, and there's always got to be the little small profile women that be wanting to respond down there. So the panel is open for a lot of women. We're trying to hear everybody's perspective or why you feel a certain way or whatever. So y'all got about 4 spots? Y'all can come up. Let's talk about it.
A question when you finish. May I ask a question?
What you got?
Okay, my question to what's his name, Wolf? I think his name Wolf or whatever his name. You said something about a woman always running around saying that she a queen. Okay, now is she saying she a queen because she's basically trying to say she's beautiful, or is she saying she's the queen because of her character? I think that's the difference there. And also,
Okay.
I agree with you that
Wait,
we
let me answer that one. Let me answer one right quick, one at a time. I get it out of here. Most women don't call themselves queens because of the character, because of their character, because their character shows completely different actions of a queen. And is another thing, women don't call themselves queens because of how they look. They call themselves queen because other women are doing it, and they think that's a good thing to do. Because they've been following that trend ever since Beyonce came out talking about Queen Bee every day. Ever since then, every woman is all of a sudden a queen. Like, no, I mean, like, some women with great character and great disposition and being the woman that they supposed to be, yeah, they deserve to be called queens. Call them, hey, you a queen because you're handling yourself like a queen, you act like a queen, you dress like a queen, you talk to people like a queen, you show respect like a queen. The women that do the complete opposite of those things that I just said call themselves queens. Can't call yourself a queen if you're doing the complete opposite. All right, I'm sorry. All right, go ahead, Snow.
you could call yourself whatever you want to call yourself, but it might not be no truth to it. A lot of people run around saying, "Yeah, I'm a queen," but like you said, I understand what you're saying. There's no truth to what they're saying. They just talking. It's something that sound good, like everything. The trend, when it's a trend, everybody kind of jump on. So that's what they're doing. So I understand that. But my second question to you was, the second thing I want to say to you is that I do agree. We do have a tendency to not be teachable, because I had to sit back and think about my own self and look at my own self. Because sometimes you're with someone that you might be a little smarter than in certain areas, but you got to remember that that person might be smarter than you in another area. So you got to let that person teach you. You got to be willing to let that person teach you, because the guy that I date, I do tend to think that I am a little smarter than what he is. But I had to learn in the last month to listen at him, because I just put a roof on my home, right? I put a roof on my home. Before I put the roof on the home, I had already spent out $3,500 making a mistake, because he told me from the beginning, hey, listen, just go and repair the roof. Go and replace the roof. I was like, no. I don't want to put no more money in that house like that, because it's a rental property. I was like, I don't want to put no more money in that house like that. I'm just going to repair it. I got cheated out of $3,500, calling a company and bootlegger to fix it. But if I would have listened and was teachable when he told me to go and replace it, you know what I'm saying, I would have saved myself some money. So you're right. A lot of times we as women, we do need to learn how to be teachable. Even if we think we know more than the man, we might have more education. The man might have, in this case, he has more education than I have. But I think I got all the sense, though. I think I'm the smart one. But I have to learn. I had to learn to let him teach me too. Sorry to be so long.
Oh, no, you good. So
That's
I got
exactly.
Can I say
yeah,
something? I'm waiting to talk.
yeah.
Yeah.
So Daria, I'm gonna let you go next, but I wanted to, because I wanted to see what Con was talking about. I see she was tripping in the comments though, so I was trying to see what's the deal, what you disagree with. Cone or Code, I don't know how to say your name.
It's
Well,
Kunny.
like I said,
Good morning.
what's up?
My thing is that can y'all, when y'all were younger, right, and y'all went to school, could you learn from a teacher that would disrespect you or talk to you any type of way?
They didn't do it when they were younger, so. Mm.
I was taught to eat the meat and throw away the bones. Some people don't know how to deliver things, but they could deliver you all
Exactly.
truth. They could
Exactly.
deliver you all truth. And a man sometimes do not know how to deliver whatever he's trying to tell you. He might be short, patient, short tempered. You don't know what. This is what I'm learning. I'm not trying to take up for no man, but this is what I've learned. You don't know what. A lot of time a man ain't gonna share everything with you. He might have just got cussed out by the baby mama. He might have just got cussed out by something else might be going on. His mom. So he might be a little short tempered. But the thing that he's trying to teach you and tell you, you know what I'm saying, it's got something in it that you could use. So
Exactly. I get that. I understand that 100%. I understand what they're trying to tell people. I understand they want women to take accountability. But the thing is, when I speak to men, I speak to them a certain way, right? because I give all men respect. I will always talk to you a certain way until you disrespect me. But I can't hear. But what women are saying is, we cannot hear you when you start talking harsh. We don't like it. Some women can deal with it. Some women can't. Most women can't. I know I can't. So when you start talking to me harsh, I don't hear nothing past the harshness. My ears shrivel up and fall off. So all I'm saying is, if you want your message to get across, and if your message is that important to you, calm down and try to talk to us a little better. That's it.
If I was a man, I would ignore you. You know why?
I,
Look at your tone.
I
You don't
agree
have
with
to
you,
be
Sorry,
ladies,
what did
rah
man.
I
rah
say?
rah
I had
rah.
a tone.
Oh
No,
my
I'm
Jesus
saying
Christ! You know
listen.
what?
My thing is
You have a high pitch when you
hold on.
talk.
Thank you.
Hold on. I agree with you on that. I definitely. What'd you say? Kaniko is your name? Kaniko?
Yes.
Okay, I agree with you on that 100%, 100%. Because I'm being like speaking in a tone and for her to understand is very very important. But we have a problem with that, Kaniko. The problem is that even when a man speaks at a lower tone, like I'm speaking, the woman calls him condescending, saying that he's being passive aggressive. Then she becomes even more upset because his tone hasn't even risen. Because some of these women are used to being yelled at, screamed at, disrespected. So when they come around a man that don't do it, they need it. Some women act like they truly need it. They act like they need to have the drama, the noise, the disruption. They need therapy, actually. But some women believe that they have to have that in order to move forward with it. See,
Yes,
they're
yes,
like
yes.
me or like myself. This is true. Like I said, in my profession, I spoke with over thousands of women, and especially on this app. They have proven it. They've told me that. Well, if he's not yelling at me or if he's not cussing me out, I feel that he don't care about me. That's something mentally disturbing in there because that's not it. That means they're weak. That means they're not strong enough to deal with the calm conversation. And if we as men on here pay attention to it too, when we do our lives, the women always come in here yelling and getting mad. They be disrespectful. Even when we speak in a monotone like this, when I speak, because I never raise my voice, it may go up a pitch higher because I may get passionate because I give a damn. That's a little bit different. But when we're talking to them and we still try to explain it to them on this level, they still, nah, and then they just take off from there. And then they loud, disrespectful and everything, and we still trying to tell them something. See, but then when we start to yell at them and, our voice go up, hey, you're not going to talk to me like that. See, this is what I'm talking about. Why you got to be so, what's that word, Kev? See, why you got to be disrespectful? Why you got to be yelling? What now you got to, why you what? You got to yell at women to get your point across? Why you being sassy now? See, that's the thing that happens with us when we, as men, when we speak to women. But some women have it like that though, Kaniko. They
She
want to
got
be
a
yelled at and
client.
loud and have all of that drama and stuff like that. And this is the reason why some of the men are even pulling back from even trying to have conversation or even talk to them or even try to help them understand things.
She got a client, so I don't know if she heard any of that.
So
Oh,
Go ahead, Sadari.
what I want to say is that I've been trying to jump in for like the last 30 minutes. It's
Welcome to TikTok.
yeah, I know. I heard when Snowflake came in playing the blame game on the younger women. We just had a very intelligent 20-year-old on the panel, and I think that's why she dropped, because you kept like trying to beat her, like trying to beat it in that young women are the root of the problem. No, the problem comes from, it starts in the home. That's why I asked you, did your son pick a woman like you? That's why he's going through what he's going through. He fell in love with you and found you in another woman, and now you're mad because you get the mirror right in your face. At some point, you have to take ownership of the part you played for the woman that he got with, because this was you. He fell in love with you. He went and got a girl just like you.
Sweetheart, you don't know me
Okay.
at all. I am nothing like the women he chose. As a matter of fact, my whole family is not like that. My cousins, all of us are different from that. He chose when he was playing around and got somebody pregnant when he was about 15. It was one of those things. So it is not like he was in his 20s and went out and chose this woman.
You have
You
to
know
take
what I'm saying?
responsibility for that. That's a you thing.
So wait a minute. So I could be at the school with him. I could be in the bathroom with him at the school. Don't I have to work? Am I responsible for? I can be totally responsible the way he played. I could teach him not to
Where the
play.
daddy at?
His daddy was not there.
Okay. We get somewhere.
But I could teach him as much. I could do my part as much as I could, and I did that. I feel like I really tried and did my best to do my part. But the bottom line is, I cannot teach him when I'm working and he already out of school. I can't teach him don't go behind the house with this little cute girl and she's pretty and he never heard about XTX.
I'm letting women up for the moment.
I'm not trying to bash women. That's not what I'm trying to do at all. I'm just trying to say that men are responsible. Men are responsible, but we women are too. We cannot sit here. We cannot sit here. Please listen. Please listen. We cannot sit here and I'm gonna hit the man and when the man hit me back and bust my goddamn lip, then I'm gonna call the police. I had a coworker. I had a coworker. This is what happened to her. I don't want to make the story long. She was dating this dude, and she told me I was paying him up, Cornette. I was beating him down, and she had a house phone. Called the police on him because the man was seeing another woman, and she was mad. She called the police on him, forgot to hang up the phone, and the police recorded her telling him how she was gonna kill him and how he was screaming. Guess what? When they got there, they put her in jail. So these things are real. You know, I'm not trying to take up for a woman at all because that same thing happened to women. I'm just trying to say as a woman, we got to understand that we part of the problem too. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. You just made you contradicted yourself, but okay. See, I pay attention to details, right? Again, we can't make excuses. That's not no excuse. We all work. I work. I got a 15-year-old daughter. I have a 15-year-old daughter, but I have this open door policy, right? So here's the thing. I teach my daughter, anything that you do has consequences behind it. It's consequences and repercussions. And she has her father. So not only do she got to go through me, she going to have to go through her father, her grandmother, both grandmothers, and her grandfather, right? Here's the thing, I get so tired of the older women trying to bash us. They want to beat us down. And I'm saying it starts from baby boomers to Gen X. I'm a millennial. Y'all try to beat us down to the point we're not even raising our Gen Zs correctly. Absolutely not. That is false. That is false. We are not out here teaching our kids to be fucking in the cubby. Absolutely not. I'm not teaching. Again, let me speak because you spoke, right? Shay was up here and she was talking some real good knowledge, right? And she's 20, but you came up here 38 hot, and you started your whole conversation started with, it's the young girls. It's the young girls. How is it the young girls? It can't be always the young girls. The young girls learn it from somewhere. Just like the young boys learn it from somewhere. Y'all gotta stop this shit because it's annoying now. Own up to your shit, swallow it, and keep it moving. You can't go around just blaming every young girl. Every young girl not the same. My mother had me at 16. I didn't have a baby until I was 23. Definitely wasn't following those footsteps.
Were you married, child?
Huh?
Married when you were a child?
No, I wasn't married at all.
Thank you.
Oh, but then those steps could have been taken to be a little bit better though,
And
right?
I never say it shouldn't be, Wolf. I never said that. But what I'm saying is,
I'm not at you though. I'm not at you, but I'm just saying as time progresses, I'm just saying there's also could be things that could been, done better too. Even though you did have your child at a grown age, but don't you think it would have been better to have a child while married?
absolutely.
Okay.
I don't take that. I don't take away from that, right? I do know that was probably my mistake right there. Not probably, it was my mistake, right? I do have a healthy co-parenting relationship with my daughter father. We don't have these wars and oh fuck you Nick. No, we don't do that. We don't talk like that at all, right? So if my 15-year-old came home pregnant, who's responsible? Me. I'm responsible for that. I can't go say, oh yeah, because this little dirty little boy. No. Because somewhere in between me being her mother and her being a teenager and me working and me living my social life, there was a disconnect in between that. A big disconnection. But again, I live in my reality. Some people don't want to live in reality. They want to live in this bubble. And everybody just want to be right. Shit, you made a mistake, but don't come up here saying, oh, the young girls. No.
I feel you. I feel like at the end of the day, don't matter what road you go down, there's going to be mistakes in the road. Yeah. And I feel like you can't hate yourself and blame yourself and, internalize shame and guilt because you didn't get everything right. You're not going to get everything right. That's the human experience. The human experience is gaining experiences and making memories and sharing those with people so that they too can learn. So I feel like nobody in here is perfect. Y'all gonna wind up down a path that you didn't see yourself. No one says, you know what? I want the bad side. I want the bad stuff to happen to me. Nobody wake up and say those things. I think that sometimes people have to make options out of the worst case scenarios, right? And so it's like, if you want good realities, you want good options, how do we get there as humans? It has a lot to do with environment, we know. It has a lot to do with social economics, we know. It has a lot to do with your childhood and how you were raised and the people who raised you. So it's just like, how can we hold our own selves accountable and say, this is what I'm choosing to do. And if I do fall down, this is how I get back up. Because life is truly about the recovery. You're gonna fall. You're not gonna be great at everything. So what do you do when you do get knocked down? What do you do when you have that baby? You thought you were going to be in love. You had that baby, but the man said, you know what? I don't want to be in the picture, right? The baby already there. You got to take care of it, and you can't blame yourself, hate yourself your whole life because you didn't get married, or you got married and you got divorced. Shit happens. So who are we to tell people and to be hypocrites and bigots and tell people that this is the key to life? If this is the key to life and these are the standards, why aren't you so perfect? We're not perfect. That's not how the world works. And the more you set your life up like everything gonna be perfect, you're setting your life up for disappointment.
It's true though. And let me get some of what you're eating though, because it sounds good as hell. Whatever you eating, let me get some. It sounded like an egg roll. That sounded like an egg roll. Let me get some of that. Was that an empanada?
That was a straight steak right there.
Yeah. Man, that sounded fire though. Don't be stingy over there. Send me some in a message.
But I like what she said though. I like what she said though, and I think because everybody gonna make mistakes. It's just all about owning up to it. That's all it really is. That's how simple accountability is, and owning up to it and trying to be responsible from that point. So actually owning up to it, understanding why you went through what you went through, and that way you can make better decisions, and the next people don't have to follow after what you did. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you could help the next person. That's all it is. But as long as we keep blaming it on other situations and not owning up to the parts we have, then we'll be in a circle and keep reliving the same old stuff. So yeah, I mean, everything she said was on point on that.
Yeah, because it's a big difference. Like in Sadari's case, he chose a father versus she out here with like 12 baby daddies. Completely different.
Right. And Kev, I got to get up out of here though.
Does not mean that.
All right.
My fault though, CD man. I got to get up. I just want to tell my brother, man, Kev, I appreciate you. Thanks for having me up here. To everybody on the panel, I say, man, I hope y'all have a great day today. Take it, be be prosperous with it. You know what I'm saying? Be productive with it. Let's keep learning. Y'all support the live, man. Let's get the live up to 80K. Tap the screen, share the live as well. So Kev, man, thanks for having me. To all the ladies, I say peace and love, and to the fellas, I say strength and honor, y'all. And let's grow together. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hey Kev, we may be slow together, but let's grow together though. So,
Right.
we can take it one step at a time, y'all. Man, I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good day.
Oh yeah, appreciate you, brother.
All right, Brother Wolf.
Yeah, I stole one of your miles. I remember when I first met you.
I was just thinking, I was like, why she end up saying something about?
I thought about that too. I was like, oh yeah, I seen Ebony, I seen Bunny from
Can
Wolf.
y'all hear me? Because I can't hear y'all.
Now you
Yeah,
coming
we
in,
You gotta
can.
come
coming
back
in
up.
live, Mark.
Let's see, hold on, I got you. Let's bring him back.
But before I go ahead and land my plane, the difference between someone choosing a father and someone having like 27 baby daddies or baby mamas. One mistake does not mean that okay, you in the same category as somebody who just refuses to take accountability and just keep doing stuff and blaming everybody else. I know one dude in particular. He got like 6 baby mamas. And I be looking like, bruh, dude, have you even heard of it? Like, can you pull out a driveway? Like, what's going on, dude? Like, I should know 4 of your baby mamas. Personally. 1, maybe 2, but 4? Bro, you just throwing it everywhere. Like, you know what? I can't rock with you too hard. You just too damn loose with it.
As a person, how can I start taking responsibility instead of and I want to apologize to Miss I think Sanders or whatever her name is. I definitely was not trying to offend you or nobody. But as a person, how can I start taking responsibility for some of my actions? The truth of the matter is, if I hit someone, they're going to hit me back 9 out of 10 times. You know what I'm saying? If I choose to call the law or call the police or whatever, I might not tell the truth. I might not tell them that I hit first. So how can I start taking responsibilities instead of saying, oh, it's somebody else or whatever? How can I start looking at me and saying, okay, hey, I'm the one that need to change? Like, do anybody have any suggestions how I could start looking at me and accepting the fact that I need to change instead of blaming someone else?
First
I
of all,
was just
that's a
saying,
start right
go
there.
ahead.
That's a
Go
start
ahead,
right
sweetie.
there. The fact that you actually looking at the option of correcting yourself before you point the blame at everybody else. Because one thing a lot of folks don't do, they look at things from an emotional standpoint. Like, why is he guiding me to this point? Like, no. Look at yourself before you actually throw any shade or throw any rocks at anybody else. That's how I kept myself out of a whole lot of nonsense, because I looked at myself first before I addressed anything with anybody else. What part did I play in this? If I played a part in it, I can't be mad about the situation, because the common sense that I should have had wasn't factored in, so I can't blame nobody else for how a situation turned out.
So like that's my thing, right? Because she's stating like just like CD said, I agree. That's a great step right there, noticing that you are the common denominator and that you might have to change things. But even if, like he said, it's things that you have to look at it, what part did you play in this, right? So even if I'm, for example, because the only time I got to accept accountability or what part I played in something is with my spouse, right? So even if my spouse might have got me upset, I have to look at myself and say, okay, what part did I play in it? Was it my tone, that made it get a little bit further than it needed to be? Should I have waited for the conversation if I started the conversation, or things of that nature? You just looking at what part you played in it and how you could change that. You also
Mm-hmm.
might want to surround yourself around people who's going to hold you accountable. That's very, very important, because it might be things that other people see that you may not see, and be okay with them letting you know that, right? So you have to be comfortable and understand, like, me trying to correct you. If you was to come to me and I'm telling you, like, okay, friend, well, you shouldn't have said that, friend. You have to be comfortable and understand I'm saying this from a place of love. I'm not saying it because I want you to know that I want you to feel bad or anything of that nature. But I do want you to understand that I care about you too. You coming to me for advice. You coming to me for solutions. So I'm letting you know, like, okay, friend, this X, Y, and Z, that you should have just done this right. And like I said, be okay with that correction. And even if it's with that person that you're with, like, okay, what do you see I went wrong in this, right? Because I have asked my spouse that too, like, what part did you see that I play if I don't believe that I noticed it myself? So you just have to be open to someone correcting you, or be open into sitting yourself down and saying, okay, what could I have done differently? Because the way that you move, the things that you do determines the outcome, no matter how it started, if that makes any sense.
I got another one too, though. So this what I feel like it's a whole nother level, but I had learned I learned on this little audio book or whatever that's talking about basically like accountability in a way, and that's how I started looking at things. That's the reason why I know I let go of a lot of stuff, and I realized I have a little bit more control in my life. So I noticed I say sometimes I learn to hold myself accountable even when I feel like I shouldn't be accountable for certain things. For every choice I make and every choice I didn't make. That's how deep it is. So let me finish real quick. Let me just finish real quick. But I was about to. So what I'm trying to get to is that even after that, right? Like I'm gonna use this as an example. I had it was some years ago when I used to go clubbing and stuff. I went to this club and I drove up. I drove up there to the club, put it in the parking lot or whatever. Picked a little parking spot or whatever. Went in the club, then I came back out and somebody broke into my car. I'm like, dang, what the freak? You know what I'm saying? I was mad. I'm like, dang, but at least they ain't get too much out of it though, because I ain't had a lot of my important stuff in there, but they bust one of my windows open. My thing is, what I did is that I had to later realize, I'm like, you know what? At the end of the day, I can blame the person, even though I don't know who robbed me, of course. But I still put it back to myself, right? I said I did choose to go to that place. It starts from there, right? I made the choice to go there. Also, could have picked a better parking spot. I could have not been lazy and might have had to pay for a parking spot that got security around it, but I didn't. I just think about a lot of stuff I could have did different, and that's how life itself you should do. Even if you pick the wrong predicament, you might have gotten something serious, right? I know it's some deep stuff, and you have to just look like, dang, I could have made a better choice. Some people live with this mentality as in like, well, people should know better when I'm around or something like that. But you got to think about it that a lot of people don't know better and have that mentality that a lot of people don't know better. It's like when women get mad about the way they dress and all this other stuff. Why you worry about it? The men need to watch themselves or whatever. But if you're trying to protect yourself, just like I'm going to say, even with the police officers, right? We know every police officer is not all that in the head and all that stuff. Well, they should know better. They on that stuff. So we need to stop with that. They should know better when we know better, or I hope so. So we got to only work on the parts that we play in. So like police officer, you're not about to mouth them out and say, hey, this or whatever, moving, and then you get popped and they get mad. You ain't going to be able to live another day. You know what I'm saying? So you got to think about it. Put it in this way, that every area you at, people just don't know better. So just be responsible from the part that you at. Try to make better decisions. If you fail, make another. I'm just saying, analyze that, think about that, and say, maybe what can I do a little different? Because life itself is a freaking gamble. Is things gonna work out the way we want to or not? That's just what it is. So that's how you be because accountability helps us more than it hurts us for the most part, because it's all about accepting what the heck is what we have, the choices that we make in our life, so we can make better choices. That's why people say pick better and all that stuff. You know, it's gonna hurt though, but this is how you know, you look within yourself and see where you went wrong at. You know what I'm saying? It's not to bash yourself and make yourself feel bad, but it's just to show you how much more control you got in your life. So you don't have to be lost and keep making the same exact mistakes again and again and again. So that's that's how I look at that though. So Mark, I know you wanted to say something. Then I guess we go off panel.
Yeah, just to kind of like, I've been hearing everybody what they're saying and just kind of bring it into kind of all together. It's like, I think what we're seeing that women are not being receptive to
Yeah.
men's feedback. So I heard like the delivery, right? So at work, you know, when you do something and your supervisor might come to you or your direct report might come to you, if you work in the corporate world, they're going to give you feedback on what your work is. So you don't kind of judge the way the feedback's coming. Some of them will use a soft approach, some of them will use the more approach, but they'll use both in both senses. So when guys are coming to you and giving you feedback because you're presenting them with a problem and they're giving you feedback, sometimes the feedback is just matching what it is. Now, you might not like the energy that is given, but it's a masculine energy. Now, you can kind of, as your feminine energy, has to use it and kind of guide the gentleman, because you might go kind of don't match the energy and try to come at him back, but try to slow it down and bring your nurturing side down to it to just, okay, I see what you're saying, but let me just, I feel this way. Then the guy can know, because guys don't pick up on things like that. Our energy doesn't come from that perspective. That's a feminine quality. So we don't come from that. So we need the women to kind of give us that little idea, like, oh, you might be coming on a little too strong, just kind of be, this is, and then the conversation can progress and we both can learn from each other. And I'm done.
We were talking earlier about like the roles that people played, and I have this strong belief that I always tell people of the world's not bad because of there's all these bad people out here. The world is bad because we have people who think that they are good, but really they're just enablers. They close an eye, or they have this halo effect of where if I idolize you or respect you, then you can do no wrong. Even if you do wrong, right? I'm not going to be the one who holds you accountable. And so when we do talk about taking accountability is knowing when to shut shit down. You cannot enable bad behavior and be colorblind or tone deaf because something's not impacting you, right? It's impacting other people, but you know, I hear a lot of people say, oh, my boyfriend's really mean, but he's not mean to me. You're next. You know, you're fucking next. So like, that's why, or, you know, like, oh, this person's a bad person, but they're not bad to me. When they didn't run out of people to screw over, baby, you are next in line. So we got to talk about that too. Being accountable for enabling bad behavior.
Hey, don't do it like that. Y'all about to make me change topics and stuff in a minute. I should talk about men, just switch it up on men next year. No, it's gonna be shorter because I did have that on there about enabling bad behavior. But that's on both sides though, for sure. But who else? Anybody want to get on something, dog?
Wait, who was the young lady that we were speaking to about holding herself accountable? Did she drop?
The young one,
No,
the 20-year-old he was talking about.
the one that was just asking about how to hold
Oh
herself
yeah, that
accountable.
one that I think she went back in the comments. The one that
Oh,
was talking to Wolf.
yeah, I was trying to ask her, did that make any sense? But she done already dropped in the middle of us.
He said she was in a meeting or something like that. Of course, it always be
Oh,
like
okay.
that.
So just to bring it back to what you were saying, the enabling part, who are we saying is enabling who? Both sides or just one side?
That's on both sides though.
Yeah, it's a people's thing. A lot of the topics
It's a
we
people
have
thing, yeah.
is a people thing. My
'Cause I
whole
would
thing
say
is
by
I
girls giving
understand.
dudes punani, that's enabling too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know that man, he don't take care of his family, but you still want to hang out with that man.
Yeah, that's right.
You
Exactly.
know that girl, she got a 2-year-old, she don't got a babysitter, and you ain't asking no questions how she made it out to the club.
Yeah.
You know that person, they're 3 months pregnant, but you're still encouraging them to smoke and drink. Or you see them smoking and drinking and you don't say nothing. You see that person snatch up their child. Oh, they ain't my kid.
Oh,
But
I,
don't you believe people right now don't want that? Like that they're not receptive to any kind of criticism or, like I
of
said,
course nobody
feedback.
wants that.
Facts.
I
I don't
don't.
mean nobody stop talking about it though. We gonna
A lot of
still
times.
send
But
people to
that's
jail.
why right. But that's the reason why I said that you have to be open to it, unless you just don't want to change. And there
Right.
are a lot of people out here who claim that they want to change and they really don't.
They
Right. They
don't.
just want to sit here and just say, oh, I want to change. But they're not expecting for you to say, this is what's wrong with you as well. And this is what the problem is.
Can I
And the problem is that people don't understand that that's a hard person to be in a relationship with. If you're not open to criticism, and criticism isn't like you got to take it negative and feel like somebody's bashing you. You got to also get that out your mind. Like, oh, you're just trying to be mean or you're trying to make me feel bad or whatever the case may be. You have to get that out your mind. But if you want to be in a successful relationship, you have to be open to men and women. You have to be open to that person correcting you and that person saying, I don't like this, because being in a relationship with
Put your ego
somebody
to the side.
now, yeah, put your ego to the side, because the person that you're in a relationship with now is not like the person you was in a relationship last time. So you
Mm-hmm.
have to understand that this person is teaching you how to love them. This person is teaching you how to move. When it comes down to them, and if you're not open to that, you're not going to be successful in a relationship. And a lot of people are like, oh, I'm a good person, and I'm a great mate, I'm perfect, I do everything good in a relationship, but yet you're not open to learning how to love this person. Yeah, you might can cook and
Mm.
clean, but what is your tone like when you talking to him?
Mm.
You might can cook and clean, but are you respecting this man? Yeah, you might be providing for her, but are you respecting her? Are you talking to
Mm-hmm.
her like you love her? Are you talking to her with care? Like, you have to understand that it's not going to be a situation where you come in perfect, because none of us was even made to be perfect. That's the point of growing in the first place. So you have to be open to criticism, because only way you're going to grow and not be the same way you were 10 years ago or 5 years ago is being open to somebody criticizing what was wrong with you 5 to 10 years ago that you didn't brought on over here and think it was okay because nobody told you that your sugar honey iced tea stank.
Sometimes
that
it's
was a
a person really trying to criticize you. Sometimes it's just a person trying to help you by telling you the truth. Sometimes you
because
just
when you love somebody, right? Like you're saying, the real love is that you want to see the best for that person. So if you really love that person, if you see them doing wrong or they're going the wrong way, it's gonna blow your mind. You're gonna be harsh to them because you see the best for them more than they see for themselves. You can go ahead.
yeah, you're not trying to, by speaking up or the person comes saying something to you, it's not it's not meant to hurt you. Let me say this here. Some people, like I'll just say on jobs and things like that. Sometimes the supervisor could come tell you something so sweet and nice, but yet at the same time, she got that pen ready to destroy you. You could receive it because she said it nicely. But if another supervisor came and said it with a little more um, thump to it, with no pen ready to fire you, you you can't receive them. So you gotta open up. I'm just saying to people, like, if you can, like, open up your mind and let's all just be teachable. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of who it's coming from, whether it's coming from somebody 99 or somebody 1 year old, let's all be teachable.
Yeah. I don't. Okay. I think I kind of disagree with that because I like how you said that though, and I think every person's just different though. It's not no even tone for everybody because it's like you said. There's some people do have to get threatened in their job for them to be serious. There's some people that be nonchalant when you want to be nice or if you want to deliver it a soft type way and stuff. And they be like, whatever, I'll do what I'll do. They might not be that serious. You know what I'm saying? So some people you do got to talk a little stricter to or deliver it a little different way so they can be, all right, okay, he's serious. This person is serious or something like that. Some people might have to be light, but I think it's even that person that you got to be light. It's just like it's still they got that I don't care type situation and stuff. So I don't know. It differs on that situation. It just differs.
Now we're talking about communication styles, right? and how to code switch amongst who you're speaking with. I do this a lot when I work with families, because my overall dilemma as a human is to help families be connected, and be a family. And what I teach families is you do have to code switch amongst people. You got code switch amongst the children, right? And this one's a baby and this one's 5 years old. You're going to have to talk to them differently and do different things for them. And same with your husband, how you might treat your uncle or your dad or your mom, right? You're going to have to code switch amongst people. I think today, what's so hard about the world is people want to be negative, because that's what people have the most access to. Everyone has access to death and cruelty, but very few have access to love and someone who's actually going to respect them. And I think that because a lot of people don't have access to kindness and grace and respect, that's the biggest problem we're having in the world.
This might seem a little negative, but seems like sometimes, like you said, you got to know how to talk to the children one way and to the adult this way. Sometimes, sometimes you do have to talk to the adult like they're like kids, because you don't know like where they are mentally, and you don't want to, nobody want to crush somebody or hurt somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to hurt a coworker or crush a coworker. So bottom line is, you try to make that approach real soft. But some things, no matter how soft you try to make that approach, it's still going to be hard to them.
And that's what we call the truth. The truth is so unsettling. Doesn't matter what tone that you use. The truth has no borders. It's gonna make you cry. It's gonna make you laugh. It's gonna sadden you. It's gonna disappoint you. It's gonna uplift you. It's gonna bring joy. And then another thing is, then when you get that truth, we always want somebody to fluff it the way that we want it to be fluffed to feel comfortable.
But see,
That's not growth.
D,
That's not
D,
reality either.
but D, check it out. Is there a nice way to tell somebody that they're ugly? Like, is there a perfect delivery to say, "Hey, you don't look that
No,
great,"
there just isn't. No, it just isn't. It's just however they say it.
or
Again,
"You're not that
somebody
smart"?
may
Like,
have
somebody
somebody
came to
may
you and
have
said,
a very. So let's do this. Let's use the words "I love you," right? And somebody says to you, "Mark, I really love you." Are you bothered?
"Nope."
Okay. Now if they say, "Mark, man, I truly love you," are you bothered?
No,
Okay.
because it's a compliment no
Now,
matter what, right?
allegedly, but let's take it and use some more harsher words. And somebody's saying, "Mark, today you better count your seconds because this is it." And they yelling. And then somebody says, "Mark, I find you to be a very likable gentleman, but I'm going to end you today." Are you bothered?
Yeah, because the end result's still the same.
Oh, right. So we've gotten to this place of getting very dismissive of the context.
And we're more worried about the delivery.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I feel like we all know that people all want to be treated a specific way. This is nothing new. Nothing's new underneath the sun. All is real, right? It has always been a thing where people want to be addressed and communicated with a certain type of way. Isn't love understanding that and then treating that person with that same type of diligence, right? Like if I really love you, I don't know. This is why I've been teaching my dad, because my dad's Caribbean. He a hard man. He's very, very rude, and being in the islands, I grew up there and stuff like that, so it is what it is. But my siblings who were only born and raised in America, they think he's mean and rude as hell. And I have to tell him, it's your delivery, how you talk to people. Like, I know that you're exaggerating. I know that you love us and stuff like that, but it might not feel that way to someone who wasn't raised and, grew up in that manner, And so you do have to be considerate. I don't say sensitive because he always say, oh, you want me to be sensitive. No, you need to be considerate. You want people to be considerate of you, but why can't you be considerate to other people? What's the problem with that? And that's
true. Yep.
I help. Sometimes the parents, they want the kids to listen, but the parent don't listen. They want the kid to compromise, but the parent don't compromise. It's just like, I can't tell your child to be any type of way. I can only try to understand them and relay that message back to you so that you can build a communication style to impact your family. Yeah. And for some people, that first step is very, very hard for them because sometimes people feel like I shouldn't have to respect you. I shouldn't have to cater my language to you. You should just do and be how I want you to be, and that's it. But that's not how the world works. All people want to be treated in a specific manner. So if you really care for someone, what is so wrong with wanting to please them, essentially? Don't you want to be pleased?
Can, Kev, can I jump into a conspiracy bag for 2 seconds?
Uh-oh.
Can I?
What
I
you
just
got,
want to
man?
ask it. Can I? Sure.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I feel like I'm about to regret this.
Okay, but like my conspiracy thoughts about it is like I think there's a psyop that happened with that because what you're explaining is that your father is you understand your father the way he's coming off, but your siblings do, but they were born here. So if we go into a conspiracy theory, it's like, do you think the American way was to create this more sensitive population to not be able to sorry, to not be able to communicate to each other. Because if you have a bunch of really sensitive people, they're not willing to receive any kind of criticism or anything, which causes that division that we're seeing now. That's just
True.
my conspiracy bag.
It's not even about being sensitive. Some people had hard lives where they were never treated. Remember when I said earlier, some people literally do not have access to kindness, they don't have that reality. The only reality they have is negativity, right? So if you're a person who's only had that experience, you're not going to be out here preaching love unless you've seen it and you say, you know what, I want to obtain something like that, so I'm going to do something different, right? That's not where my father is. My father he grew up a certain way, he had to live a certain way, and so he is that way. That's who he is. And so if he wants to have a good relationship with my other siblings, he's going to have to be considerate. But for my father, he was like, well, nobody was ever considerate to me. No ever. I'm like, but do two wrongs make a right? And the answer is no. My
Right.
grandmother used to raise me with that analogy. And I think that's why I'm not like my father. Because my grandmother always, no matter what the scenario is, she will say, do two wrongs make a right? And I used to hate when she said it, but now I live in the world like that. When someone wrongs me, if I have the ability to do revenge, should I? I'm capable of it, but what is that really going to fulfill? What is that going to solve? What is that going to fix? What is that going to take back? Nothing.
Fact. You eating like I'm eating. I'm literally eating, though. So,
But it comes to a point where it ain't even about treatment. A lot of these cases is because people want people to change who they are to feel comfortable around them. Like, we throw the word discernment out there a lot. And discernment, for layman terms, is basically judgment. If you can't judge that this person is not going to be the one to communicate to you in the way you want them to communicate to you, then move around. It's more so of a push for making people change who they are, and then yet pride that we want to be around authentic people. I just find that a beautiful conundrum.
But that's the thing, though, right? We want to be careful with saying that about the changing who you are, because it's certain aspects that was like, okay, we don't want people to change. But when it comes down to love, when it comes down to you caring about somebody, you should definitely be open to that, in my opinion. You should be open to it, making those adjustments, and not see it as, oh, I'm changing for this person. You should be open to growing and making those adjustments for that person because you love this person, instead of thinking that they just always have to get on your page and agree with you all the time, because we're not going to always agree with each other. It's really virtually impossible, unless this person has the same exact brain as you have, that they're going to always agree with you or always understand where you're coming from. So sometimes you have to make those adjustments as well. Like, because when we say those things that, oh, well, people are not going to always change, people, unfortunately, there's individuals out here that are using that as a crutch, that are saying, oh, you're just trying to change me. When it's like, no, I'm just trying to correct your tone so we can have better communication. Or I'm just trying to tell you that you're not getting good outcomes because of X, Y, and Z. So I think we just have to be a little careful when we say that, in my opinion.
Oh,
Well,
you're
like
right.
when I
The situation is clearly situational, right? If we're talking about somebody that we are enamored with, or we are adorned, that we are building a relationship with, then yeah, you got to be absolutely open to that. But also, you got to be cognitive of the point in time you caught that person in their lives, right? So there's a lot of responsibilities that a lot of people don't want to have that discussion about as far as that goes as well. Now we're talking as a business aspect. Yeah, you definitely got to be aware of that. When you're,
Okay.
father to child, father still have to be a disciplinary man, but he still also has to find that balance on when to turn it up and when to keep it moderate or when to come in very low. So yeah, it's case by case, but overall, when we're talking just purely discussion, people really want people to change who they are to make themselves feel comfortable around them. I personally, I want you to be rough and raw and rugged. I want you to be you, because I'm gonna be more so
Yep.
inclined to hear what you're saying and not how you're saying it.
yeah, I think that's the issue with so many people, man, is that people don't see, like, if we just framed it a little bit different and we stop asking people to change and ask them if they want to serve us or how do they want to be of service, or tell them this is the way you can serve them. Like I've learned to handle people and situations, uh, kind of like a client or a child. If you want a kid to eat, you know it's good for them, but how you gonna serve them? Like, every kid ain't
Smiley.
gonna eat it. Like, you might have to put some applesauce on the bottom of the like, the bottom of the spoon for the child to eat the food. You might have to like, you're not changing anything at that point. You're just making it palatable, like how you were saying, D. But I think if we framed it in the idea of serving, you know, hey man, how can I better serve you, or how is that serving you? Like how they're doing, like don't you want to serve yourself, or do you want to be of service? Like, if we framed it that way, then I think people would be more likely to say, you know what, I'm not changing myself. What I'm doing is I'm 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 making the I'm making the the same meal in a different way. Like, there's a whole bunch of ways to eat cheese. You know what I'm saying? So I'm giving you the same thing. I'm just making it look the way you want it to look. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the way we have to think
So
about it.
this is what I'm gonna do real quick. I'm gonna do a refresh, and I think I'm gonna just switch the topic. Now we going I want to do it back to. Now I'm gonna go back to men again. Since we done got most of this out though. So, it went decent though so far today with the women's stuff. Of course, there was a lot of kickback, but it's hard to talk to the woman. So I'm gonna refresh real quick.
I,
What you call it, boy?
men, I
What
feel like
happened?
we just need to talk about specific scenarios.
Yeah.
Like an actual scenario, like how I was saying that a woman left her baby at home to go out to the club. Like, that's a scenario, and then we talk about like the different ways to
You
address
talking about
that.
her? Yeah, I get you. How a bunch of other lives do it. I know they be doing it, having a little topic, and how y'all feel about that? Yeah, I think the only reason why I don't do that is be trying to get everybody's perspective on how they view certain things or whatever. That's all.
No,
That do
they
sound like
cannot be
it sound like
doing
an
that.
idea though. Huh?
No, them lies do not be doing that. They'll have like it goes into bashing. It's not like correctional. I feel like sometimes we say stuff is bad, but we don't give like, options of like if this is your reality, like what to do. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like we just be like,
Yeah.
this is terrible, this is bad, I don't like this, and so on. But it's just like,
Right.
but what if this is someone's reality? And I feel like sometimes people feel so like attacked that you can't talk to them because like they feel like, they get into that narcissistic trait, like where they start to internalize shame and guilt. That is a form of narcissism when you start to tell yourself, I'm bad, I'm terrible, I'm a piece of S, But we don't want people to feel like that. We just want people to do better. But sometimes
Right.
people feel attacked so much that they just like, oh, this is more
People feel
human
like they are their
choices.
behaviors. If it's their behavior getting attacked, they feel like it's them. Because the person don't know how to change. That's what it is. So that's why people live with this I'm just being me type mentality. Like they can't be a better than me. I got brought up this way, so you can't tell me, but all of us got molded up. That's all that really is. We got molded to the character we are, because if it was such thing as I'm just being me, I know for sure if we was born somewhere else, if I was born not in America, I would not be the same exact way. That's impossible because humans are adaptable. But that is incorrect. I don't know what they talking about though. But y'all, real quick, I'm about to refresh though when you see what's incorrect and not. So we about to get on the men now.